Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. I am so excited you're here today, and I'm really excited about this reading. So, whenever you're watching this, just know that this is a safe and comfy space, and we're going to be diving into something super interesting, so let's get into it. Today we're going to be looking at their hidden feelings, like, what are they really feeling, you know? And this is going to be an ASMR sleep reading, so the energy is going to be nice and gentle, and the goal is to help you relax, maybe even fall asleep. It's timeless, so the message will find you whenever you need to hear it. Don't worry about forcing anything, just take what resonates. So for our piles today, we have pile 1, which is this gorgeous sapphire pyramid. It represents awakening, like unveiling their highest aspirations for you. Then for pile 2, we have this beautiful jade butterfly, which is all about harmonizing, representing the peace they crave with you, even if it's unspoken. Next up, for pile 3, we have this rose quartz tree symbolizing balance. It's about nurturing the roots of their affection, quietly and steadily. And finally, for pile 4, we have this Aventurine angel, and it's all about illuminating, like wishing you could see them as they truly are, you know? Okay, so go ahead and take a moment, no pressure at all, and just see which one you're drawn to. Trust your intuition in choosing. It's totally okay to check out multiple piles if you feel called to, or if one doesn't quite resonate. Take a deep breath, make a wish, and let's see what the universe has to say. I'm excited for you. Okay, so Sapphire Pyramid, right, awakening, and we're looking at unveiling their highest aspirations for you. It's like, what do they really want? Ooh, I'm excited. Okay, Judgment, Justice, and the Hanged Man. Immediately, what I'm seeing here is like a major turning point, right? A big, like, shift in perspective. And this isn't just any shift, it's like a required shift, you know? Like the universe is kind of nudging them, or maybe even shoving them towards a new understanding. Okay, so let's dive in because this is already juicy. All right, so Judgment, Justice, and the Hanged Man. Together, it's like they're being asked to really look at things fairly, like super fairly, you know, and to maybe even sacrifice their own ego or their own preconceived notions in order to see things as they truly are. With the Sapphire Pyramid being all about awakening, this feels like a deep, soul-level kind of reevaluation. Ooh, I like this. It's like they're waking up to the real potential of what could be between you two. And it's not just about, like, surface-level stuff, it's about their highest aspirations. What they secretly, maybe even unconsciously, desire with you. Okay, this is getting good. So, judgment first, right? This isn't just about, like, being judged. It's about a calling. It's about waking up to something. It's about, like, a spiritual nudge, you know? Like, ding ding ding, time to pay attention. And it's like, they might have been, like, sleepwalking through their feelings, or maybe even denying them, but judgment is like, nope, time's up, you gotta face the music. And, this card often comes up when someone's about to make a big decision, or when they're at a crossroads, you know. So it feels like they're being called to, like, really decide what you mean to them. Like, what role you play in their life. But it's not just a decision, you know? It's more like a revelation, a realization. Maybe they've been seeing you in one way, and now, suddenly, they're seeing you in a completely different light. And it could be that something has happened recently that triggered this. Or maybe it's been building up for a while, you know, and it's finally reaching a head. But whatever it is, it's significant. It's like a wake-up call from the universe saying, hey, pay attention, this is important. And with the Sapphire Pyramid, you know, amplifying that awakening energy, it feels like this is a really profound moment for them. It's not just a passing thought, it's a deep, transformative shift. And then we have Justice, right? Which is all about fairness, balance, karma, you know? Like what you put out there comes back to you. And so, with Justice right after Judgment, it's like they're being asked to really be honest with themselves about how they've been treating you or how they've been perceiving you. Have they been fair? Have they been balanced? Have they been giving as much as they've been taking? And it's not necessarily about, like, material things, you know. It could be about emotional support or, just like general consideration. Like, have they been truly seeing you for who you are, and have they been treating you with the respect that you deserve? And sometimes justice can also indicate that there's some kind of karmic debt, like maybe they owe you something. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they've done something wrong, but it could mean that, like, the universe is sort of nudging them to, like, step up and, like, give you what you deserve. And with the theme being about their highest aspirations for you, it's like maybe their highest aspiration is to finally, like, right some wrong, or to, like, create a more balanced and fair relationship with you. Ooh, I like that. And then we have the Hanged Man, which is interesting, because the Hanged Man is all about surrender, right? It's about letting go. It's about seeing things from a different perspective, even if it's uncomfortable. And so, with the Hanged Man coming after judgment and justice, it's like they're being asked to surrender their old way of thinking, their old way of seeing you, in order to, like, truly understand what their highest aspirations for you are. It's like they have to, like, hang upside down for a while and, like, let all the old stuff drain out so that they can see things clearly. And, the Hanged Man is also about sacrifice, right? And it's not necessarily about, like, sacrificing something tangible, but it could be about sacrificing their ego or their pride or their need to be right. It's about being willing to, like, let go of control and, like, trust the universe, trust the process. And, it can be uncomfortable, It can be scary, but it's necessary in order to, like, move forward. And, with the Sapphire Pyramid, being all about awakening, it's like this sacrifice is ultimately going to lead to a greater understanding, a greater clarity, and a greater sense of purpose. So overall, these three cards together, it's like they're going through a major transformation, a major awakening. They're being asked to, like, really be honest with themselves about their feelings for you, and to, like, surrender their old ways of thinking in order to see things from a new perspective. And it's all leading towards, like, unveiling their highest aspirations for you, what they truly, deeply desire with you. Okay, I'm excited to dive deeper into each of these cards because I feel like there's so much more to unpack here. So let's start with Judgment, shall we? So, Judgment. This is such a powerful card, It's not just about, like, being judged, like I said. It's about a calling, it's about a resurrection, it's about, like, a rebirth. And I feel like this person is going through, like, a major spiritual awakening in regards to you. Like, they're seeing you in a completely new light. And it's not just, like, a superficial thing, It's like a deep, profound shift in their perception. Maybe they used to see you as just a friend or just a colleague or just someone they knew, but now they're seeing you as something more, something significant, something special. And it's like they can't ignore it anymore, The universe is, like, literally screaming at them, hey, pay attention. This person is important. This person is meant to be in your life. And it could be that they've been, like, running away from their feelings for you, or maybe even denying them altogether. But Judgment is like, nope, time's up, you gotta face the music. And it's not necessarily going to be easy, It might be uncomfortable. It might be scary. But it's necessary in order for them to, like, move forward and, like, embrace their true destiny. And, I also feel like this could be related to something from the past, Like, maybe there's some unfinished business between you two. Or maybe there was a time when they had the opportunity to, like, be with you, but they didn't take it. And now they're regretting it. And Judgment is like, okay, it's time to, like, face that regret and, like, do something about it. And, it could also be that they're being called to, like, forgive themselves for something, Like, maybe they made a mistake in the past that hurt you. And now they're realizing that they need to, like, apologize and, like, make amends. And it's not going to be easy, It's going to require humility and vulnerability. But it's necessary in order for them to, like, move forward and, like, create a better future with you. And, with the Sapphire Pyramid being all about awakening, it's like this is a really profound moment for them. It's not just a passing thought, it's a deep, transformative shift. And it's going to change the way they see you, the way they see themselves, and the way they see the world. So, like, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to reach out to you, Maybe they're going to send you a text or call you on the phone or even, like, show up at your door. And they might be nervous, They might be awkward. But they're going to want to, like, talk to you and, like, tell you how they're feeling. Or it could mean that they're going to start, like, treating you differently, you know? Maybe they're going to be more attentive, more caring, more supportive. Or maybe they're going to start, like, flirting with you, you know? Or maybe they're going to start, like, making more of an effort to, like, spend time with you. Or it could mean that they're going to start, like, making some big changes in their life, you know? Maybe they're going to quit their job, or move to a new city, or end a relationship. And it's all because they're realizing that they need to, like, create a life that's more aligned with their true desires, and that includes you. And, it's important to remember that this is all about their highest aspirations for you, you know? What they truly, deeply desire with you. And it might not be what you expect, you know? It might be something completely different. But whatever it is, it's going to be something amazing. Maybe they aspire to, like, build a family with you, you know? Or maybe they aspire to, like, travel the world with you. Or maybe they aspire to, like, create a business with you. Or maybe they just aspire to, like, grow old with you, you know? But whatever it is, it's going to be something that's, like, deeply meaningful to them. And it's going to be something that they're willing to, like, fight for. And, with judgment being all about, like, a calling, it's like they can't ignore it anymore, you know? They have to, like, answer the call and, like, pursue their highest aspirations for you. And, I also feel like this could be related to, like, your own spiritual journey, you know? Like, maybe you're also going through a similar awakening, and maybe the universe is bringing you two together so that you can, like, support each other and, like, grow together. And it's not going to be easy, you know? But it's going to be worth it. Because you're both being called to, like, embrace your true destiny and, like, create a life that's full of love, joy, and purpose. And, with the Sapphire Pyramid being all about awakening, it's like this is a really, really powerful time for both of you. It's a time to, like, trust your intuition, to, like, follow your heart, and to, like, embrace the unknown. And it's a time to, like, let go of the past and, like, create a better future together. So judgment is really about, like, stepping into your power, you know, and recognizing your worth. And it's about, like, believing in yourself and, like, knowing that you deserve to be happy. And it's about, like, attracting the right people and the right opportunities into your life. And, it's also about, like, letting go of anything that's no longer serving you, you know? Like negative thoughts, limiting beliefs, toxic relationships. And it's about, like, creating space for new and better things to come into your life. And it's about, like, trusting that the universe has your back and that everything is happening for a reason. And, with judgment being all about, like, a calling, it's like you're being called to, like, step up and, like, embrace your true potential. And it's not going to be easy, you know, but it's going to be worth it. Because you're being called to, like, live a life that's full of purpose, passion, and joy. And, I also feel like this could be related to, like, your own self-love journey, you know? Like, maybe you've been struggling with self-doubt or self-criticism or self-loathing. And judgment is like, okay, it's time to, like, let go of all that negativity and, like, start loving yourself unconditionally. And it's not going to happen overnight, you know? It's going to be a process. But it's important to, like, be patient with yourself and, like, be kind to yourself. And it's important to, like, celebrate your successes and, like, learn from your mistakes. And, with the Sapphire Pyramid being all about awakening, it's like, this is a really, really good time to, like, focus on your self-love journey. And it's a time to, like, treat yourself with the same kindness, compassion, and respect that you would treat someone you love. And, it's also a time to, like, forgive yourself for anything that you've done in the past that you're not proud of. And it's a time to, like, let go of any guilt or shame that you're carrying around. And it's a time to, like, embrace your imperfections and, like, love yourself for who you are. And, with judgment being all about, like, a calling, it's like you're being called to, like, step into your power and, like, embrace your true potential. And it's not going to be easy, you know, but it's going to be worth it. Because you're being called to, like, live a life that's full of purpose, passion, and joy. Okay, so that's judgment. Wow, that was a lot. Okay, so where do we go from here? Well, let's move on to justice, shall we? Because I feel like justice is going to give us even more insight into what's going on with this person and their highest aspirations for you. So, justice. This card is all about fairness, balance, and truth, right? It's about seeing things as they truly are and making sure that everyone is treated with the respect they deserve. And in the context of their hidden feelings for you, it suggests they're really evaluating the situation with a clear and honest perspective. Maybe they've been indecisive or unsure about their feelings, but now they're being called to make a decision based on what's fair and just. This could mean they're acknowledging your worth and recognizing that you deserve to be with someone who truly appreciates you. Or it could mean they're realizing they haven't been treating you fairly and they need to make amends. It's like they're weighing the pros and cons, but not in a selfish way. They're considering what's best for everyone involved, including you, and they're trying to be as objective as possible, even if it means facing some uncomfortable truths about themselves. This card also represents karma, the idea that what you put out into the world comes back to you. So, it's possible they're realizing that their past actions or inactions have led them to this point, and they're now facing the consequences of their choices. Maybe they missed an opportunity to be with you in the past, and now they're seeing that they made a mistake. Or maybe they took you for granted, and now they're realizing how much you mean to them. Whatever the case, they're learning a valuable lesson about the importance of fairness and balance in relationships. And with the Sapphire pyramid emphasizing awakening, it's like they're waking up to the reality of the situation. They're seeing things clearly for the first time, and they're ready to take responsibility for their actions. So, how might this play out in their life? Well, it could mean they're going to apologize for something they did or didn't do in the past. They might admit they were wrong or that they made a mistake, and they'll be sincere in their desire to make things right. Or it could mean they're going to make a grand gesture to show you how much they care. They might plan a special date, write you a heartfelt letter, or simply tell you how they feel. They'll want to prove that they're worthy of your love and trust. It's also possible they're going to make a difficult decision that benefits you, even if it's not in their own best interest. They might end a relationship that's not working, move closer to you, or change their career path to be more compatible with your lifestyle. They'll be willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of yours. And ultimately, this card suggests they're striving for balance and harmony in their relationship with you. They want to create a partnership that's based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. They're willing to work hard to achieve this goal, even if it means facing some challenges along the way. Justice can also represent legal matters or contracts. So, it's possible their hidden feelings are related to some kind of formal agreement or commitment. Maybe they're considering getting married, signing a business partnership, or making some other kind of long-term commitment with you. They're carefully weighing the terms and conditions to make sure everything is fair and equitable. They want to ensure that both of you are protected and that the relationship is built on a solid foundation. Or it could mean they're dealing with some kind of legal issue that involves you. Maybe they're fighting for your rights, defending you in a lawsuit, or helping you resolve a dispute. They're willing to go to great lengths to protect you and ensure that justice is served. And with the Sapphire pyramid enhancing their awareness, they're seeing the situation from all angles. They're considering the legal, ethical, and emotional implications of their actions, and they're striving to make a decision that's both fair and just. So, overall, justice suggests they're being called to act with integrity and fairness in their relationship with you. They're being urged to make decisions that are based on truth, honesty, and respect. And they're striving to create a partnership that's balanced, harmonious, and fulfilling for both of you. And it's important to remember that this is all about their highest aspirations for you. They want to create a relationship that's built on a solid foundation of trust and understanding. They're willing to work hard to achieve this goal, even if it means facing some challenges along the way. Maybe their highest aspiration is to create a family with you, to build a home together, and to share their life with you. Or maybe their highest aspiration is to travel the world with you, to experience new cultures, and to create lasting memories together. Or maybe their highest aspiration is simply to be your best friend, to be there for you through thick and thin, and to provide you with unwavering support and love. Whatever their aspirations may be, they're deeply meaningful to them, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to make them a reality. So, justice is really about taking responsibility for your actions and striving to create a better world for yourself and others. It's about recognizing that your choices have consequences and that you have the power to make a positive impact on the world. And it's about being honest with yourself and with others, even when it's difficult. It's about standing up for what you believe in and fighting for justice, even when it's unpopular. And it's about treating everyone with respect and compassion, regardless of their background or beliefs. And with justice being all about fairness, it's like they're being called to treat you with the same respect and consideration that they would want to be treated with. They're being urged to put themselves in your shoes and to see things from your perspective. And it's not always easy, you know? It requires empathy and understanding. But it's essential for building strong and lasting relationships. And it's essential for creating a world that's fair and just for everyone. And with the Sapphire Pyramid enhancing their awareness, it's like they're seeing the world through a new lens. They're recognizing the importance of fairness and justice in all aspects of their life. And they're committed to making a positive difference in the world. And so, yeah, justice is all about, balancing the scales, you know? Making sure that everything is fair and equitable. And it's about, taking responsibility for your actions and, making amends for any mistakes that you've made. And it's about, striving to create a better world for yourself and for others. Okay, wow, that was a lot too. Justice is definitely a powerful card. So now we're on to the Hanged Man, which, throws a whole other layer into this, you know. So let's see what the Hanged Man has to tell us about their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you. Okay, so the Hanged Man. This card is all about surrender, sacrifice, and seeing things from a different perspective, even if it's uncomfortable. And it's about willingly pausing or suspending action in order to gain a deeper understanding of a situation. It's like they're willingly hanging upside down, letting go of their usual way of thinking, in order to gain a new perspective on their feelings for you. Maybe they've been clinging to old beliefs or patterns that have been preventing them from seeing you clearly. Or maybe they've been resisting their feelings, trying to control the situation, instead of allowing things to unfold naturally. The Hanged Man is like, nope, you need to let go of that control. You need to surrender and trust the process. This card often suggests a period of introspection and reflection. They might be spending time alone, meditating, or journaling, trying to figure out what they truly want and what's been holding them back. It's a time for them to look within and confront their fears and insecurities. And it's not always easy, you know? Hanging upside down can be disorienting and uncomfortable, but it's necessary in order to break free from old patterns and see things from a new angle. It's like they're willing to sacrifice their comfort and their ego in order to gain a deeper understanding of their feelings for you. The Hanged Man also represents sacrifice. And this doesn't necessarily mean a literal sacrifice, like giving up something tangible. It's more about sacrificing their ego, their pride, their need to be right. It's about being willing to let go of their own agenda and put your needs first. Maybe they've been focused on their own goals and desires, and they haven't been paying enough attention to you. Or maybe they've been afraid of commitment, afraid of getting hurt. The Hanged Man is like, you need to let go of that fear. You need to be willing to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of the relationship. And with the Sapphire Pyramid enhancing their awakening, it's like they're realizing that true love requires sacrifice. It requires putting the other person's needs first and being willing to compromise. It requires letting go of your ego and trusting the process. So, how might this play out in their life? Well, it could mean they're going to take a step back from the situation and give you some space. They might stop contacting you for a while, or they might be less available than usual. This isn't because they don't care, but because they need time to reflect and figure things out. Or it could mean they're going to make a big change in their life that benefits you, even if it's not in their own best interest. They might quit their job, move closer to you, or end a relationship that's not working. They'll be willing to sacrifice their own comfort and happiness for the sake of the relationship. It's also possible they're going to apologize for something they did or didn't do in the past. They might admit they were wrong or that they made a mistake, and they'll be sincere in their desire to make things right. This is them sacrificing their pride and ego, which is huge. And ultimately, this card suggests they're surrendering to the process, and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. They're letting go of their need to control the situation and allowing things to unfold naturally. They're trusting that the universe will guide them to the right outcome. The Hanged Man can also represent a period of waiting or delay. So, it's possible their hidden feelings are related to a situation that's currently on hold or in limbo. Maybe they're waiting for you to make a move, or maybe they're waiting for the right opportunity to express their feelings. They might be feeling frustrated and impatient, but they know that they need to be patient and trust the timing of the universe. They know that rushing things will only lead to disappointment, so they're willing to wait for the right moment to act. Or it could mean they're dealing with a situation that's beyond their control. Maybe they're waiting for a legal issue to be resolved, or maybe they're waiting for someone else to make a decision. They're feeling powerless and helpless, but they know that they need to surrender to the situation and trust that everything will work out in the end. And with the Sapphire Pyramid enhancing their awareness, it's like they're recognizing that sometimes the best thing you can do is to let go and trust the process. They're learning to accept what they can't control and to focus on what they can control. So, overall, the Hanged Man suggests they're being called to surrender their old ways of thinking and seeing you in order to gain a new perspective on their feelings. They're being urged to sacrifice their ego and their need to be right and to trust the process. And they're surrendering to the idea that the best things in life are worth waiting for. And it's important to remember that this is all about their highest aspirations for you. They want to create a relationship that's based on trust, understanding, and sacrifice. They're willing to work hard to achieve this goal, even if it means facing some challenges along the way. Maybe their highest aspiration is to create a deep and meaningful connection with you, to share their innermost thoughts and feelings, and to be vulnerable with you. Or maybe their highest aspiration is to support you in your dreams and goals, to be your biggest cheerleader, and to help you achieve your full potential. Or maybe their highest aspiration is simply to be your partner in life, to walk alongside you on your journey, and to be there for you through thick and thin. Whatever their aspirations may be, they're deeply meaningful to them, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to make them a reality. And the Hanged Man is a necessary step. The Hanged Man is really about, letting go of control and trusting the universe, And it's about, being willing to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of others. And it's about, seeing things from a different perspective and, gaining a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. And it's about, being patient and, trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And it's about, letting go of your ego and, being open to new possibilities. And it's about, surrendering to the process and, trusting that everything will work out in the end. And with the Hanged Man being all about sacrifice, it's like they're being called to sacrifice their own desires for the sake of your happiness. They're being urged to put your needs first and to be willing to compromise. And it's not always easy, It requires selflessness and compassion, but it's essential for building strong and lasting relationships. And it's essential for creating a world that's full of love and understanding. And with the Sapphire Pyramid enhancing their awareness, it's like they're seeing the world through a new lens. They're recognizing the importance of sacrifice and surrender in all aspects of their life. And they're committed to making a positive difference in the world. And so, the Hanged Man is all about, pausing, reflecting, and letting go, And it's about, trusting the universe and, surrendering to the process. And it's about, being willing to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of others. Okay, so we've gone through judgment, justice, and the Hanged Man. That's a lot of energy, a lot of insight. So, bringing it all back together, what are we seeing? We're seeing someone who's going through a major awakening, right? Thanks to the Sapphire Pyramid. They're being called to really, really look at their feelings for you, and to do it in a way that's fair, balanced, and honest. And they're also being asked to, surrender their old ways of thinking, to let go of their ego, and to trust the process. It's like they're realizing that their highest aspirations for you might require them to make some sacrifices, to be patient, and to see things from a completely different perspective. This is so exciting. So, with all three cards together, it's like this person is really at a turning point, you know? They're waking up to something big, something important. They're being asked to be fair and honest about their feelings, and to let go of anything that's holding them back from pursuing their highest aspirations with you. The next card is going to be really interesting, because we're going to see where all this energy is leading. Okay, I'm so ready. Okay, so, wow, where do we even begin with this Seven of Wands, right? Like, after all that transformation and soul searching, it's like, bam, here's a challenge. So, Seven of Wands, let's see. It's like after judgment, justice, and the Hanged Man, after all that work they've done to get honest with themselves and really look at their feelings, this card kinda suggests that they might feel like they need to defend those feelings. Or defend the potential of a relationship with you. You know, it's like they've had this awakening, but now they have to actually, stand up for it. It's interesting, right? Because it's not just about, having the feelings, but it's what comes after. And with the Sapphire pyramid there still, that awakening energy, it's like they're awake, but now they have to stay awake and fight for it, you know? Okay, so Seven of Wands. This card is all about being challenged, feeling like you're up against something, having to defend your position. So, in the context of their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you, it's like maybe they're facing some kind of opposition. Maybe there are external forces that are making it difficult for them to pursue this connection with you. Or, and this is interesting, maybe the opposition is coming from within themselves. You know, maybe they're doubting themselves, or maybe they're afraid of what other people will think. So, yeah, let's unpack this. So, let's look at the external challenges first, right? What could be making it difficult for them to act on these feelings, to pursue their aspirations with you? Well, maybe there's someone else in the picture, right? Maybe they're already in a relationship, or maybe there's someone else who's interested in you. And so they feel like they have to, fight for your attention, or fight for the chance to be with you. It's like they're not the only one on the playing field, you know? And that can be really intimidating. It can make you feel like you have to, constantly prove yourself or constantly be on guard. You know what I mean? It's like they are standing on top of a hill and people are rushing toward them and they're holding a wand ready to fight anyone who gets too close. Or, maybe their friends or family don't approve of you, right? That can be a huge obstacle. Maybe their family has certain expectations for who they should be with, or maybe their friends are jealous of you, or maybe they just don't think you're a good match. And so, they feel like they have to defend you to their loved ones, or they have to, hide their feelings for you. It's like they are protecting you from the harsh words or judgments of others. Maybe they're not public about how they feel about you because of their family or friends. It can be really, really tough when the people you care about don't support your relationship. And, it could also be related to their social status or their career, you know? Maybe being with you would somehow jeopardize their reputation or their job. Maybe you work together and a relationship would be frowned upon. Or maybe you come from different social circles and they're afraid of what their peers will think. And so they feel like they have to, choose between you and their career or their social life. It's a really difficult decision, right? Because you don't want to have to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of someone else's expectations. And it's like they are fighting to maintain their social standing, even if it means hiding how they feel about you. Or maybe, and this is a tough one, maybe they're just afraid of commitment, right? Maybe they've been hurt in the past and they're afraid of getting hurt again. Or maybe they're just not ready to settle down and they're afraid of losing their freedom. And so they're, putting up this wall, this defense mechanism, to protect themselves from getting too close to you. It's like they want to be with you, but they're also terrified of what that would mean. It's like they're holding the wand up to their own heart, too, you know. And so they are fighting to keep you at arm's length, even though part of them wants to be closer. And, it could also be that they feel like they're not good enough for you, right? Maybe they think you're too smart, too beautiful, too successful, and they don't think they can measure up. And so they're, pushing you away because they don't want to disappoint you. It's like they're afraid of not being able to meet your expectations. It's like they're putting themselves down before you have the chance to. And so, they are fighting their own insecurities, even though you see them as amazing. And, all of these external challenges can create a lot of pressure and stress, right? It can make them feel like they're constantly under attack, constantly having to defend themselves. And it can be really exhausting. And it can make it really hard to, open up and be vulnerable with you. It's like they're so busy fighting off all these external forces that they don't have any energy left to, nurture their feelings for you. And with the Sapphire pyramid still in the mix, it's like they're awake to these challenges too. They see what they're up against, and that can be even more daunting. So, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to be, really hesitant to make a move, right? They're not going to want to, put themselves out there because they're afraid of getting rejected or getting hurt. Or it could mean that they're going to be, really guarded and protective of their feelings, right? They're not going to want to, share too much with you because they don't want to be vulnerable. Or it could mean that they're going to be, really focused on, proving themselves to you, right? They're going to want to, show you that they're worthy of your love and attention. It's like, look at me, look at all I can do. But the thing is, all of this defensiveness can actually push you away, right? If they're constantly, putting up walls or constantly trying to prove themselves, it can make you feel like they're not really being genuine. And it can make you feel like they don't really trust you. And that can be really damaging to a potential relationship. You start to wonder why they're working so hard to keep you out. So it's important for them to, recognize these external challenges, right? And to, find healthy ways to cope with them. Maybe they need to, talk to someone about their fears and insecurities. Or maybe they need to, set some boundaries with their friends and family. Or maybe they just need to, take some time for themselves to, relax and recharge. It's take off the armor for a little while. But it's also important for them to, remember what they're fighting for, right? They're fighting for their happiness. They're fighting for the chance to be with you. And that's worth fighting for, right? And with the Sapphire pyramid still shining its light, it's like they know, deep down, that this connection is worth it. Okay, so that's the external challenges, right? But what about the internal resistance? This is where it gets really interesting, I think. What if the biggest obstacle they're facing is actually themselves? What if they're the ones who are holding themselves back from pursuing their aspirations with you? Well, maybe they have some deep-seated insecurities, right? Maybe they don't believe that they're worthy of love. Or maybe they don't think they're capable of being in a healthy relationship. Or maybe they're just afraid of getting hurt again. And so they're, sabotaging themselves, even without realizing it. It's like they want to be with you, but they're also terrified of what that would mean. It's like they're in a battle with themselves. Or, maybe they have some limiting beliefs about relationships, right? Maybe they think that all relationships are doomed to fail. Or maybe they think that they're not capable of being faithful. Or maybe they think that they have to be perfect in order to be loved. And so they're, creating these self-fulfilling prophecies, where they're, unconsciously creating the very thing that they're afraid of. It's like they're setting themselves up for failure. They think they know how things will go, so they make it happen. And, it could also be that they're just really comfortable with the status quo, right? Maybe they're used to being single, or maybe they're used to being in unhealthy relationships. And so they're afraid of change, even if it's a change for the better. It's like they're clinging to what's familiar, even if it's not good for them. It's like they're clinging to the cliff for dear life, but they're also exhausted. Or maybe, and this is a tough one, maybe they're just not ready to be vulnerable, right? Maybe they've built up these walls around their heart to protect themselves from getting hurt. And they're afraid of letting you see the real them because they're afraid of being judged or rejected. It's like they're hiding behind a mask. You don't know the real them. And it could also be that they're afraid of losing their identity, right? Maybe they're afraid that being in a relationship will mean sacrificing their own goals and dreams. Or maybe they're afraid that they'll become too dependent on you. And so they're, clinging to their independence, even if it means pushing you away. It's like they're afraid of losing themselves in the relationship. And, all of these internal resistances can be really difficult to overcome, right? It can take a lot of self-awareness and a lot of courage to confront these issues. And it can be really tempting to just, give up and settle for something less. But the thing is, if they don't address these internal resistances, they're never going to be able to have the kind of relationship that they truly desire. You know, the kind of relationship their soul desires. So, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to be, really indecisive, right? They're going to go back and forth about their feelings for you, and they're going to have a hard time committing to anything. Or it could mean that they're going to be, really inconsistent in their behavior, right? One day they're going to be all over you, and the next day they're going to be distant and withdrawn. Or it could mean that they're going to be, really critical of you, right? They're going to find fault with everything you do because they're projecting their own insecurities onto you. But the thing is, all of this internal resistance can be really confusing and frustrating for you, right? You're not going to understand why they're acting the way they're acting. And you're going to start to wonder if they even really care about you. And that can be really painful. So it's important for them to, recognize these internal resistances, right? And to, start working on them. Maybe they need to, go to therapy to, address their insecurities and limiting beliefs. Or maybe they need to, start practicing self-love and self-compassion. Or maybe they just need to, take some time for themselves to, connect with their own values and goals. And it's start being real with themselves. But it's also important for you to, be patient with them, right? It's not going to be easy for them to overcome these internal resistances. And they're going to need your support and understanding. And it's trust that they're working through it. Okay, so we've looked at the external challenges and the internal resistance, right? But what if it's a combination of both? What if they're facing both external obstacles and internal struggles? I think that is possible, actually. Well, maybe they're in a situation where their family doesn't approve of you, right? But they also have some deep-seated insecurities about their own worthiness. And so they're, facing both external pressure from their family and internal pressure from their own self-doubt. And that can be really overwhelming. Or, maybe they're afraid of commitment because they've been hurt in the past, right? But they also work in a job where relationships are frowned upon. And so they're, facing both internal fear of getting hurt and external pressure from their workplace. And that can make it really hard to, open up and be vulnerable. And, it could also be that they're really comfortable with the status quo, right? But they also have some limiting beliefs about relationships. And so they're, facing both internal resistance to change and external pressure from their own limiting beliefs. And that can make it really hard to, break free from old patterns. And when you're facing both external challenges and internal resistance, it can feel like you're trapped, right? You're being pulled in two different directions. And it can be really hard to know what to do. But the thing is, it's not impossible to overcome these obstacles. It just takes a lot of courage, a lot of self-awareness, and a lot of support. And with the Sapphire Pyramid helping them to awaken, maybe this is all becoming clear as day to them. So, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to need to, address both the external challenges and the internal resistance, right? They're going to need to, set boundaries with their family while also working on their own insecurities. Or they're going to need to, find a new job while also addressing their fear of commitment. It's they have to tackle it all, not just one or the other. But it's also important for you to, be understanding and supportive, right? You need to recognize that they're facing a lot of challenges, and you need to be there for them. And you need to, encourage them to keep going, even when things get tough. And with the Sapphire Pyramid nearby, it's you can both awaken together. Okay, so we've talked about the external challenges, the internal resistance, and the combination of both, right? But how does all of this relate back to their highest aspirations for you? How does all of this relate back to their hidden feelings? Well, maybe their highest aspiration is to be in a healthy, fulfilling relationship with you, right? But they know that they can't achieve that if they're constantly being held back by external challenges and internal resistance. And so they're, like, determined to overcome these obstacles so that they can finally be with you. You know, they are determined. Or, maybe their highest aspiration is to create a family with you, right? But they know that they can't do that if they're constantly letting their insecurities get in the way. And so they're, like, working on their self-love and self-compassion so that they can be a good partner and a good parent. It's like they're willing to work on themselves for you. And, it could also be that their highest aspiration is to simply be happy with you, right? But they know that they can't be happy if they're constantly clinging to the status quo or if they're constantly afraid of being vulnerable. And so they're, like, taking risks and stepping outside of their comfort zone so that they can experience true joy and fulfillment with you. It's like they want to just be with you. And you know, all of this effort and all of this determination is a sign of how deeply they care about you, right? It's a sign that you're really important to them. And it's a sign that they're willing to do whatever it takes to make things work. And with the Sapphire Pyramid shining its light, it's like their highest aspirations are becoming even clearer, even more compelling. They just might be afraid to move forward. So, like, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to start making some big changes in their life, right? Like, they're going to quit their job, or they're going to move to a new city, or they're going to end a toxic relationship. It's like they're clearing the path for you. But it also means that they're doing it for themselves, too. They know they need to be whole to offer their best self to you. It's really a great step. Or it could mean that they're going to start being more open and honest with you, right? Like, they're going to share their fears and insecurities with you, and they're going to ask for your support. And they might be vulnerable. Or it could mean that they're going to start prioritizing your needs and desires, right? Like, they're going to make time for you in their busy schedule, and they're going to make an effort to show you how much they care. And you deserve it. And ultimately, it means that they're committed to creating a strong, lasting, and fulfilling relationship with you. And that's something to be really excited about. It's like everything is starting to align. Okay, so we've unpacked a lot with this Seven of Wands, right? We've looked at the external challenges, the internal resistance, the combination of both, and how it all relates back to their highest aspirations for you. It's like we've really dug deep into their psyche, and it's so exciting. But there are still 3 cards left to pull, right? And so we still don't know exactly how this is all going to play out. We don't know if they're going to be successful in overcoming these obstacles. We don't know if they're going to be able to create the kind of relationship that they truly desire. But what we do know is that they're facing some significant challenges and that they're going to need a lot of courage, self-awareness, and support to overcome them. And with the Sapphire Pyramid there, they are already awakened. They know what they are up against. It is going to come down to what they do next. The next card is going to be really interesting because it's going to give us more insight into whether or not they're going to be able to overcome these challenges. It's going to show us what kind of action they're going to take, and it's going to help us understand their true intentions. Are they going to fight, or are they going to run? I can't wait to find out. Okay, so after all that fighting, after all that defending, here comes the Tower. Oh my goodness. This is like a major shift. So like all that stuff we were just talking about with the Seven of Wands, all those challenges, all that resistance. The Tower suggests that something is going to come crashing down. Like boom, you know. Like everything they thought they knew, everything they were trying to defend. It's all about to change, and it's gonna be sudden. The Tower. Wow, where to even start? This is a card about like sudden upheaval, right? It's about the destruction of old structures, the shattering of illusions. It's like everything that's built on a shaky foundation is going to collapse. And it's not going to be pretty. But like, before you freak out, let's remember the Sapphire Pyramid. Right? That's about awakening. So even though the Tower can be scary, it's also about truth. It's about revealing what's been hidden. It's about clearing away the old to make way for the new. So, in the context of their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you, this could mean that, like, something big is about to happen that's going to completely change the dynamic between you two. Something that's going to shatter their old beliefs and assumptions about you, about themselves, about the potential of a relationship. It's like whatever they were trying to defend with the Seven of Wands, whatever challenges they were facing. It's all about to be blown apart. This could be something external, right? Like a sudden event that forces them to confront their feelings. Or it could be something internal, like a massive shift in their perspective. Either way, it's going to be dramatic. And it's going to be transformative. Think of it like a building that's been standing for years, but it's built on a faulty foundation. It looks strong on the outside, but inside, it's crumbling. The tower is like the earthquake that finally brings it all down. It's destructive, yes, but it's also necessary, because you can't build something new and strong on a weak foundation. You have to clear away the rubble first. And remember judgment and justice? All of that energy around honesty and fairness? The tower can be a manifestation of that. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been trying to be fair, you've been trying to be honest, but there's still something that needs to be cleared away. There's still something that's not serving you. Let's get rid of it. It's like a cosmic intervention, you know? Okay, so let's dive a little deeper. What kind of old structures might be collapsing for them? What kind of illusions might be shattered? Well, going back to those challenges we talked about with the Seven of Wands, maybe they're in a relationship that's just not working right. And they've been trying to defend it, trying to make it work, but deep down, they know it's not right. The tower could be the event that finally forces them to end it. Like, maybe their partner does something that's unforgivable, or maybe they just realize they can't keep living a lie. And so, like, the relationship comes crashing down. Or maybe they have this idealized image of you, right? Like they think you're perfect, or they think you're someone you're not. And the tower could be the moment when they finally see you for who you really are, flaws and all. And it might be shocking at first, but ultimately, it's liberating. Because they can finally love you for who you truly are, not for who they think you should be. It's like they realize they've been building you up in their mind, and you're not that. It can be a total shock to the system. Or maybe they have this belief that they're not worthy of love, right? And they've been pushing you away, defending themselves from getting hurt. The tower could be the moment when they finally realize that they are worthy, that they deserve to be loved. And so, like, their defenses come crashing down, and they're finally able to open their heart to you. It is such a huge paradigm shift. It could be, too, that they've been living a life that's not authentic to them, right? Like, maybe they're doing what they think they should be doing, instead of what they really want to do. And the tower could be the event that forces them to, like, reevaluate their life and make some big changes. Like, maybe they quit their job, or they move to a new city, or they completely change their career path. It's like they realize they've been living a lie, and they need to start living their truth. And all of this upheaval, is ultimately leading to something better, right? It's leading to a more authentic, more fulfilling life. It's leading to a relationship that's based on truth and honesty, not on illusions and expectations. It's leading to a deeper understanding of themselves and of you. The tower is also about revelation, right? It's about the truth coming to light. So it's possible that something has been hidden, something that's been kept secret, and it's finally going to be revealed. This could be something about you, something about them, or something about the situation in general. Maybe you've been hiding your true feelings for them, right? And the tower is the moment when you finally confess your love. Or maybe they've been hiding something from you, something that they're ashamed of, and the tower is the moment when they finally come clean. It can be some long hidden secret that comes to light. Or maybe there's been some kind of misunderstanding between you two, right? And the tower is the moment when the truth finally comes out, and you're able to see things clearly. It's like a big, dramatic unveiling. It could be as simple as a text message coming to light, or as dramatic as someone showing up at the door unexpectedly. The thing is, whatever it is, it's going to be shocking. It's going to be unexpected, but it's also going to be necessary. Because you can't build a relationship on secrets and lies. You need to have honesty and transparency. And that's what the tower is bringing to the table. And remember the Hanged Man? All that energy about surrender and letting go? The tower can be seen as the ultimate act of surrender. It's like they're finally letting go of control, they're finally surrendering to the universe, and they're trusting that everything is happening for a reason. It is really important that they let go. They are going to feel like everything is falling apart, but they have to trust that it's for the best. It's like they've been trying to control the situation, trying to make things happen, but it's not working. And so, the Tower is like, okay, you need to stop trying to control everything. You need to let go and trust that the universe has a plan for you. And it's scary, right? Because letting go can be terrifying, but it's also liberating. Because once you let go, you're free to move forward. So, yeah, the Tower. It's intense, right? It's dramatic, it's chaotic, but it's also a catalyst for change. It's a wake-up call. It's an opportunity to rebuild your life on a stronger foundation. And with the Sapphire pyramid there, amplifying that awakening energy, it's like they're being guided through this process. They're not alone. The universe is supporting them, even though it might not feel like it at the moment. Okay, so we've talked about the Tower in general, but let's get more specific. What kind of external forces might be causing this upheaval? What kind of events might be triggering this change? Well, maybe, like we said before, they're in a relationship that's not working, right? And the Tower is the event that finally brings it to an end. This could be something dramatic, like their partner cheating on them, or maybe something more subtle, like they just realize they're not compatible. But whatever it is, it's going to be a breaking point. It's going to be the thing that finally makes them say, okay, I can't do this anymore. And it's going to be painful, right? It's going to be difficult, but it's also going to be necessary. Because they can't move forward with you if they're still stuck in a relationship that's not serving them. They are going to be free from that hold, and it will allow them to pursue their highest aspirations for you. Or maybe there's some kind of external pressure that's forcing them to make a decision, right? Like, maybe their family doesn't approve of you, and they're giving them an ultimatum. Or maybe their job is requiring them to move to a new city, and they have to choose between their career and their relationship with you. And this can be really stressful, right? It can feel like they're being torn in two different directions. But ultimately, it's going to force them to clarify their priorities. It's going to force them to decide what's really important to them. It's like a make or break moment. Or maybe there's some kind of unexpected event that throws everything into chaos, right? Like, maybe they lose their job, or maybe they have a health scare, or maybe something happens to their family. And this can be really destabilizing. It can make them feel like they're losing control. But it can also be an opportunity to reevaluate their life and to focus on what really matters. It can be a chance to connect with you on a deeper level, to lean on you for support. It can be a chance to realize how much you mean to them. It could be even something as simple as a conversation. I know it seems anticlimactic after saying all of this, but it could be something as simple as a conversation that is, like, the straw that breaks the camel's back. All of this energy has been building, and then someone says the wrong thing or the right thing at the wrong time, and it just sets everything off. And the thing is, these external forces, they're not necessarily bad, right? They might be painful in the moment, but they're ultimately serving a purpose. They're pushing them to grow, they're pushing them to change, they're pushing them to become the person they need to be in order to be with you. Okay, so we've talked about the external forces, but what about the internal shifts? What kind of revelations might they be having? What kind of old beliefs might be crumbling? Well, maybe they're realizing that they've been living a lie, right? Like, maybe they've been pretending to be someone they're not, or maybe they've been suppressing their true feelings. And the Tower is the moment when they finally can't do it anymore. They can't keep up the facade. They have to be true to themselves. And this can be scary, right? Because it means letting go of their old identity, it means being vulnerable. But it's also liberating, because they can finally be authentic. They are shedding the layers of an onion. Or maybe they're realizing that they've been holding onto some limiting beliefs about relationships, right? Like maybe they think they're not worthy of love, or maybe they think all relationships are doomed to fail. And the Tower is the moment when they finally realize that those beliefs are not true. They are finally releasing that hold. They are worthy of love, and they can have a healthy, fulfilling relationship. And this can be a huge breakthrough. It can open them up to new possibilities. They can believe in the possibilities. Or maybe they're realizing that they've been afraid of commitment, right? And they've been pushing you away, defending themselves from getting hurt. And the tower is the moment when they finally realize that they're ready to commit. They're ready to take the leap. And this can be terrifying, but it's also exciting. Because they know that this is what they truly want. Or maybe they are finally understanding what their heart wants. They have been going through the motions of what they think they want, but the tower is going to bring clarity. It's going to be as if a lightning bolt struck their heart. And the thing is, these internal shifts, they're just as important as the external forces, right? Because you can't have a true transformation without changing your beliefs and your attitudes. You can't build a new relationship without letting go of the old patterns. Okay, so we've talked about the external forces and the internal shifts, but how does all of this relate back to their highest aspirations for you? How does the tower connect to what they truly, deeply desire with you? Well, maybe their highest aspiration is to be in a relationship that's based on truth and honesty, right? And the tower is clearing away all the lies and illusions so that they can finally have that. It's like a clean slate. They can start over and build something real. Or maybe their highest aspiration is to create a family with you, right? And the tower is breaking down all the obstacles that have been preventing them from doing that. All of those blockages are going to be cleared away. Or maybe their highest aspiration is to simply be happy with you, right? And the tower is forcing them to make the changes they need to make in order to achieve that happiness. They can finally grab happiness, right? And the thing is, the tower, it's not the end of the story, right? It's just the beginning of a new chapter. It's the moment when everything changes, but it's also the moment when everything becomes possible. With this new state of being, anything is possible. It's like they've been living in a prison, and the tower is the earthquake that breaks down the walls. And now they're free. They're free to be themselves, they're free to love you, they're free to create the life they've always wanted. And that's what makes the tower so exciting, right? It's scary, yes, but it's also full of potential. It's an opportunity to start over, to build something better, to create a relationship that's truly amazing. It is a new foundation. So, like, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that you're going to see some big changes in their life, right? Like, they might end a relationship, they might quit their job, they might move to a new city. Or it could mean that they're going to start being more open and honest with you, right? Like, they're going to share their fears and insecurities with you. They're going to tell you how they really feel. It might come out as a word vomit. Buckle up for that, because the truth will all come out. Or it could mean that they're going to start prioritizing you, right? Like, they're going to make time for you in their busy schedule. They're going to show you how much they care. You will become a priority. And the thing is, you need to be prepared for all of this, right? You need to be ready for the changes. You need to be ready for the honesty. You need to be ready for the commitment. You need to be open to all the possibilities. Because the tower, it's not just about them, right? It's about you too. It's about your journey. It's about your growth. It's about your potential. It is about the both of you together. And with the Sapphire pyramid there, amplifying that awakening energy, it's like you're both being guided through this process. You're both being supported. You're both being pushed to become the best versions of yourselves. So, yeah, the tower. It's a lot, right? It's intense, it's dramatic, but it's also full of hope. It's an opportunity to create something amazing. And with everything that has come before it, with judgment, justice, and the hanged man, the tower is going to be what they need to build something great with you. It's like the universe is clearing the path for you too. It's removing all the obstacles, it's breaking down all the walls. And now, you're free to walk towards each other, free from what was holding you back. So, get ready. Because things are about to change. But trust that it's all happening for a reason. And trust that you're both going to come out of this stronger, more authentic, and more in love than ever before. Everything is about to come to a head. I am so excited for the last card. Okay, wow, the tower. It's a lot to take in, right? So much transformation, so much potential for change. But what happens after the tower falls? What's the aftermath? What's the path forward? That's what we're going to find out with the next card. And I have a feeling it's going to be really, really interesting. I can't wait. Okay, so after that tower moment, after everything has come crashing down, we have the Four of Swords. How interesting, how very interesting. So, like, after all that chaos and upheaval, it's like the universe is saying, okay, time out. You need to rest. You need to recover. You need to just like be still for a minute. Four of Swords after the Tower. So yeah, like what does this mean? What does this mean for their hidden feelings, their highest aspirations for you? Let's dig in because this is really, really fascinating. Okay, so Four of Swords. This card is all about rest, recovery, and contemplation, right? It's about taking a break from the chaos and turmoil of life to just like recharge your batteries and find your center. And it's also about like processing everything that's happened, coming to terms with the changes and figuring out how to move forward. And like after the Tower, after everything has been shaken up, this is exactly what they need, right? They need to just like step away from the wreckage, take a deep breath, and give themselves time to heal. It's like the universe is forcing them to take a break. It's like, okay, you've been through a lot. You need to just like chill out for a bit, relax, recoup, think about it. Don't make any rash decisions, just breathe, like all that energy with judgment, justice, the Hanged Man. All that leading to the Seven of Wands where they're defending, and then boom, the Tower hits. It all collapses, and now, Four of Swords, time to just stop. And like this isn't just about physical rest, It's also about mental and emotional rest. It's about quieting the mind, calming the emotions, and finding some inner peace. Because after the Tower, their mind is probably racing, right? They're probably feeling confused, overwhelmed, scared, maybe even angry. And they need to just like quiet all those voices, find some stillness, and connect with their inner wisdom. It's like finding the eye of the hurricane in a way. So, like practically speaking, what does this look like? Well, it could mean that they're going to like take a few days off from work, right? Or maybe they're going to go on a retreat or spend some time in nature. Just something to get away from the everyday stresses of life and give themselves some space to breathe. Or maybe they're going to start meditating, right? Or practicing yoga, or doing some other kind of mindfulness activity. Just something to help them quiet their mind and connect with their inner self. Or maybe they're just going to like spend some time alone, right? Reading, writing, listening to music, just doing things that they enjoy and that help them relax. It's about finding what works for them. Everyone chills in a different way. But whatever it is, the key thing is that they're giving themselves permission to rest and recover. They're not pushing themselves too hard. They're not trying to fix everything all at once. They're just taking it one day at a time, one moment at a time. And with the Sapphire Pyramid still there, still shining its light, that awakening is still happening, right? It's just happening in a more quiet, internal way. It's like they're processing everything that's happened, integrating the lessons, and preparing for the next chapter. And like this Four of Swords energy, it's not just about escaping from the world, It's also about turning inward, reflecting on their experiences, and gaining some new insights. It's about taking the time to really understand what happened with the Tower, what it all means, and how they can move forward in a more positive and productive way. You know what I mean? It's time to really let it all sink in, for the awakening to take hold. So, like, what kinds of questions might they be asking themselves during this time? Well, maybe they're asking themselves, what was I holding onto that needed to be destroyed? What beliefs or assumptions were I clinging to that were no longer serving me? What am I really afraid of? What do I really want? What kind of relationship do I really want with this person? It's about digging deep, getting honest with themselves, and uncovering some truths that they may have been avoiding for a long time. And like, this isn't always easy, right? It can be painful to confront your own demons, to admit your own mistakes, to let go of your own illusions. But it's also necessary, because you can't build a new life on a foundation of denial and self-deception. You have to be willing to face the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. And like with the Sapphire Pyramid there, amplifying that awakening energy, it's like they're being guided to ask these questions, to seek these answers, to find this truth. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been through a lot. Now it's time to learn from it. It's time to grow. It's time to become the person you're meant to be. So, like, as they're resting and reflecting, they might also be like reevaluating their priorities, right? They might be thinking about what's really important to them in life, what they really value, and what they really want to focus on moving forward. maybe they're realizing that they've been spending too much time on things that don't really matter, like work or social status or material possessions. And maybe they're realizing that they need to focus more on things that do matter, like love, connection, and personal growth. You know, it's about getting clear on what their values are and aligning their life with those values. And this can be a really transformative process, right? It can lead to some big changes in their life, like quitting their job, ending a relationship, or moving to a new city. But it can also lead to smaller changes, like spending more time with loved ones, pursuing a new hobby, or volunteering for a cause they care about. But however they choose to live their life, it needs to come from the heart. And with the Sapphire pyramid there, it's like they're being guided to prioritize what truly matters, to let go of what doesn't, and to create a life that's more meaningful and fulfilling. Okay, so we've talked about the rest, the reflection, and the reevaluation, right? But what about their feelings for you? How does the Four of Swords affect their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you? Well, after the Tower, they might be feeling really confused about their feelings for you, right? They might be wondering if they ever really loved you, or if it was just an illusion. They might be wondering if you're really the right person for them, or if they should just move on. And this is a normal part of the process, right? It's normal to question everything after a major upheaval, but it's important not to let those doubts consume them. It's important to give themselves time to process their feelings, to sort through their thoughts, and to come to a clear understanding of what they really want. And during this time, they might be pulling away from you a little bit, right? They might be less communicative, less affectionate, less available. And this isn't necessarily because they don't care about you, but because they need some space to figure things out. And it's important for you to respect their space, right? Don't pressure them, don't demand their attention, don't try to force them to make a decision. Just let them know that you're there for them, that you support them, and that you're willing to wait for them to come to you when they're ready. This is a very sensitive period. And with the Sapphire pyramid there, it's like you're both being guided to respect each other's process, to honor each other's needs, and to trust that everything will work out in the end. It will be a period of growth for the both of you, as long as you let it. And as they're resting and reflecting, they might also be gaining some new insights about their feelings for you, right? They might be realizing that they do love you, but that they need to love themselves first. Or maybe they're realizing that you're not the right person for them, and that they need to move on to someone who's more compatible. But whatever they realize, it's important for them to be honest with you, right? It's important for them to communicate their feelings clearly and respectfully, even if it's not what you want to hear. Because honesty is the foundation of any healthy relationship. So, the Four of Swords, it's not always the most exciting card, right? It's not about action, it's not about passion, it's not about drama, but it's a necessary card. It's a card of healing, of integration, of preparation. It's a card that reminds us that sometimes the best thing we can do is to just stop, breathe, and listen to our inner wisdom. And after the Tower, that's exactly what they need. To stop, to breathe, and to listen. Okay, so we've talked about the immediate aftermath of the Tower, right? The rest, the reflection, the reevaluation, the feelings for you. But what about the long term? What happens after the Four of Swords? How do they move forward from here? Well, the Four of Swords is not meant to be a permanent state, right? It's just a temporary pause, a time to recharge and prepare for the next chapter. And after they've had some time to rest and reflect, they're going to start feeling the urge to take action again, to move forward, to create something new. And that's where the real magic happens, right? Because they're not going to be the same person they were before the Tower. They're going to be stronger, wiser, more authentic, and more aligned with their true self. And they are awakened, remember, all thanks to the Sapphire pyramid. And this is where their highest aspirations for you come back into play, right? Because they're going to be approaching their relationship with you from a completely different perspective. They're not going to be clinging to old illusions or expectations. They're not going to be afraid of being vulnerable. They're going to be coming from a place of truth, honesty, and authenticity. And this can lead to some really amazing things, right? It can lead to a deeper connection, a more fulfilling relationship, a more meaningful life together. But it's important to remember that it's going to take time, right? It's not going to happen overnight, and there are going to be challenges along the way. But if they're willing to be patient, to be persistent, and to keep working on themselves, they can create something truly special with you. And it's like, after the storm, the sun always comes out, right? And the sky is even more beautiful than it was before. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the emotional and mental state they might be in during this Four of Swords period. Like, what are they really feeling? What are they really thinking? Well, there's a good chance they're feeling pretty overwhelmed, right? Like, the Tower was a lot to handle, and they're still trying to process everything that happened. And they might be feeling confused, disoriented, like they don't know which way is up. And this is understandable, right? It's like they've been through a major earthquake, and they're still trying to find their footing. And they might also be feeling sad, right? Like they might be grieving the loss of their old life, their old relationship, their old self. And this is a healthy part of the process, right? It's important to allow themselves to feel those emotions, to cry if they need to cry, to mourn what they've lost. Because you can't heal if you're suppressing your emotions. You need to let them out, and you need to let it go. And they might also be feeling angry, right? They might be angry at themselves for making mistakes, or angry at you for hurting them, or angry at the universe for throwing them a curveball. And this is also a normal part of the process, right? It's important to acknowledge their anger, to express it in a healthy way, and to not let it consume them. And they might also be feeling scared, right? They might be scared of the future, scared of being alone, scared of getting hurt again. And this is understandable, right? It's like they're stepping into the unknown, and they don't know what's waiting for them. But it's important to remember that fear is just an emotion, right? It's not a fact. And they can choose to not let it control them. They can choose to face their fears, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that everything will be okay. And it's likely, too, that they're feeling a lot of self-doubt, right? Especially if the Tower was related to some kind of mistake they made. They might be questioning their judgment, their worthiness, their ability to make good decisions. And they might be worried that they're going to mess things up again in the future. And this is where self-compassion comes in, right? It's important for them to be kind to themselves, to forgive themselves for their mistakes, and to remember that everyone makes mistakes. It's part of being human. And they might also be feeling really vulnerable, right? They might be feeling like their heart is wide open, and that anyone could come along and hurt them. And this can be scary, right? But it's also a sign of strength. It means that they're willing to be authentic, to be open, to be real. And this vulnerability, it's what's going to allow them to connect with you on a deeper level, to build a relationship that's based on trust and intimacy. As long as they allow it, and as long as you appreciate it. And remember, the Sapphire Pyramid wants them awakened. It wants them to reach that potential. And it's likely, too, that they're feeling a lot of uncertainty, right? They might not know what they want, they might not know what you want, they might not know what the future holds. And this can be unsettling, right? But it's also an opportunity to explore, to experiment, to try new things. It's a time where they should follow their heart, even if they don't know where it's leading them. And they might be tempted to just shut down, right? To withdraw from the world, to avoid their feelings, to pretend that everything is okay. But that's not the answer. The answer is to embrace the uncertainty, to lean into the discomfort, and to trust that they're on the right path, even if they can't see it yet. Because with this uncertainty comes with the possibility of anything. It might be scary, but it is also freeing. And they might also be feeling a sense of hope, right? Even though they've been through a lot, they might still believe that things can get better, that they can find happiness, that they can create a fulfilling relationship with you. And this hope, it's what's going to keep them going, even when things get tough. It's what's going to inspire them to keep working on themselves, to keep reaching out to you, and to keep believing in the possibilities. As long as they take the time afforded to them by the Four of Swords, they will see that hope. And this hope, it's not just a naive wish, right? It's a grounded belief in their own strength, their own resilience, and their own ability to create a better future. It's a belief that they can learn from their mistakes, that they can grow from their experiences, and that they can create a life that's full of love, joy, and purpose. That awakening thanks to the Sapphire Pyramid. Okay, so we've talked about the emotional and mental state they might be in, right? But let's focus on that potential for growth and transformation. Because that's what the Four of Swords is really all about, right? It's not just about resting and recovering, it's about using that time to grow, to transform, and to become a better version of themselves. And this is where the real magic happens, right? This is where they can take all the lessons they've learned from the Tower and use them to create a new life, a new relationship, and a new self. And one of the biggest things they can grow is their self-awareness, right? They can use this time to really understand themselves, their strengths, their weaknesses, their patterns, their triggers. And they can use this knowledge to make better choices in the future, to avoid repeating the same mistakes, and to create a life that's more aligned with their true self. And they can also grow their self-compassion, right? They can use this time to be kinder to themselves, to forgive themselves for their mistakes, and to remember that everyone makes mistakes. And they can use this self-compassion to heal their wounds, to build their self-esteem, and to create a life that's full of self-love. You have to love yourself before you can love anyone else. And they can also grow their resilience, right? They can use this time to build their inner strength, to develop their coping skills, and to learn how to bounce back from adversity. And they can use this resilience to overcome challenges, to achieve their goals, and to create a life that's full of success. And the Sapphire Pyramid can help them the whole way. And they can also grow their gratitude, right? They can use this time to appreciate all the good things in their life, to focus on what they have instead of what they lack, and to cultivate a sense of abundance. And they can use this gratitude to attract more good things into their life, to build stronger relationships, and to create a life that's full of joy. This also means shedding what is not working. The new cannot enter until the old leaves. And they can also grow their connection to their intuition, right? They can use this time to quiet their mind, to listen to their inner voice, and to trust their gut feelings. And they can use this intuition to make better decisions, to avoid danger, and to create a life that's aligned with their soul's purpose. Okay, so bringing it all back together, what are we seeing here? We're seeing someone who's been through a major upheaval, right? Someone who's lost a lot, someone who's feeling confused, overwhelmed, and scared. But we're also seeing someone who has the potential to grow, to transform, and to create a better life. And the Four of Swords, it's a reminder that it's okay to rest, it's okay to heal, it's okay to take a break. But it's also a reminder that we can't stay in that state forever. We need to eventually get back up, dust ourselves off, and start moving forward. And when they do, they're going to be stronger, wiser, and more aligned with their true self. They will finally be awakened thanks to the Sapphire Pyramid. And how does this all relate to you? Well, it means that they might need some space, some time, and some understanding right now. It means that they might not be able to give you what you want or what you need for a little while. But it also means that they have the potential to become a better partner, a more loving friend, and a more authentic version of themselves. And if you're willing to be patient, to be supportive, and to trust the process, you might just be surprised at what happens. You might just find that you're building a relationship that's stronger, deeper, and more fulfilling than you ever thought possible. It is something that you can build together. Because remember, the Tower, it's not the end of the story, right? It's just the beginning of a new chapter. And the Four of Swords, it's the pause between the chapters, the time to breathe, to heal, and to prepare for what's next. And what's next? Well, that's what we're going to find out with the next card. And I have a feeling it's going to be really interesting. Will they awaken from the Four of Swords in the way that the Sapphire Pyramid wants for them? Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, the Four of Swords. It's after all that chaos, after all that upheaval, after everything has come crashing down. They're just lying there trying to catch their breath, you know? But the Four of Swords can't last forever, right? You can't stay in that state of rest and reflection forever. Eventually, the wheel starts turning again, and here it comes. The Wheel of Fortune. Ooh, this is exciting. So, like the Wheel of Fortune. It's all about cycles, right? It's about destiny, it's about turning points, it's about luck. Good luck, bad luck, who knows? It's like, what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. It's the ebb and flow of life, the constant changing of the seasons. And after that tower moment, after that period of rest with the Four of Swords, this card suggests that things are about to start moving again. Things are about to start changing. The wheel is turning, you know. And in the context of their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you, this could mean that, like, their fate is about to be revealed, right? Like, the universe is about to show them whether they're meant to be with you or not. It's like all the pieces are finally falling into place, and they're about to see the big picture. Or it could mean that they're about to experience a major turning point in their relationship with you. Like, something is going to happen that's going to completely change the course of things. And it could be good, it could be bad, but it's definitely going to be significant, you know? Either way, with the Sapphire Pyramid, we are on this awakening journey. The destination is unknown, but it is on its way. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper, right? Let's unpack this a little bit. What does the Wheel of Fortune actually mean? Well, like I said, it's all about cycles. So, it could mean that they're about to repeat a pattern from the past, right? Like maybe they've been in this situation before, where they're attracted to someone, but they're afraid to commit. And so they keep going back and forth, never really taking the plunge. And the Wheel of Fortune could be saying that they're about to do it again. They're about to repeat that same old pattern. Or it could mean that they're about to break free from a pattern, right? Like maybe they've always been afraid of commitment, but this time, they're finally ready to take the leap. They're finally ready to trust their heart and go for it. And so, the Wheel of Fortune is saying that they're about to break free from that old cycle and start a new one. Either way, with the Sapphire Pyramid, we are on this awakening journey. The destination is unknown, but it is on its way. It's also about destiny, right? So, it could mean that their relationship with you is fated, right? Like, it's written in the stars and there's nothing they can do to change it. You're just meant to be together and that's that. Or it could mean that they have free will, right? Like, they can choose whether or not to be with you. It's not predetermined. It's up to them to decide. They have to use the lessons of the Tower and Four of Swords to create their fate. It is luck, also. This one feels different, right? Luck could mean they are going to win big, or it could mean that this is a period of bad luck. Are they going to lose you? Are they going to finally win your heart? Only time will tell. Whatever card comes next is going to tell that story a little bit more. But I feel like there's something special here, a very strong potential. And it's also about turning points, right? So it could mean that they're about to make a major decision about you, right? Like, they're going to decide whether to commit to you, to break up with you, or to just stay friends. And that decision is going to have a huge impact on their life. It is going to set things in stone, in some way it feels. Or it could mean that something is going to happen to them that's going to completely change their perspective on you. Like, maybe they're going to realize that they've been taking you for granted, or maybe they're going to realize that you're the love of their life. And that realization is going to change everything. It's all about luck. Okay, so what kind of luck are we talking about here, right? Well, it could be good luck, right? Like, maybe they're going to win the lottery, and they're going to use the money to take you on a romantic vacation. Or maybe they're going to get a promotion at work, and they're going to finally be able to afford to buy a house with you. Or maybe they're just going to have a really good day, where everything goes right, and they feel like they're on top of the world. I mean, come on, who does not love those days? It just feels like a miracle when everything is lining up the right way. Or it could be bad luck, right? Like, maybe they're going to get into a car accident and they're going to be injured. Or maybe they're going to lose their job and they're going to be struggling to make ends meet. Or maybe they're just going to have a really bad day where everything goes wrong and they feel like they're cursed. Yeah, those ones are rough too. It is never fun when it feels like you are just failing at everything. It feels so hard to break out of the cycle sometimes. And the thing is, you never know what kind of luck you're going to get, right? That's the whole point of the Wheel of Fortune. It's unpredictable. It's random. It's just the way life is. But what you can control is how you react to that luck. You can choose to be positive, to be grateful, to be optimistic, even when things are tough. Or you can choose to be negative, to be bitter, to be pessimistic, even when things are good. And that choice is going to have a huge impact on your life. Okay, so, how does all of this relate to the previous cards, right? How does the Wheel of Fortune connect to Judgment, Justice, the Hanged Man, the Seven of Wands, the Tower, and the Four of Swords? Well, with Judgment, it's like they're being called to make a decision about their relationship with you, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that that decision is going to have a huge impact on their fate. It's like whatever they decide, it's going to set the course for their future. And with Justice, it's like they need to be fair and honest with you, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that if they're not, they're going to face the consequences. It's like karma is going to come back and bite them if they don't do the right thing. I really do believe in karma. And with the Hanged Man, it's like they need to surrender to the universe, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that if they do, they're going to be rewarded. It's like the universe is going to take care of them if they just let go and trust. It is so incredibly powerful. And with the Seven of Wands, it's like they need to defend their position, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that if they fight for what they want, they're going to win. It's like they have to stand up for themselves if they want to achieve their goals. And with the Tower, it's like everything is falling apart, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that that's actually a good thing. It's like the old structures need to be destroyed so that they can build something new and better. It is what makes things so worthwhile. And with the Four of Swords, it's like they need to rest and reflect, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that that rest is going to prepare them for the next chapter. It's like they need to recharge their batteries so that they can be ready for whatever comes next. And that Sapphire pyramid is just constantly reminding them that they are on this journey to awakening. It is never far from the truth. Okay, so let's get even more specific, right? What are some of the possible ways that the Wheel of Fortune might manifest in their life? What are some of the specific events that might happen? Well, maybe they're going to meet someone new who's going to completely change their perspective on relationships, right? Maybe they're going to meet someone who's so amazing, so kind, so understanding, that they're going to realize that they deserve to be treated better than they've been treated in the past. Or maybe they're going to read a book, or watch a movie, or listen to a song that's going to inspire them to take a chance on love, right? Maybe they're going to see a story that's so moving, so beautiful, so inspiring, that they're going to realize that they can't keep living in fear. Or maybe they're going to have a conversation with a friend, a family member, or a therapist that's going to help them see things in a new light, right? Maybe someone is going to say something that's so profound, so insightful, so helpful, that they're going to realize that they've been holding themselves back. Or, what else it could be? It could be that the Wheel of Fortune manifests as, a missed opportunity, right? Maybe they're going to realize that they had a chance to be with you, but they blew it. And now it's too late. And that realization is going to be really painful, right? It's going to make them feel like they've made the biggest mistake of their life. It's a tough lesson to learn. Or, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is going to bring them face to face with their fears, right? Maybe they're going to be forced to confront their insecurities, their doubts, their anxieties. And that's going to be really scary, right? It's going to make them feel vulnerable, exposed, and like they're not good enough. But it's also going to be an opportunity to grow, to heal, and to become stronger. Okay, so, how does all of this relate back to their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you? Well, remember, their highest aspirations for you are what they truly, deeply desire with you, right? It's what they dream about, what they fantasize about, what they long for. And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that those aspirations are about to be put to the test. It's like the universe is going to give them a chance to make those dreams a reality. It could be that their highest aspiration is to be with you, right? To be in a loving, committed relationship with you. And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that they're about to get that chance. It's like the universe is going to open up a door, and they're going to have to decide whether or not to walk through it. It is, I think, going to be a very scary time for them. Or it could be that their highest aspiration is to create a family with you, right? To have children, to build a home, to share their life with you. And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that they're about to get that opportunity. It's like the universe is going to give them the resources, the support, and the circumstances they need to make that happen. That is such a great goal to have. Or it could be that their highest aspiration is to simply be happy with you, right? To enjoy your company, to laugh together, to share experiences, to create memories. And the Wheel of Fortune is saying that they're about to get that chance. It's like the universe is going to give them the time, the space, and the freedom to just be themselves with you. It feels like there's going to be a situation of win or lose, right? Like, whatever happens, they are going to get what they want, what they really want. It is just unclear whether that will have you in their life or not. But here's the thing, right? The Wheel of Fortune is not just about luck, it's also about choice. It's about free will. It's about taking responsibility for your own destiny. And so, even though the universe is going to give them these opportunities, it's up to them to decide what to do with them. They can choose to seize the moment, to take a chance to go for it. Or they can choose to let the opportunity pass them by, to stay stuck in their old patterns, to live in fear. And whatever they choose, it's going to have a huge impact on their life, right? It's going to determine whether or not they achieve their highest aspirations for you. It is a very scary tightrope to walk. And so, like, practically speaking, what does this all mean? Well, it means that you need to be prepared for anything, right? You need to be ready for good luck, you need to be ready for bad luck, and you need to be ready for anything in between. You need to be open to all the possibilities. Because the Wheel of Fortune is unpredictable, right? You never know what's going to happen. And it means that you need to trust your intuition, right? You need to listen to your inner voice, and you need to follow your heart. Because your intuition is going to guide you in the right direction, even when you don't know where you're going. And it means that you need to be patient, right? You need to give them time to figure things out, to make their decision, and to take action. You can't rush them. You can't pressure them. You just need to let them know that you're there for them and that you support them no matter what. And it means that you need to be honest with yourself, right? You need to be clear about what you want, what you need, and what you're willing to accept. Because you can't build a healthy relationship on lies and illusions. You need to be real with yourself, and you need to be real with them. And it means that you need to be brave, right? You need to be willing to take risks, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to fight for what you believe in. Because love is not for the faint of heart. It requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to take a leap of faith. I believe you can do this, though. And this is all easier said than done, right? It's not easy to be prepared for anything. It's not easy to trust your intuition. It's not easy to be patient. It's not easy to be honest with yourself. And it's definitely not easy to be brave. But if you can do these things, you're going to be in a much better position to navigate the Wheel of Fortune and to create the kind of relationship that you truly desire. It is going to be a huge mountain to climb. And remember the Sapphire Pyramid? It wants you to awaken on this journey together. That is so special and such an amazing opportunity. So, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. It's a powerful card, right? It's full of potential, it's full of possibilities, and it's full of surprises. And it's saying that things are about to change. Big time. So get ready. Because whatever happens next, it's going to be significant. It's going to be transformative, and it's going to shape your destiny. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. After that tower moment, what's going to come is a total mystery. Okay, so we've explored the Wheel of Fortune in all its glory, but what's the next card going to be? What's going to be the next step on this journey? I can't wait to find out. I have a feeling it's going to be a real game changer. Okay, so after that Wheel of Fortune spin, after all that uncertainty and potential, here we are with death. Whoa, I know it sounds scary, right? But trust me, it's not what you think. This isn't about physical death or anything like that. It's about endings. It's about transformation. It's about shedding the old to make way for the new. And in this context, after everything we've seen, it actually makes perfect sense. You know, Judgment, Justice, the Hanged Man, Seven of Wands, Tower, Four of Swords, Wheel of Fortune. It's all been leading to this. It's all been about preparing for this big, final release. And remember that Sapphire Pyramid? It's all about awakening, right? Death is the ultimate awakening. It's waking up to the truth of who you really are, what you really want, and what you're really capable of. So, death, Let's dive in, shall we? This card is all about endings, yes, but more importantly, it's about beginnings. It's about closing one chapter so that you can start a new one. It's about releasing what's no longer serving you so that you can make space for what will. And in the context of their hidden feelings and highest aspirations for you, this could mean that they're finally ready to let go of something that's been holding them back from pursuing a relationship with you. Maybe it's a fear, maybe it's a limiting belief, maybe it's a toxic relationship, maybe it's just an old way of thinking. But whatever it is, they're finally ready to say goodbye to it. You know, it's like they're standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out at the vast unknown, and they're finally ready to jump. It's scary, yeah, but it's also exhilarating. So, what exactly is dying here? What's coming to an end? Well, it could be a lot of things, right? Going back to the Seven of Wands, maybe they're finally letting go of the need to defend themselves. Maybe they're realizing that they don't have to fight for your attention or your love. Maybe they're finally trusting that you see them for who they really are, and that you accept them, flaws and all. You know, it's like they're taking off their armor and letting themselves be vulnerable. Or, going back to the Tower, maybe they're finally letting go of an old structure in their life that's been crumbling for a long time. Maybe it's a relationship, maybe it's a job, maybe it's a belief system, maybe it's just a way of living. But whatever it is, they're realizing that it's no longer sustainable and that they need to tear it down and start over. You know. It's like they're demolishing a building that's been condemned and preparing to build something new in its place. Or, going back to the Four of Swords, maybe they're finally letting go of the need to control everything. Maybe they're realizing that they can't plan every detail of their life, and that they need to surrender to the flow of the universe. Maybe they're finally trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even if they don't understand it right now. You know, it's like they're releasing their grip on the steering wheel and letting the car drive itself, trusting in the journey and the process. Or, going back to the Wheel of Fortune, maybe they're finally letting go of the illusion of control. Maybe they're realizing that life is unpredictable, and that good luck and bad luck come and go in cycles. Maybe they're finally accepting that they can't always get what they want, and that they need to be grateful for what they have. You know, it's like they're surrendering to the ups and downs of life and finding peace in the present moment. Just letting go of what-ifs and all the rest. And whatever it is that's dying, it's important to remember that it's making space for something new to be born. It's like when a tree sheds its leaves in the fall, it's not dying, it's preparing for new growth in the spring. It's letting go of what's old and withered so that it can make room for new buds to blossom. And that's what's happening here. They're letting go of what's no longer serving them so that they can make room for a new relationship, a new life, a new version of themselves. So, what is this new beginning going to look like? What's going to be born out of this death? Well, it could be anything, right? But given the context of this reading, it's likely going to involve a deeper, more authentic connection with you. Maybe they're finally going to be able to express their true feelings for you, without fear of judgment or rejection. Maybe they're finally going to be able to commit to you, without reservation or hesitation. Maybe they're finally going to be able to build a life with you, based on honesty, trust, and mutual respect. It's like they're shedding all the layers of their old self and revealing their true essence. And that true essence is someone who loves you, who values you, and who wants to be with you. So, practically speaking, what does this mean? Well, it could mean that they're going to reach out to you, right? Maybe they're going to send you a text, or call you on the phone, or even show up at your door. And they might be nervous, they might be awkward, but they're going to want to talk to you, to tell you how they're feeling, to confess their love. Or, it could mean that they're going to start treating you differently, right? Maybe they're going to be more attentive, more caring, more supportive. Maybe they're going to start flirting with you, or making more of an effort to spend time with you. Maybe they're going to start showing you how much they appreciate you, in ways that they haven't before. You know, it's like they're finally realizing your worth, and they're finally treating you like the queen you are. Or, it could mean that they're going to make some big changes in their life, right? Maybe they're going to quit their job, or move to a new city, or end a relationship. And it's all because they're realizing that they need to create a life that's more aligned with their true desires, and that includes you. You know. It's like they're clearing the path for you, making room for you in their life, showing you that they're serious about this. And whatever it looks like, it's important to remember that it's going to be a process, right? It's not going to happen overnight. There are going to be ups and downs, twists and turns, challenges and triumphs. But as long as you both stay committed to the journey, as long as you both keep communicating openly and honestly, as long as you both keep supporting each other through thick and thin, you can create something truly amazing together. So, what about the challenges? What are some of the obstacles they might face as they're going through this transformation? Well, for one thing, they might experience some resistance from within themselves, right? They might have some old fears or insecurities that try to hold them back. They might have some limiting beliefs that tell them they're not good enough or that they don't deserve love. And it's important for them to recognize these challenges, to acknowledge them, and to work through them. It's important for them to challenge those negative thoughts, to replace them with positive affirmations, and to remind themselves that they are worthy of love, happiness, and success. Or they might experience some resistance from external sources, right? Maybe their friends or family won't approve of their relationship with you. Maybe they'll face some social or professional obstacles. Maybe they'll encounter some unexpected setbacks. And it's important for them to be prepared for these challenges, to anticipate them, and to develop strategies for overcoming them. It's important for them to surround themselves with supportive people, to set healthy boundaries, and to stay focused on their goals. And through it all, it's important for them to remember why they're doing this, right? It's important for them to keep their eyes on the prize, to stay connected to their highest aspirations for you, and to remind themselves that the rewards are worth the effort. It's really going to be a test, because, let's be real, transformation is never easy. It's messy, it's painful, it's uncomfortable, but it's also necessary. It's the only way to grow, to evolve, to become the best version of yourself. And in this case, it's the only way for them to create the kind of relationship they truly desire with you. It's the phoenix rising from the ashes, So, what can you do to support them through this process? How can you help them navigate this transformation with grace and ease? Well, for one thing, you can offer them your unconditional love and support, right? Let them know that you're there for them, no matter what. Let them know that you believe in them, even when they don't believe in themselves. Let them know that you accept them, flaws and all. Or you can create a safe space for them to express their feelings, right? Listen to them without judgment, without interruption, without offering unsolicited advice. Just let them vent, let them cry, let them process their emotions. And validate their feelings, let them know that it's okay to feel whatever they're feeling, and that you're there to support them through it. It is going to be a real test for your ability to listen. Or you can encourage them to take care of themselves, right? Remind them to eat healthy, to exercise regularly, to get enough sleep, to practice self-care. And offer to do these things with them, right? Cook a healthy meal together, go for a walk in nature, take a yoga class, or just relax and watch a movie. It is going to be so important that you are a partner to them in this. Or you can celebrate their progress, right? Acknowledge their accomplishments, no matter how small. Praise their efforts, no matter how challenging. And remind them of how far they've come, how much they've grown, and how proud you are of them. The more you are able to champion them, the easier this transition will be. And through it all, it's important to trust the process, right? Trust that everything is happening for a reason. Trust that they're capable of handling whatever comes their way. And trust that you're both being guided towards a better future. It's like you're both on a journey together, and you need to have faith that you'll reach your destination, even if you don't know exactly where it is. So, what if it doesn't work out? What if, after all this transformation, they decide that they're not ready for a relationship with you? What if they choose to walk away? Well, that would be painful, right? It would be disappointing. It would be heartbreaking, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Because even if they don't choose you, you can still choose yourself. You can still choose to love yourself, to value yourself, to believe in yourself. You can still choose to create a life that's full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment. And you can still choose to attract someone into your life who's truly worthy of your love. Remember that, because the truth is you don't need them to be happy. You don't need their love to be complete. You are already whole, you are already worthy, and you are already capable of creating an amazing life for yourself. And if they can't see that, then they're not the right person for you. It can be a really hard pill to swallow. And in that case, it's important to let them go, right? Release them with love, wish them well, and move on with your life. It's important to not hold onto any resentment, bitterness, or anger. It's important to forgive them and to forgive yourself and to trust that the universe has a better plan for you. Because the universe always has a better plan for you. Even when you can't see it, even when it hurts, even when it feels like everything is falling apart, the universe is always working in your favor. It's always guiding you towards your highest good. You need to trust in that. You really do. So, what's the takeaway here? What's the ultimate message of this reading? Well, it's that transformation is inevitable, right? It's a part of life. It's something that we all have to go through. And while it can be scary, it can also be incredibly liberating. It can be an opportunity to let go of what's not serving us, to embrace what is, and to create a life that's more aligned with our true selves. And in this case, it's an opportunity for them to create a deeper, more authentic connection with you. It's an opportunity for them to express their hidden feelings, to pursue their highest aspirations, and to build a relationship that's based on honesty, trust, and mutual respect. But it's also a reminder that you can't force transformation. You can't control someone else's journey. You can only control your own. And if they're not ready to transform, if they're not willing to let go of their old ways, then there's nothing you can do to change that. So, what do you do then? Well, you focus on yourself, right? You focus on your own growth, your own healing, and your own happiness. You create a life that's so amazing, so fulfilling, and so joyful that they can't help but be drawn to you. And if they are drawn to you, if they are willing to transform, if they are ready to embrace a new beginning with you, then you can create something truly magical together. You can build a relationship that's stronger, deeper, and more meaningful than you ever thought possible. It really can be something special. And remember, that sapphire pyramid is helping awaken them on this journey. It will illuminate the way forward. That is its purpose. But whatever happens, it's important to remember that you are worthy of love, you are capable of happiness, and you are deserving of a fulfilling relationship. And if they can't see that, then they're not the right person for you. So, trust the process, embrace the unknown, and believe in yourself. Because you are amazing, you are capable, and you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. This is, the end of this chapter, right? It's the end of this reading. But it's also the beginning of something new. It's the beginning of your journey, your transformation, and your potential. And I really, really want you to embrace it. So B4, that's where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm definitely going to do some that are grounding and nourishing and nurturing for myself after all this. I hope you do the same. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because it's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad, I love you guys so much. If you want me to see your comments, I usually see comments when I first upload. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use Cody to 10% off. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my fat, juicy ass haha just kidding. And you can check out other videos, especially ones with X's. I just wanted to see if I could do that really fast, and how fast I could go kind of fast, okay? Alright, that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again. Hey there, Jade Butterfly, so beautiful pile. Welcome, welcome. It looks like you were drawn to the harmonizing energy of this beautiful stone. You're seeking peace that maybe feels unspoken right now, huh? Let's see what the cards have to reveal about these hidden feelings that they have for you and how you can find that harmony. Okay, here we go, let's dive right in. Wow, okay, these cards are powerful. Alright, so we have the Eight of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Two of Wands all staring at us at once. That's a lot to unpack, right? Where do we even begin? Let's start with the Eight of Pentacles because, to me, that feels like the foundation of everything else. The Eight of Pentacles is all about hard work, dedication, and really honing your skills. It's that feeling of being super focused on something, putting in the hours, and striving for excellence. You know, like when you're so in the zone that you lose track of time? Like, if you're an artist, maybe you're just painting and painting and painting, really trying to perfect your technique. Or maybe you're learning a new language and you're just drilling those vocab words over and over. Or even if it's something at work, a project you're pouring yourself into, really trying to nail every single detail. That's the energy of the Eight of Pentacles. But here's the thing, sometimes that hard work can feel a little stuck, you know. Like you're on a hamster wheel, just going through the motions, doing the same thing day in and day out. And maybe you're not seeing the results you want, or maybe you're just feeling a little burned out. Like, okay, I'm putting in all this effort, but where is it getting me? And that's where the harmonizing energy of the Jade butterfly comes in. Because even though the Eight of Pentacles is about dedication, it's also about finding that balance, making sure you're not sacrificing your well-being for the sake of your work. It's about finding joy in the process, not just focusing on the end result. Maybe, just maybe, you've been so focused on perfecting something, on achieving a certain goal, that you've forgotten to enjoy the journey. And that unspoken peace that you crave, maybe it's tied to this feeling of being out of balance, like you're working too hard and not taking enough time for yourself, for joy, for the things that truly nourish your soul. Now, I'm getting a feeling that this hard work, this dedication, is connected to the person that this reading is about, the one whose hidden feelings we're trying to uncover. Maybe you see them as someone who's really driven, someone who's always working towards something. Or maybe you admire their work ethic, their commitment to their craft. But perhaps you also sense that they're a little bit unfulfilled, like they're not quite happy with where they are, even though they're putting in all this effort. Maybe they're craving something more, something different. And that's where the Wheel of Fortune comes in. Ah, the Wheel of Fortune, this is where things get really interesting. Because the Wheel of Fortune is all about change, about cycles, about the ups and downs of life. It's that feeling that things are shifting, that destiny is at play. Think of it like this. You've been on that hamster wheel, going around and around, and then suddenly, bam. Something happens that throws you off course. Maybe it's an unexpected opportunity, a chance encounter, or just a sudden realization that changes everything. The Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that life is always in flux, that nothing stays the same forever. And sometimes, those changes can be scary, right? Like you're comfortable in your routine, you know what to expect, and then all of a sudden, everything is different. But the Wheel of Fortune is also a card of hope. It's a reminder that even when things are tough, they won't stay that way forever. That the wheel will eventually turn, and things will get better. It's about embracing the unknown, trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it right now. So, how does this connect to the Eight of Pentacles? Well, maybe all that hard work you've been putting in is about to pay off in a big way. Maybe the universe is about to reward your dedication with an amazing opportunity. Or maybe the Wheel of Fortune is bringing a change that will force you to reevaluate your priorities, to step off that hamster wheel and find a new path. And how does it connect to the person we're reading about? Maybe they're about to experience a major shift in their life, something that will completely change their perspective. Maybe they're going to get that promotion they've been working towards, or maybe they're going to realize that their current path isn't right for them and they need to make a change. I'm feeling like this change could be really sudden, like it comes out of nowhere. Maybe they're not expecting it at all, which could be a little disorienting. But ultimately, I think it's a positive change, something that will lead them to greater fulfillment. And again, the Jade butterfly whispers of harmony, because even amidst the chaos of change, there is an opportunity to find balance. It's about adapting to the new circumstances, finding your footing, and creating a sense of inner peace even when everything around you is in flux. Maybe this change will actually create the space they need to find that unspoken peace that they've been craving. But here's the kicker. The Wheel of Fortune isn't just about things happening to you, it's also about your own choices. It's about how you respond to those changes, whether you embrace them or resist them. And that's where the Two of Wands comes in. Okay, the Two of Wands. This card is all about choices, about planning for the future, about taking control of your destiny. It's that feeling of standing at a crossroads, looking out at the horizon, and deciding which path to take. The person in the card is holding a globe, which represents the world and all its possibilities. They're also holding a wand, which symbolizes power and action. So this card is saying, you have the power to create your own future. You have the ability to shape your own destiny. But with that power comes responsibility, right? Because choosing one path means giving up others, and that can be a little scary. Like, what if I make the wrong choice? What if I regret it later? The Two of Wands is a reminder that you can't have it all. You have to prioritize, to decide what's most important to you, and then make choices that align with your values. It's about being clear about your goals and then taking action to achieve them. So, how does this connect to the Eight of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune? Well, maybe the changes brought about by the Wheel of Fortune are presenting you with some new opportunities. And now you have to decide which ones to pursue. Maybe you have to decide whether to stick with your current path, the one you've been working so hard on, or to take a leap of faith and try something new. I'm feeling like this is a really important decision, one that could have a big impact on your future. And it's not just about choosing the right path, it's about choosing the path that feels most authentic to you, the one that aligns with your values and your passions. And this connects to the person whose hidden feelings we're uncovering because they are at that crossroads. That Wheel of Fortune moment is forcing them to decide where they want to go, and the Two of Wands is showing they have the power to choose. Maybe they've been so focused on the work, Eight of Pentacles, that they haven't even considered what they truly desire. The wheel is shaking things up and making them face that choice. I'm also getting a sense of boredom with this Two of Wands. Like maybe they've achieved a certain level of success, they've climbed the ladder, and now they're looking around and thinking, is this all there is? Maybe they're feeling restless, like they need a new challenge, a new adventure. That unspoken peace they crave could be tied to this decision. It could be that they feel they need to make this big decision in order to finally feel settled and at peace. Maybe they've been playing it safe for too long, sticking with what's familiar and comfortable. And now they're realizing that they need to take a risk, to step outside their comfort zone, in order to truly grow and evolve. And how does this relate to you? Well, maybe you're a part of this decision in some way. Maybe the path they choose will affect you directly. Or maybe you're just a witness to their journey, offering support and encouragement along the way. I'm also wondering if you represent one of the paths they are considering. Could it be that you are the adventure, the new challenge that they are drawn to? Okay, wow, so much information already. But let's dig a little deeper into each of these cards and really see what's going on here. We've got the foundation laid, now let's flesh it all out, okay? Let's go back to the Eight of Pentacles for a minute because I feel like there's more to say about that. You know, the Eight of Pentacles can also represent a feeling of being undervalued or underappreciated. Like you're putting in all this work, but you're not getting the recognition you deserve. Maybe you're feeling like your efforts are going unnoticed or that your contributions aren't being appreciated. And that can be really frustrating, right? Like you're pouring your heart and soul into something, but it feels like nobody cares. And it can lead to feelings of resentment, of feeling like you're not being seen or heard. Maybe this person we're reading about is feeling that way in their current situation. Maybe they're feeling like they're not being appreciated for their hard work or that their talents are being wasted. And that could be contributing to their desire for change, their longing for something more. I'm also getting a sense that this work might not be their true passion. Like, they're good at it, they're skilled at it, but it doesn't really light them up inside. It's not something that they're truly passionate about. And that can be a really tough situation to be in, right? Like you're good at something, you're making a living doing it, but it doesn't really fulfill you. And it can lead to a feeling of emptiness, of feeling like you're not living your true purpose. Maybe they're afraid to pursue their true passion because they're afraid of failing, or because they don't think they can make a living doing it. But deep down, they know that they're meant for something more, something different. That unspoken peace they crave might come from finally pursuing that passion, but it feels like fear is holding them back. And that fear could be tied to their identity. Maybe they've always been known as the hard worker, the reliable one, and they're afraid of losing that identity if they pursue something different. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying that it's time to let go of those old identities, to embrace the unknown, and to step into your true power. It's time to take a risk and pursue what truly makes you happy. Okay, let's really dig in. I am feeling like this Eight of Pentacles is not just about their job, it could be about a skill they are perfecting for you. Like, they are working on themselves, trying to be a better partner or a better person for you. They are putting in the effort, but maybe they are not seeing the results they want. This makes the Wheel of Fortune even more interesting, doesn't it? If they are working on themselves for you, and the Wheel of Fortune brings a sudden change, what does that mean for your relationship? Are they going to give up? Are they going to double down? Is the change going to bring you closer or push you apart? And that Two of Wands. If they are making a decision about their future, and you are part of that future, then they are deciding whether to commit to you or not. Are they going to choose the path that leads to you, or are they going to choose a different path? This is huge. Okay, I am feeling so much energy around this. Let's go even deeper into the Wheel of Fortune, because I think this is the key to understanding what's really going on. The Wheel of Fortune is ruled by the planet Jupiter, which is the planet of luck, abundance, and expansion. So, this card is bringing a lot of positive energy, a lot of potential for growth and success. But Jupiter can also be a little bit unpredictable. Like, it can bring sudden bursts of energy, sudden opportunities that can be a little overwhelming. It's like winning the lottery, it's great, but it can also be a little scary, right? Like, what do I do with all this money? How do I handle this sudden change? Maybe this person we're reading about is feeling a little overwhelmed by the changes that are happening in their life. Maybe they're feeling like they're not ready for this new opportunity, or that they don't know how to handle it. And that's okay. It's normal to feel a little overwhelmed when things are changing rapidly. The key is to stay grounded, to stay focused on your goals, and to trust that you have the strength and the ability to handle whatever comes your way. The Jade butterfly is whispering that even amidst the chaos, you can find harmony by staying true to yourself, by trusting your intuition, and by focusing on what truly matters to you. I'm also getting a sense that this Wheel of Fortune moment is connected to a past life. Like, this is something that was set in motion long ago, and it's finally coming to fruition now. Maybe there's a karmic lesson involved, or maybe this is just a chance to fulfill your destiny. I know, that sounds a little woo-woo, right? But I'm really feeling a strong connection to the past here. Like, this isn't just a random event, it's something that was meant to happen. And that could be why it feels so overwhelming. Because it's not just about this life, it's about something much bigger, something that spans across lifetimes. Maybe you were together in a past life, and this Wheel of Fortune moment is bringing you back together. Or maybe you have some unfinished business from a past life that needs to be resolved. Okay, now I'm really getting excited. This is so fascinating. Let's go back to the Two of Wands, because I think we need to explore the possibilities there even more. The Two of Wands is all about making a decision, about choosing a path, but it's also about taking a risk. It's about stepping outside your comfort zone and trying something new. The person in the card is holding a globe, which represents the world and all its possibilities. But they're also standing inside a castle, which represents security and comfort. So this card is saying, you have all the potential in the world, but you're also safe and secure where you are. Do you dare to step outside your comfort zone and explore the unknown? Maybe this person we're reading about is feeling torn between two different paths. One path is familiar and comfortable, but it doesn't really fulfill them. The other path is exciting at ND Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, but it's also risky and uncertain. And they're afraid of making the wrong choice, of regretting their decision later on. They're afraid of losing their security, of failing to achieve their goals. But the Two of Wands is encouraging them to take a leap of faith, to trust their intuition, and to choose the path that feels most authentic to them. It's about being brave enough to step outside your comfort zone and pursue your dreams, even if it's scary. I'm also getting a sense that this decision is connected to their personal power. Like they need to take control of their own destiny and make a choice that empowers them. That makes them feel strong and confident. Maybe they've been letting other people make decisions for them for too long, or maybe they've been afraid to assert their own needs and desires. But the Two of Wands is saying that it's time to take charge, to stand up for what you believe in, and to create the life that you want. And this goes back to the Eight of Pentacles. If they've been working hard to perfect a skill, maybe that skill will help them on this new path. Maybe that hard work wasn't for nothing, it was preparing them for this moment. The Jade butterfly is reminding them that true power comes from within, from aligning your actions with your values, and from trusting your own inner guidance. It's about finding harmony between your inner world and your outer world, and living a life that is authentic and fulfilling. Okay, I am just buzzing with energy right now. But let's slow down for a second and really think about what all of this means for you and for the person we're reading about. So, we have the Eight of Pentacles, representing hard work and dedication, but also a feeling of being stuck or undervalued. Then, we have the Wheel of Fortune, bringing sudden change and opportunity, but also a sense of overwhelm and uncertainty. And finally, we have the Two of Wands, representing choices, planning for the future, and taking control of your destiny. And all of this is connected to the unspoken peace that you crave, the harmony that you're seeking. It's like the cards are saying, in order to find that peace, you need to embrace the changes that are happening in your life, make a conscious decision about your future, and take action to create the life that you want. But it's not just about you, it's also about the person we're reading about. They're going through their own journey, facing their own challenges, and making their own decisions. And their choices will inevitably affect you in some way. So, the question is, what role do you want to play in their journey? Do you want to be a supportive friend, offering encouragement and guidance? Do you want to be a partner, walking alongside them and facing the challenges together? Or do you want to take a step back and let them figure things out on their own? The cards aren't telling you what to do, they're just giving you information, helping you to understand what's going on and to make informed decisions. Ultimately, the choice is yours. But I think the most important thing is to be honest with yourself, to be clear about your own needs and desires, and to communicate openly and honestly with the person we're reading about. Because that's the only way to create a truly harmonious relationship, one that is based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. And remember, the Jade butterfly is all about harmony. So, even if things are a little chaotic right now, trust that you can find your way back to balance, that you can create a sense of peace and well-being in your life, no matter what challenges you face. This is just the beginning. I feel like there are so many more layers to uncover here. Let's pull some more cards and really get to the heart of the matter, okay? I'm so excited to see what else is revealed. Okay, wow, where do we even go from there? This is intense. All right, Jade Butterfly, let's see what's next in this story. Pulls card, ooh, okay, this is interesting. We have the Ten of Wands. Okay, so right off the bat, the Ten of Wands, after all that talk about choices and change and hard work, this feels heavy, doesn't it? It's like all that potential, all those decisions led to this feeling of being completely overwhelmed. It's like the weight of the world is on their shoulders, right? So let's connect this back to the other cards real quick. We've got the Eight of Pentacles, the hard work, the feeling of being undervalued, maybe that hard work has led to this burden. They're carrying so much, maybe because they felt like they had to prove themselves. And then the Wheel of Fortune, that sudden change, maybe they weren't prepared for it. And now they're struggling to keep up with all the new responsibilities. And the Two of Wands, the choices they made, maybe they chose the wrong path, or maybe they made a lot of choices without really thinking them through, and now they're paying the price. It's like all of these cards are culminating in this one feeling, overwhelm. But like, what does it mean? Okay, let's dig in. So, the Ten of Wands. Classic interpretation, right? It's all about burden, responsibility, carrying too much. You see the figure in the card, struggling to carry all those wands, right? Bent over, almost collapsing under the weight. It's that feeling of being completely maxed out, stretched too thin, like you just can't handle one more thing. Like you're juggling a million things, and you know any second now you're going to drop them all. It's that point where you are spread way too thin, and you just can't do it anymore, right? It's like they feel like if they drop one thing, that the whole world is going to fall apart around them, you know? This card often comes up when someone has taken on too much, when they're trying to do everything themselves, and they're not delegating or asking for help. Maybe they're a people pleaser, and they just can't say no. Or maybe they feel like they're the only ones who can do things right, so they have to do everything themselves. And it's exhausting, right? It's completely draining. It's like they don't trust anyone else to handle their responsibilities, but that's a problem, because then they are stuck carrying everything all the time. It's such a lonely place to be, you know. But I feel like we need to connect this to them, right? To the person whose hidden feelings we're trying to uncover. So, what does this Ten of Wands mean for them? I think it means they're feeling completely overwhelmed by something. And okay, this is where it gets tricky, because what is that something? Is it work? Is it family? Is it you? Is it something you are doing to them, or is it all in their head? Or is it a combination of all of these things? Okay, so maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by their job, by their career. Maybe they're working long hours, dealing with a lot of stress, and they just don't see a way out. Maybe they feel trapped in their current situation, like they have to keep working this hard just to make ends meet. And that connects back to the Eight of Pentacles, right? The feeling of being stuck in a cycle of hard work, not seeing the rewards. Maybe they're working so hard because they feel like they have to provide for everyone, that they have to be the strong one, the reliable one. But it's taking a toll on them, right? It's draining their energy, making them feel resentful, maybe even a little bit hopeless. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they aren't even working towards what they want, but instead, they are working towards what they think they should want. It's like they are living up to an image instead of living up to their truth, you know. And maybe that wheel of fortune change, that sudden opportunity, actually added to the burden. Maybe they got a promotion, but now they have even more responsibility. Or maybe they started a new business, but they're struggling to keep up with all the demands. It's like that change, that good thing, actually just made everything worse, you know. And those choices they made with the Two of Wands, maybe they chose to take on too much, to say yes to every opportunity without really considering the consequences. Or maybe they felt like they had to make those choices, that they didn't have any other options. Like they were backed into a corner, and they just had to do what they had to do. But, you know, it could also be family, right? Maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by their family responsibilities. Maybe they're taking care of elderly parents, or raising young children, or dealing with some kind of family drama. And it's a lot to handle, right? It's emotionally draining, it's time-consuming, and it can feel like there's no end in sight. Maybe they feel like they have to be the peacemaker, the mediator, the one who holds everything together. But it's exhausting, right? It's like they're constantly putting out fires, trying to keep everyone happy, and they never have time for themselves. They can never catch a break. And that connects back to the harmonizing energy of the Jade butterfly. Because where is the harmony here? Where is the balance? They are trying to find peace and harmony, but they are so overwhelmed that they don't know where to start or what to do. They are running around in circles, trying to make everyone happy, and they can't even make themselves happy, you know? And maybe that wheel of fortune change brought some unexpected family challenges. Maybe a relative got sick, or lost their job, or needed to move in. And now they're dealing with all the added stress and responsibility. Or maybe those choices they made with the Two of Wands involved their family in some way. Maybe they chose to move closer to their family, or to take on a family business, and now they're regretting that decision. But okay, here's where it gets really interesting, and a little scary. Maybe it's you. Maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by you. Oof, I know, that's hard to hear, right? But we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to consider all the possibilities. Maybe they feel responsible for your happiness, for your well-being. Maybe they feel like they have to constantly take care of you, to support you, to make sure you're okay. And that can be a lot of pressure, right? Especially if they're already feeling overwhelmed by other things in their life. Maybe they feel like they can't be themselves around you, that they have to constantly put on a show, to pretend that everything is okay. Or maybe they feel like they can't express their own needs and desires because they don't want to burden you. And that can lead to resentment, to feeling like they're not being seen or heard. Or maybe they feel like you're too demanding, that you're constantly asking for too much, that you're not appreciating their efforts. And that can be really frustrating, right? Especially if they're already feeling undervalued in other areas of their life. It's like they can't ever measure up, and they are trying so hard, you know? This might be a matter of unmet expectations, too. It's like they expect one thing of you, and you expect another of them, and neither of you are on the same page. It's like they feel like they have to carry the weight of the entire relationship, and that is just not sustainable, right? This connects back to the Eight of Pentacles, because maybe they are working so hard to be the perfect partner for you, but they are still not seeing the results they want. Maybe they are working so hard on something that you don't even notice or care about, you know. Or maybe they feel like they have to be the strong one, the one who always has it together, because you can't handle the truth or because you're too fragile. And that's not fair to them, right? It's not fair to ask them to carry that kind of burden. It's not fair to ask them to hide their true feelings, to pretend that everything is okay when it's not. And that wheel of fortune change, maybe it brought some challenges to the relationship. Maybe you're going through a rough patch, or maybe there's been some kind of conflict or misunderstanding. And now they're feeling responsible for fixing things, for making everything okay again. Or maybe those choices they made with the Two of Wands involved you in some way. Maybe they chose to move in with you, or to get married, or to have children, and now they're regretting that decision. They feel so responsible, so weighed down. But here's the thing, it might not even be anything you're actively doing. It could be all in their head. Maybe they have a tendency to take on too much responsibility, to blame themselves for everything, to feel like they have to fix everything. Maybe they have a deep-seated fear of failure, of letting people down, of not being good enough. And that fear is driving them to take on more and more until they're completely overwhelmed. It's like they have this internal narrative that they have to be perfect, that they have to be strong, that they have to be in control of everything. And that narrative is just not realistic, right? It's not possible to be perfect, to be strong all the time, to control everything. And the more they try to live up to that narrative, the more overwhelmed they're going to feel. They could be their own worst enemy here. And this is where the harmonizing energy of the Jade butterfly becomes so important. Because the Jade butterfly is all about finding balance, about creating harmony, about releasing what no longer serves you. And this person we're reading about, they desperately need to release some of this burden, to find some balance in their life. They need to learn to say no, to delegate, to ask for help. They need to realize that they can't do everything themselves, and that it's okay to let go of some of the responsibility. They need to trust that other people are capable, that other people can handle things, that they don't have to be in control of everything. But how do they do that? How do they release this burden? That's the million-dollar question, right? Maybe the first step is to simply acknowledge that they're feeling overwhelmed, to admit to themselves and to you that they're struggling, to say, I'm carrying too much, I need help. That can be a really hard thing to do, right? Especially if they're used to being the strong one, the reliable one, but it's so important. Because once they acknowledge the problem, they can start to find solutions. Maybe they need to talk to a therapist, to a counselor, to someone who can help them process their feelings and develop coping strategies. Maybe they need to take some time for themselves, to relax, to recharge, to do things that they enjoy. Maybe they need to set some boundaries, to say no to things that they don't have time for or energy for. They need to take care of themselves, you know? You cannot pour from an empty cup, and that's what they are trying to do. They are running on empty, and they need to fill themselves back up, whatever that looks like for them, you know? But okay, here's another layer to this. We need to talk about sacrifice versus self-sabotage. Because sometimes, when we're carrying a heavy burden, it's because we're genuinely sacrificing for someone else. We're putting their needs before our own, we're making choices that benefit them, even if it hurts us. And that can be a beautiful thing, right? It can be an act of love, of compassion, of selflessness. But sometimes, that sacrifice can turn into self-sabotage. We start to resent the person we're sacrificing for. We start to feel like we're being taken advantage of. We start to lose ourselves in the process. And that's not healthy, right? That's not sustainable. It's like we think we're doing something noble, but we're actually just hurting ourselves and the other person in the long run. So, is this person we're reading about truly sacrificing for you, or are they using this burden as a form of self-sabotage? Are they secretly resenting you for the sacrifices they're making? Are they using their overwhelm as an excuse to avoid intimacy, to avoid getting too close? Maybe they're afraid of being vulnerable, of showing you their true selves. Maybe they're afraid of getting hurt, of being rejected. And so, they create this distance, this wall of responsibility to protect themselves. It's like, I'm too busy, I'm too overwhelmed, I don't have time for a relationship. But really, they're just afraid. And that's where the hidden feelings come in, right? Because they're not being honest with you, they're not being honest with themselves. They're hiding their true feelings behind this wall of responsibility. They don't even know what their true feelings are, because they haven't had the time or space to actually figure it out, you know? Are they hiding their true feelings because they're afraid of adding to your burden? Maybe they know you're going through a tough time, and they don't want to burden you with their own problems. Maybe they think they have to be strong for you, to protect you from their own pain. But that's not fair to you, right? It's not fair to assume that you can't handle their emotions, that you're too fragile to hear the truth. It's like they're treating you like a child instead of an equal partner. And that can be really hurtful, right? It can make you feel like they don't trust you, like they don't respect you. Maybe they are afraid that you will leave them if you knew the truth. Or are they hiding their true feelings because they're afraid of what you'll think of them? Maybe they're ashamed of their emotions. Maybe they think they're weak or irrational. Maybe they're afraid of being judged, of being criticized. And so, they keep their feelings bottled up inside, hoping that they'll just go away. But they never do, right? They just fester and grow until they explode in some kind of unhealthy way. They need to be more open, more honest. They need to trust that you'll accept them, even with their flaws, even with their messy emotions. And how does all of this connect back to the Wheel of Fortune? Is this burden a karmic debt? Is this something they're carrying from a past life? Is the wheel forcing them to confront this responsibility, to finally release this burden? Maybe they made some choices in the past that led to this situation. Maybe they took advantage of someone, or they neglected their responsibilities, or they made a promise they couldn't keep. And now they're paying the price, they're carrying the weight of their past actions. Or maybe this is just a test, a challenge from the universe. Maybe the wheel is pushing them to their limits to see how much they can handle. Maybe the universe is trying to teach them a lesson about responsibility, about sacrifice, about the importance of balance. But whatever the reason, it's clear that they need to confront this burden, to deal with it in some way. They can't just keep carrying it around, hoping it will magically disappear. Okay, so what's the solution? What can they do to release this burden, to find some peace and harmony? I think the key is communication. They need to talk to you, to be honest with you about how they're feeling. They need to tell you that they're overwhelmed, that they need help, that they're struggling. And you need to listen, to be supportive, to offer your help. You need to create a safe space for them to express their emotions without judgment, without criticism. You need to remind them that they're not alone, that you're there for them, that you care about them. But it has to be a two-way street, right? They can't just dump all their problems on you and expect you to fix everything. They need to be willing to listen to your needs, to your feelings, to your concerns. They need to be willing to compromise, to negotiate, to work together to find solutions that benefit both of you. It's about creating a partnership, a team, where you're both supporting each other, where you're both carrying your fair share of the weight. They need to work together to reach that unspoken peace. This card is calling for radical honesty and clear communication. But how will they do it? What will be the result? Will this communication bring you closer or push you further apart? What is the next step, the next challenge? I have no idea, but I am dying to find out. Let's pull another card. Okay, so after the Ten of Wands, we pull the Hermit. Whoa, okay. Immediately, that's like a big mood shift, isn't it? Like from being weighed down by everything to suddenly needing to withdraw and go inward. All right, Jade Butterfly, let's see what this Hermit is all about here. So, the hermit at its core is all about introspection, solitude, and seeking inner guidance. It's that feeling of needing to step away from the chaos of the world and just be with yourself, to turn inward and really listen to your own inner voice. You see the figure in the card, standing alone on a mountaintop, holding a lantern, right? The lantern symbolizes wisdom, guidance, that inner light that can guide you through the darkness. It's about finding your own truth, your own answers, by going within. It's like the world is too loud, there's too much noise, too many distractions, and you just need to escape it all and find some peace and quiet so that you can finally just think. This card often comes up when someone needs to take a break from the outside world, to recharge their batteries, to reconnect with their true self. Maybe they're feeling lost, confused, overwhelmed, and they just need some time alone to figure things out. It's that feeling of needing to unplug from everything and everyone and just be. To meditate, to journal, to spend time in nature, to do whatever it takes to quiet the mind and connect with your intuition. But what does it mean in the context of all the other cards, right? In the context of this specific situation? Okay, let's dig in. So, we've got the Hermit, the Ten of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Two of Wands. That's a lot to unpack, right? So, the Ten of Wands, that feeling of being overwhelmed, of carrying too much. The Hermit is like the antidote to that, right? It's like, okay, you're carrying too much. You need to put it all down and step away for a minute. It's about recognizing that you can't keep going at this pace, that you need to prioritize your own well-being, and that you need to take a break, even if it's just for a little while. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been running on fumes for too long, it's time to stop and refuel. And that refueling comes from within, from connecting with your inner wisdom, from finding your own center. Maybe the overwhelm of the Ten of Wands is a sign that they've lost touch with their true selves, that they've been so busy taking care of everyone else that they've forgotten to take care of themselves. It's like they've been so focused on the external world that they've neglected their inner world. And the Hermit is a reminder that the answers they're seeking are not out there. They're in here, within themselves, It's also about setting boundaries. Maybe they've been letting other people take advantage of them. Or maybe they've been saying yes to everything without really considering their own needs. The Hermit is a reminder that it's okay to say no, that it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and that you don't have to be everything to everyone. It's about protecting your energy, about creating space for yourself, and about only taking on what you can handle. And maybe, just maybe, this is a necessary step. It could be that going into this hermit mode is the only way they can truly deal with this overwhelming feeling. If they don't go off on their own for a bit and take a break and just clear their head, that they may never get out from under that Ten of Wands energy, And the Eight of Pentacles, that hard work, that dedication, but also that feeling of being undervalued. Maybe the Hermit is a call to reevaluate their priorities, to ask themselves if they're really putting their energy into the right things. It's like, okay, you're working hard, but are you working on something that truly fulfills you? Or are you just going through the motions, doing what you think you should be doing? Maybe they've been so focused on perfecting their skills, on achieving a certain goal, that they've forgotten to ask themselves if that goal is even aligned with their true values. It's like they've been climbing the wrong ladder, and they're finally realizing that it's time to climb down and find a new one. And the Hermit is a reminder that true success comes from within, from pursuing your passions, from living a life that is authentic to you. It's like all that hard work, all that dedication, it's not worth it if it's not bringing you joy, It's not worth it if you're not feeling fulfilled. Maybe they need to step away from that work, to take a break from that routine, and to ask themselves what they truly want, what they truly desire, and then realign their efforts accordingly. They are so used to doing a certain job, and it's comfortable even if it doesn't make them happy. And now the universe is stepping in, pushing them towards something that actually means something to them, It also connects to the feeling of being undervalued. Maybe they're realizing that they're not being appreciated for their hard work, and that they need to find a new environment where their efforts will be recognized. It's like they're realizing that they deserve more, that they deserve to be valued, and that they're not going to settle for anything less. So, the hermit is a call to step away from that situation, to find a new place where they can shine, where they can be appreciated for who they are and what they do. Maybe that place is within themselves, and then from that space they can find work that is a fit, you know? And the wheel of fortune, that sudden change, that feeling of things being in flux. The hermit can be a way to navigate that change, to find some stability amidst the chaos. It's like, okay, things are changing rapidly. I need to step back and get my bearings. It's about not getting swept away by the currents, but instead finding your own anchor, your own center, so that you can weather the storm. Maybe the change brought about by the Wheel of Fortune is forcing them to confront some deep-seated issues, some unresolved emotions. And the hermit is a call to go within and to deal with those issues, to heal those wounds, so that they can move forward with clarity and strength. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep running from your past, you need to face it, you need to heal it, so that you can create a better future. It's also about trusting the process. Like maybe they don't understand why things are changing or where they're going, but the hermit is a reminder that everything is happening for a reason, and that they need to trust that the universe has a plan for them, even if they can't see it right now. It's about surrendering to the flow, about letting go of control, and about trusting that they'll end up exactly where they need to be. But this is also a time for serious reflection. Like, the Wheel of Fortune can sometimes feel chaotic, and you might not know which way is up, or what is happening, or if anything will ever be normal again, you know? And the hermit is like, hold up. Before you can move forward, you have to reflect on where you are coming from, and how the changes that happened changed you, you know? And the Two of Wands, that choice, that crossroads, that feeling of needing to make a decision about the future. The hermit is a call to get clear on what they truly want before making that decision. It's like, okay, you have two paths in front of you, but before you choose one, you need to get clear on what's most important to you. It's about not making a decision based on fear or on pressure from others, but instead making a decision based on your own values, your own desires, and your own intuition. Maybe they're feeling confused about which path to take, or maybe they're feeling pressured to choose one path over another. And the hermit is a reminder that they don't have to rush, that they can take their time, that they can go within and find the answers they're seeking. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you don't have to make a decision right now. You can wait, you can reflect, you can get clear on what you truly want. Maybe they need to disconnect from the external world, to silence the opinions of others, and to really listen to their own inner voice. It's like they need to ask themselves, what do I truly want? What will bring me the most joy? What will align with my true purpose? And then, once they have those answers, they can make a decision with confidence, with clarity, and with a sense of peace. They can't make that big decision that is coming if they don't go into themselves and figure out what is truly right for them, you know? Like, the universe is offering them this time to truly consider what matters, and what is going to bring them the most fulfillment, you know? Okay, but let's really dig in, because I feel like the hermit is all about those hidden feelings. It's about uncovering what's been buried deep down, about bringing those unconscious emotions to the surface. Maybe they've been suppressing their feelings for a long time. Maybe they've been afraid to confront their own pain. Maybe they've been too busy taking care of everyone else to pay attention to their own emotions. And the hermit is a call to finally face those feelings, to acknowledge them, to process them, and to heal them. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep running from your emotions. You need to feel them, you need to understand them, so that you can release them. Maybe they're feeling angry, resentful, or bitter about something that happened in the past. And the hermit is a call to forgive, to let go, and to move on. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't change the past, but you can change how you feel about it. You can choose to forgive, you can choose to let go, and you can choose to create a better future. Maybe they're feeling sad, lonely, or isolated. And the hermit is a call to connect with their own inner strength, to find comfort in their own company, and to realize that they're not alone, even when they're physically alone. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're not alone, you have yourself, you have your inner wisdom, and you have the love and support of the universe. Maybe they're feeling afraid, anxious, or insecure about the future. And the Hermit is a call to trust their own intuition, to have faith in their own abilities, and to know that they can handle whatever comes their way. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're strong, you're capable, and you can handle anything. Trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that everything will be okay. Maybe all of these things are playing a role in how they are feeling, and they need this time in the hermit cave to consider it all and process it all and heal it all. But here's the thing. There's a fine line between empowering solitude and isolating loneliness. The hermit can be a powerful card for self-discovery, but it can also be a sign of withdrawal, of avoiding connection, of becoming too isolated. Maybe they're using this time alone as an excuse to avoid dealing with their problems, to avoid facing their fears, to avoid connecting with others. It's like they're hiding in their cave, hoping that the world will just go away and leave them alone. And that's not healthy, right? That's not sustainable. They need to find a balance between solitude and connection, between introspection and action, between being alone and being lonely. They can use this time to process those feelings and be better for it, but they can't just stay shut away forever. It's like they need to go into the cave, find their treasure, and then come back out and share it with the world. It's also about not getting too caught up in their own heads. Maybe they're overthinking things, overanalyzing things, and getting lost in their own thoughts. And the hermit is a reminder that sometimes you just need to get out of your head and into your body, to connect with the physical world, to move, to breathe, to feel. And it's also about not becoming too judgmental of others. Maybe they're starting to see the flaws in other people, to criticize them, to distance themselves from them. And the hermit is a reminder that everyone is on their own journey, that everyone is doing the best they can, and that they need to have compassion, understanding, and acceptance for others, and mostly for themselves. Like they can't become bitter, they have to use this to become better. And how does the harmonizing energy of the jade butterfly fit into all of this? The jade butterfly is all about finding balance, about creating harmony, about releasing what no longer serves you. And the hermit can be a powerful tool for achieving that harmony, for finding that balance, and for releasing those burdens. The jade butterfly is whispering that true harmony comes from within, from connecting with your true self, from aligning your actions with your values, and from living a life that is authentic to you. And the hermit is a guide on that journey, a lantern that can illuminate the path to your true self, to your inner wisdom, and to your own unique expression of harmony. It's like the jade butterfly is saying, okay, you have the power to create harmony in your life, but you need to go within, you need to connect with your true self, and you need to release what no longer serves you. And the hermit is there to help you do just that, to guide you on that journey, and to help you find your own unique expression of harmony. It's like the jade butterfly and the hermit are working together, hand in hand, to help you create a life that is balanced, harmonious, and fulfilling. The unspoken peace that you crave, the harmony that you're seeking, it all starts with you, with your inner world, and with your willingness to go within and to do the work. And this is a major step. You can't find the harmony without the work. So where does this leave you? Where does this leave the person whose hidden feelings we're trying to uncover? Well, I think it means they need to take some time for themselves, to disconnect from the world, and to connect with their own inner wisdom. They need to ask themselves some tough questions, to confront some uncomfortable truths, and to release some long-held burdens. They need to find out what they truly want, what truly fulfills them, and what truly aligns with their values. And then, once they have those answers, they can make a decision about their future with confidence, with clarity, and with a sense of peace. But it also means they need to be careful not to isolate themselves too much, not to withdraw from the world entirely, and not to become too judgmental of others. They need to find a balance between solitude and connection, between introspection and action, and between being alone and being lonely. They need to remember that they're not alone, that they have the love and support of the universe, and that they can reach out to others when they need help. It's like they need to go into the cave, find their treasure, and then come back out and share it with the world. But remember that communication piece from the Ten of Wands? That's still crucial. They can't just go into their hermit cave and expect you to understand what's going on. They need to be able to articulate their feelings, their needs, and their desires to you in a way that is clear, honest, and compassionate. But maybe they need this time alone to figure out what they want to say, how they want to say it, and what they're really feeling so that they can communicate more effectively with you, you know. It's like they need to get clear on their own truth before they can share it with you. Will they use this time wisely? Will they come out of their solitude with clarity and purpose, or will they remain lost in their own thoughts and emotions? What will be the result of this journey inward? I have no idea, but I am so ready to find out. Let's pull another card, okay. Okay, so after that hermit card, like needing all that inward time, we pull the Eight of Wands, whoa. That's like 0 to 60, right? Like after all that quiet, it is speed and things happening. Like it's such a contrast to the hermit. All right, Jade, Butterfly, let's see how these two opposites are going to play out here. So the Eight of Wands, at its core, is all about action, speed, and things happening quickly, right? It's that feeling of momentum, like things are finally moving forward after being stuck for a long time. You see the wands flying through the air in the card, right? It's about messages, about news, about things coming to you quickly, and maybe even suddenly. It's like everything is aligning, everything is falling into place, and you're finally seeing some progress after all that hard work, you know? This card often comes up when things are accelerating, when decisions are being made quickly, and when opportunities are coming your way fast. Maybe you've been waiting for something to happen, and now it's finally here, and you're feeling excited, energized, and ready to take action, you know? It's that feeling of needing to jump on board, to seize the moment, and to make the most of this opportunity. The Eight of Wands is all about movement and travel. Maybe there are literal journeys involved, or maybe these are things and opportunities coming from far away, you know? But like, what does it mean in the context of all the other cards, right? In the context of this specific situation, this is what we need to find out. Okay, let's dig in. So we've got the Eight of Wands, the Hermit, the Ten of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Two of Wands. Like that is a lot to unpack. Oh my goodness. So the Hermit, that feeling of needing to withdraw, to go inward, to find your own answers. The Eight of Wands is like the result of that, right? It's like, okay, you've gone within, you've found your answers, and now it's time to take action. It's about translating that inner wisdom into outer action, about putting your plans into motion, and about moving forward with confidence and clarity. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've done the work, you've found your truth, and now it's time to share it with the world. The Eight of Wands is that the moment where all of a sudden they know what to do, and they are just doing it. You know, maybe the time in the Hermit Cave was about figuring out that plan, getting it all straight in their head, and now this card is them just acting, and going, and doing, and making it happen, you know. The Eight of Wands is like they are just saying yes to everything, or they are just taking the initiative to do all the things. It's that feeling of needing to jump on board, to seize the moment, and to make the most of this opportunity, you know? But that Ten of Wands energy is still hanging around there, isn't it? The one where they are feeling overwhelmed. So is this Eight of Wands going to make it better, or is it just going to make it worse? That's the big question, isn't it? Like they went into the Hermit Cave because they were overwhelmed, so is this Eight of Wands going to take the lessons that they learned in that cave, or are they just going to repeat the same mistakes? That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? The Ten of Wands, that feeling of being overwhelmed, of carrying too much. The Eight of Wands could either alleviate that or exacerbate it, depending on how they handle it. If they've used their time in the Hermit Cave wisely, they'll be able to use the energy of the Eight of Wands to delegate, to prioritize, and to release some of that burden. They'll be able to say no to things that don't align with their values, to focus on what's most important, and to trust that others can handle their responsibilities. But if they haven't learned their lesson, they could easily fall back into old patterns, taking on too much, trying to do everything themselves, and ending up feeling even more overwhelmed than before. And that Eight of Pentacles, that hard work, that dedication, but also that feeling of being undervalued. The Eight of Wands could bring some recognition for their efforts, some appreciation for their skills, and some opportunities to shine. They might finally get the acknowledgement they deserve, the promotion they've been working towards, or the chance to showcase their talents on a larger scale. But they need to be open to receiving that recognition, to accepting those opportunities, and to believing in their own worth. If they're still stuck in that feeling of being undervalued, they might sabotage themselves, turning down opportunities, downplaying their achievements, or refusing to accept praise. It's like they don't think that they deserve it or that they're not good enough, and so they push away the very things they've been longing for. And it's all coming to them now, so what are they going to do? That wheel of fortune, that sudden change, that feeling of things being in flux. The Eight of Wands could accelerate that change, bringing even more opportunities, even more challenges, and even more uncertainty, you know? But here's the thing, because they went into that hermit cave, maybe they know how to handle the changes now, you know. Maybe they now know what to do, and so the flux is exciting instead of overwhelming, you know? This could be the sign that everything is about to change for the better, and they are totally ready for it, you know? This means that the wheel of fortune change that is coming is going to be extra exciting, because they are ready to handle it and make the most of it, you know. Maybe it's time to move, to start a new relationship, or to take on a new hobby. The Eight of Wands says they are ready to go, you know? That Two of Wands, that choice, that crossroads, that feeling of needing to make a decision about the future. The Eight of Wands could bring some clarity to that decision, some direction to their path, and some momentum to their journey. They might receive some new information, some new insights, or some new opportunities that help them to make a choice with confidence and clarity. They might finally see which path is the right one for them, which direction to take, and what steps to take to move forward and take them. It's like they are at a crossroads, and now all of a sudden they know what to do, and that's awesome, you know. But I feel like the Eight of Wands is all about those hidden feelings, about revealing what's been buried deep down, about bringing those unconscious emotions to the surface. Maybe they've been suppressing their feelings for a long time. Maybe they've been afraid to confront their own pain. Maybe they've been too busy taking care of everyone else to pay attention to their own emotions. And the Eight of Wands is a call to finally face those feelings, to acknowledge them, to express them, and to release them. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep running from your emotions. You need to feel them. You need to understand them so that you can release them. Maybe they're feeling angry, resentful, or bitter about something that happened in the past. And the Eight of Wands is a call to communicate those feelings, to express their anger, to set boundaries, and to move on. The universe is saying, okay, you can't change the past, but you can change how you feel about it. You can choose to forgive, you can choose to let go, and you can choose to create a better future. Maybe they're feeling sad, lonely, or isolated. And the Eight of Wands is a call to reach out to others, to connect with their loved ones, to express their vulnerability, and to receive support. The universe is saying, okay, you're not alone, you have people who care about you, you have people who want to help you, and you have the power to create meaningful connections in your life. Maybe they're feeling afraid, anxious, or insecure about the future. And the Eight of Wands is a call to take action, to face their fears, to step outside their comfort zone, and to trust in their own abilities. Like all that fear that was keeping them in one place is gone, and now they are running towards the thing, not away from it, you know. The universe is saying, okay, you're strong, you're capable, and you can handle anything. Trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that everything will be okay. But what are their hidden feelings about? Are they about you? Is this Eight of Wands them running towards you or away from you? That's the thing we have to figure out, right? Like all these actions, all this speed, what is driving it? Is it love? Is it fear? Is it something else entirely? Is this them finally ready to commit? Is it them running because they are commitment phobic? Or is it them just not even thinking about it? The Eight of Wands is fast, but that doesn't mean it's thoughtful, you know. It could be, but they could also be running around like a chicken with its head cut off, right? So, what does this mean for you? How does this impact your situation? Well, I think it depends on what role you're playing in their life, right? If you're their partner, their friend, their family member, or just someone who cares about them, the Eight of Wands could bring some clarity, some communication, and some resolution to your relationship. You might finally have that conversation you've been waiting for, You might receive some news that changes everything, or you might find a way to move forward together in a positive direction, you know? But it also depends on how they communicate, right? Is this Eight of Wands going to be them finally opening up and telling you everything? Or is it going to be them just making decisions without consulting you, without considering your feelings? That's the big question, isn't it? If they're running towards you, maybe this is them finally ready to commit, to take things to the next level, to build a future together. They might express their love for you, their desire to be with you, or their willingness to make sacrifices for you. But if they're running away from you, maybe this is them pulling away, distancing themselves, or even ending the relationship. They might express their doubts, their fears, or their unhappiness, or they might simply disappear without a word. And well, that would suck, right? If they are running towards a new job, maybe you are going to have to move, or maybe they are going to be super busy and you are going to see less of them, you know? The Eight of Wands can mean travel, so maybe this is them going far away, you know? Like maybe this is temporary, but maybe it is permanent, you know? If you're just a friend or just a casual thing, then maybe you won't even notice this Eight of Wands energy, you know? But if you care about them, then maybe this is going to hurt, because they are not including you in their life, you know? It all comes down to what they are not saying, doesn't it? This might be a big communication card, but it also means that if they don't tell you what is going on, you are going to be left in the dark, you know? But it's also important to remember that you have your own agency in this situation, right? You're not just a passive bystander, waiting to see what they decide. You have the power to communicate your own needs, your own desires, and your own boundaries. You can choose to express your feelings, to ask for what you want, and to walk away if you're not being treated with respect. You can be forward and ask them what they are planning and what all the speed is about. You can take control of your own destiny and create a life that is fulfilling, meaningful, and aligned with your values, regardless of what they do. And that Wheel of Fortune and Two of Wands energy is still there, right? Like, they're still facing a choice, they're still dealing with change, and their decisions are going to impact you, whether you like it or not. So, what choice will they make? Will they choose to run towards you or away from you? Will they choose to communicate openly and honestly, or will they choose to keep you in the dark? Will they choose to build a future together, or will they choose to go their own way? That's the question that's been hanging over this entire reading, and it's finally coming to a head with this Eight of Wands, you know. The time for introspection is over, the time for action is here, and the choices they make now are going to determine the course of their life, and of your life moving forward. So, are they finally going to decide to get married? Are they going to move to another country? Are they going to tell you that they have been having an affair? The Eight of Wands means that all of this is happening, you know. The other cards were just building up to this moment, and now, bam, it is here, you know. Okay, so let's bring it all back to the Jade butterfly and that harmonizing energy, because that's what this reading is all about, right? Finding that unspoken peace, creating that sense of harmony, and aligning with your true self. The Eight of Wands is a powerful force, but it can also be chaotic, overwhelming, and disruptive if it's not channeled in the right direction. So, how can you use the energy of the Jade butterfly to harmonize the Eight of Wands, to bring some balance to this situation, and to create a sense of peace amidst the storm? I think it starts with acceptance, with recognizing that change is inevitable, that life is always in flux, and that you can't control everything that happens. You can't control their choices, their actions, or their feelings. You can only control your own reactions, your own responses, and your own decisions. So, instead of resisting the change, instead of trying to control the outcome, you can choose to embrace it, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, and to surrender to the flow of life. And then, you can use your intuition, your inner wisdom, and your connection to the Jade butterfly to guide you through the chaos, to help you make choices that align with your values, and to create a life that is authentic, fulfilling, and harmonious. Maybe this Eight of Wands is a call to let go of something that's no longer serving you, to release a relationship that's not working, or to pursue a new path that's more aligned with your true self. Maybe it's a call to communicate your needs, to set boundaries, or to walk away from a situation that's draining your energy, you know. Whatever it is, trust that the Jade butterfly is there to support you, to guide you, and to help you create a life that is filled with peace, love, and harmony. So, are you going to be getting ready to move? Are you going to get a text message that changes everything? Are they going to finally tell you how they feel? This card means the answer is coming, and it is coming fast. And now, the final card, the card that will reveal all, the card that will bring everything together. I am so excited. Let's see what it is, okay? Okay, so after all that Eight of Wands energy, all that speed and action, we pull the Page of Swords, whoa, okay. Immediately, that feels like a shift, doesn't it? Like, after all that doing, now we have the thinking, the communicating, the analyzing. All right, Jade Butterfly, let's see how this Page of Swords is going to tie everything together here. So, the Page of Swords, at its core, is all about new ideas, communication, and a thirst for knowledge, right? It's that feeling of wanting to learn, to understand, to figure things out. You see the figure in the card, holding a sword, standing on a hill, right? It's about being alert, observant, and ready to speak your mind, but also about being a little bit inexperienced, a little bit naive, a little bit impulsive. It's like they have all this energy, all this enthusiasm, but they haven't quite learned how to channel it yet, you know. This card often comes up when someone is starting a new journey, exploring a new idea, or trying to communicate something important, but they might not have all the facts yet, or they might not be expressing themselves in the most effective way. Maybe they're being a little bit too blunt, a little bit too critical, or a little bit too eager to prove themselves, you know. But like, what does it mean in the context of all the other cards, right? In the context of this specific situation, okay, let's dig in. So we've got the Page of Swords, the Eight of Wands, the Hermit, the Ten of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Two of Wands. Like, wow, that's a whole story right there. So the Eight of Wands, that feeling of speed, of action, of things happening quickly. The Page of Swords is like the follow-up to that, right? It's like, okay, things are happening fast, but what does it all mean? What are the implications? How do I make sense of all this? It's about taking a step back, analyzing the situation, and communicating your thoughts and feelings in a clear and effective way. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've taken action, now it's time to reflect, to learn, and to communicate. Maybe all that Eight of Wands energy was a bit overwhelming, and the Page of Swords is a call to slow down, to think things through, and to avoid making impulsive decisions, you know. Maybe they need to take a breath, gather their thoughts, and express themselves in a way that is both honest and considerate. Like they have said all the things, and now it's time to really think about if they meant those things, you know? The Hermit, that feeling of needing to withdraw, to go inward, to find your own answers. The Page of Swords is like the bridge between that inner world and the outer world, right? It's like, okay, you've gone within, you've found your truth, now it's time to share it with others. It's about communicating your insights, your wisdom, and your understanding in a way that is both clear and compassionate. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've learned something important, now it's time to share it with the world, to help others on their own journey. But they need to do it in a way that is sensitive and understanding, not in a way that is judgmental or condescending, you know? They went into the cave, they figured out the thing, and now they have to actually tell people about that thing, you know? The Ten of Wands, that feeling of being overwhelmed, of carrying too much. The Page of Swords could be a sign that they're finally ready to release some of that burden, to communicate their needs and boundaries, and to ask for help, you know? It's like, okay, I'm carrying too much, I can't do it all alone, I need to speak up and ask for support. But they need to do it in a way that is clear and assertive, not in a way that is passive-aggressive or manipulative, you know? They have to be straight up about what they want, because all that hinting isn't working, you know? It could also be a sign that they're feeling defensive, that they're ready to argue, to debate, to prove their point. Maybe they feel like they're being attacked or misunderstood, and they're ready to defend themselves with their sword, you know. But they need to be careful not to let their ego get in the way, to listen to other people's perspectives, and to communicate in a way that is respectful and constructive, not in a way that is combative or dismissive. Like they went into the cave to figure out the things, and now they are ready to fight about the things, you know? The Eight of Pentacles, that hard work, that dedication, but also that feeling of being undervalued. The Page of Swords could be a sign that they're finally ready to speak up about their worth, to communicate their value, and to ask for the recognition they deserve. It's like, okay, I've been working hard, I'm good at what I do, and I deserve to be appreciated. But they need to do it in a way that is confident and assertive, not in a way that is entitled or demanding. They can't just demand the thing, they have to show why they deserve the thing. It could also be a sign that they're starting to question their path, to wonder if they're really on the right track. Maybe they're feeling bored, restless, or unfulfilled, and they're ready to explore new ideas, to learn new skills, and to communicate their doubts and concerns. But they need to do it in a way that is thoughtful and open-minded, not in a way that is critical or dismissive of their past efforts. They don't want to look back with regret. The wheel of fortune, that sudden change, that feeling of things being in flux. The Page of Swords could be a sign that they're trying to make sense of all the changes, to understand the implications, and to communicate their fears and hopes for the future. It's like, okay, things are changing, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm ready to face it with courage and curiosity. But they need to do it in a way that is adaptable and resilient, not in a way that is rigid or resistant to change. They have to learn to roll with the punches and see where the universe is taking them. Like, the wheel is turning, are they going to jump off? Or are they going to enjoy the ride? It could also be a sign that they're feeling confused, uncertain, or overwhelmed by all the possibilities. Maybe they don't know which way to turn, which path to take, or which decision to make. And the Page of Swords is a call to seek information, to ask questions, to communicate with others, and to gather the facts before making a choice. But they need to be careful not to get lost in the details, to trust their intuition, and to make a decision that feels right for them, even if it's not the most logical or practical choice. The Two of Wands, that choice, that crossroads, that feeling of needing to make a decision about the future. The Page of Swords could be a sign that they're gathering information, weighing their options, and communicating their intentions. It's like, okay, I have a choice to make. I need to consider all the possibilities and then decide which path to take. But they need to be careful not to overthink it, to trust their gut, and to make a decision that aligns with their values, their passions, and their true self. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you are standing at the edge of the cliff. You need to think about where you are going to jump. They can't just leap without looking. It could also be a sign that they're feeling indecisive, torn between two different paths, or unsure of what they really want. Maybe they're afraid of making the wrong choice, of regretting their decision later on. And the Page of Swords is a call to communicate their fears, their doubts, and their uncertainties, to seek guidance from others, and to trust that they will make the right choice, even if it's not the easiest one. They need to have faith in themselves and in the universe. But I feel like the Page of Swords is all about those hidden feelings, about revealing what's been buried deep down, about bringing those unconscious emotions to the surface. It's like they are thinking the things, but they aren't saying the things. Maybe they've been suppressing their feelings for a long time, maybe they've been afraid to confront their own pain, maybe they've been too busy taking care of everyone else to pay attention to their own emotions. And the Page of Swords is a call to finally face those feelings, to acknowledge them, to express them, and to release them. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep running from your emotions, you need to feel them, you need to understand them, so that you can release them. Maybe they're feeling angry, resentful, or bitter about something that happened in the past. And the Page of Swords is a call to communicate those feelings, to express their anger, to set boundaries, and to move on. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can't change the past, but you can change how you feel about it. You can choose to forgive, you can choose to let go, and you can choose to create a better future. But they have to let you know that they are feeling those things, right? You can't read their mind. Maybe they're feeling sad, lonely, or isolated. And the Page of Swords is a call to reach out to others, to connect with their loved ones, to express their vulnerability, and to receive support. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're not alone, you have people who care about you, you have people who want to help you, and you have the power to create meaningful connections in your life. Like you are right there, ready to support them if only they would let you, you know. Maybe they're feeling afraid, anxious, or insecure about the future. And the Page of Swords is a call to take action, to face their fears, to step outside their comfort zone, and to trust in their own abilities. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you're strong, you're capable, and you can handle anything. Trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that everything will be okay. But they have to tell you what they are afraid of, right? Otherwise, how can you help, you know? But what are their hidden feelings about you? Is this Page of Swords them finally ready to communicate their true feelings for you? Or is it them just trying to figure out what they want without any regard for your feelings? That's the thing we have to figure out, right? Like all these thoughts, all this communication, what is driving it? Is it love? Is it fear? Is it something else entirely? Maybe they're finally ready to tell you that they love you, that they want to be with you, that they see a future with you. They might express their admiration for you, their gratitude for your presence in their life, or their desire to build a deeper connection with you. This could be the start of something amazing if they are willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to open their heart to you. But what if they don't, you know? What if you are reading way too much into this, you know? Maybe they're finally ready to tell you that they're not interested, that they don't see a future with you, that they want to move on. They might express their doubts, their fears, or their incompatibilities. This could be painful to hear, but it's better to know the truth than to live in a fantasy, you know? You deserve someone who loves you, who appreciates you, and who wants to be with you. And if they can't give you that, then it's time to let them go, you know. Maybe they're just confused, unsure of what they want, or torn between you and someone else. They might express their ambivalence, their uncertainty, or their need for space to figure things out. This could be frustrating to deal with, but it's important to be patient, to be understanding, and to give them the time and space they need to make a decision. But you also need to protect your own heart, to set boundaries, and to be prepared to walk away if they can't give you what you need, you know? So, what does this mean for you? How does this impact your situation? Well, I think it depends on what role you're playing in their life, right? If you're their partner, their friend, their family member, or just someone who cares about them, the Page of Swords could bring some clarity, some communication, and some resolution to your relationship. You might finally have that conversation you've been waiting for. You might receive some news that changes everything, or you might find a way to move forward together in a positive direction. But it also depends on how they communicate, right? Is this Page of Swords going to be them finally opening up and telling you everything? Or is it going to be them just thinking about it without actually saying anything? That's the big question, isn't it? Like, are they going to let you in on their process? Or are they going to keep you in the dark, you know? The silent treatment is a form of communication, you know? And the Page of Swords is a reminder that they need to use their words to express themselves and to connect with you on a deeper level. If they're finally ready to commit, maybe this is them expressing their love, their desire, and their commitment to you. They might tell you how much you mean to them, how grateful they are to have you in their life, or how excited they are to build a future together. This could be the start of a beautiful, fulfilling, and lasting relationship if you're both willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to work together to create a shared vision. The Two of Wands is coming to fruition, and it is all because of this Page of Swords moment, you know? But if they're pulling away, maybe this is them expressing their doubts, their fears, or their unhappiness. They might tell you that they're not ready for a commitment, that they need space to figure things out, or that they don't see a future with you. This could be painful to hear, but it's important to respect their feelings, to let them go, and to move on with your life. You deserve someone who loves you, who appreciates you, and who wants to be with you. And if they can't give you that, then it's time to let them go, you know. And this all connects to that Wheel of Fortune energy, because that means the universe has something else planned for you, you know? You have to trust that and let the universe do its thing, you know? So, what is the Page of Swords thinking, and what is the Page of Swords going to say? That is what you need to know, isn't it? You are waiting for them to drop the bomb, you know. Are they going to say, "I love you"? Or are they going to say, "I am leaving"? But it's also important to remember that you have your own agency in this situation, right? You're not just a passive bystander, waiting to see what they decide. You have the power to communicate your own needs, your own desires, and your own boundaries. You can choose to express your feelings, to ask for what you want, and to walk away if you're not being treated with respect. You can take control of your own destiny and create a life that is fulfilling, meaningful, and aligned with your values, regardless of what they do. And that Wheel of Fortune and Two of Wands energy is still there, right? Like they're still facing a choice, they're still dealing with change, and their decisions are going to impact you, whether you like it or not. So, what choice will they make? Will they choose to communicate openly and honestly, or will they choose to keep you in the dark? Will they choose to build a future together, or will they choose to go their own way? It's coming, you know. The time for introspection is over. The time for action is here. And the choices they make now are going to determine the course of their life, and of your life moving forward. And you can choose to take the jump with them, or you can stand safely on the cliff, you know? So, are they finally going to decide to get married? Are they going to move to another country? Are they going to tell you that they have been having an affair? Are they going to finally get the promotion and give you all the money? The Page of Swords knows the answer, and they are about to tell you. Okay, so let's bring it all back to the Jade butterfly and that harmonizing energy, because that's what this reading is all about, right? Finding that unspoken peace, creating that sense of harmony, and aligning with your true self. The Page of Swords can be a tricky card because it's all about communication, but it can also be about miscommunication, about being too blunt, too critical, or too eager to prove yourself. So, how can you use the energy of the Jade butterfly to harmonize the Page of Swords, to bring some balance to this situation, and to create a sense of peace amidst the storm? I think it starts with compassion, with understanding that everyone is on their own journey, that everyone is doing the best they can, and that everyone deserves to be treated with kindness and respect. Even if they're not communicating in the most effective way, even if they're saying things that are hurtful or offensive, you can choose to respond with empathy, to listen to their perspective, and to communicate your own feelings in a way that is both honest and considerate. But you don't have to let them walk all over you, right? It's about speaking your truth, but also about being mindful of your impact, about choosing your words carefully, and about communicating in a way that is both clear and compassionate, you know. It's about setting boundaries, but also about being flexible and understanding, about recognizing that everyone has their own needs, their own desires, and their own limitations. And it's about releasing the need to control the outcome, to let go of your expectations, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it right now. Maybe this Page of Swords is a call to forgive someone who has hurt you, to let go of a grudge that's been weighing you down, or to release a relationship that's not working. Or maybe it's a call to forgive yourself, to let go of your own mistakes, and to embrace your imperfections, you know? Whatever it is, trust that the Jade butterfly is there to support you, to guide you, and to help you create a life that is filled with peace, love, and harmony. This is the unspoken peace you crave, you know? The Page of Swords is about to tell you the thing. Are you ready? What will their hidden feelings reveal? Okay, Jade butterfly, after that Page of Swords, it's time for the final reveal, time to see what all of this has been building towards. You have been so patient, and all of this information is about to come together to help you find that unspoken peace. So, are you ready? Are you sure? Because here it is, you have pulled the Three of Wands. Whoa, okay. Okay, so let's take a deep breath and just dive right in, okay? So remember how we started this journey. With the Eight of Pentacles, representing their hard work, their dedication, and maybe that feeling of being a little bit undervalued, a little bit stuck in a routine. They are putting in all this effort to hone a skill, maybe even for you, right? It feels like they are trying to prove themselves, or get better for you, or something like that, you know? They were working, and not seeing the rewards, you know. Then we had the Wheel of Fortune, bringing that sudden change, that unexpected opportunity, that feeling of things shifting and moving in a new direction. This Wheel of Fortune card means a change is coming, and they had to decide if they were going to roll with that change, or if they were going to resist it, you know. And that change might have been for the better or for the worse, depending on how they handled it. And then we had the Two of Wands, representing that choice, that crossroads, that feeling of needing to make a decision about their future. They had to choose one path or another, and that choice could have a big impact on you, right? Like, are they going to choose a future that includes you or not? Like, are you even one of the possibilities that they are considering? After that, the Ten of Wands came up, which just felt like the weight of the world on their shoulders, right? That feeling of overwhelm, of carrying too much, of being completely maxed out. It was all just too much, and they had to figure out how to release some of that burden. Are they doing that for themselves, or are they doing that for you? Are they going to drop some of those balls, or are they going to try to juggle them all? And then, thank goodness, we pulled the Hermit, representing that need to withdraw, to go inward, to find their own answers, to reconnect with their true selves. They had to go into the hermit cave. It was all about needing to take a break from the outside world, to recharge their batteries, to reconnect with their true self. It was time for some serious self-reflection, and to figure out what they really want. But that means they weren't talking to you about it, right? Like, you are just sitting there waiting for them to come back from the cave. Then, after all that quiet, we had the Eight of Wands, with all that speed, all that action, all that communication, all that stuff is finally happening. It was such a contrast to the Hermit, right? Everything was suddenly moving forward after being stuck for so long. Decisions were being made quickly, opportunities were coming their way fast, and they had to jump on board and do it and just act and go. This also felt like a warning that they are running towards something or running away from something. And finally, we have the Page of Swords, representing new ideas, communication, and a thirst for knowledge. This Page of Swords is thinking and figuring out the thing, and they are about to communicate the thing. They are analyzing the Eight of Wands and getting ready to talk. And all of this, every single card, is leading to this moment, this final card, so are you ready? It's time to find out what it all means. So, the Three of Wands, at its core, is all about expansion, planning for the future, and taking action on a grander scale. It's that feeling of having laid the groundwork, of having put in the effort, and now being ready to see the fruits of your labor. You see the figure in the card, standing on a cliff, looking out at the ocean, with three wands planted firmly in the ground, right? It's about having a vision, about planning for the long term, and about being open to new possibilities and new opportunities that are coming over the horizon. It's like they have created something, and now they are ready to see what they are going to do with it. This card often comes up when someone is expanding their business, launching a new project, or taking their life in a new direction, and it feels like there is travel involved, right? It's about being willing to take risks, to step outside your comfort zone, and to embrace the unknown with courage and confidence. This card is a very optimistic card, and it's all about believing in yourself and in your vision, and knowing that you have the power to create the future that you desire. It's like they are saying, I did the work, and now I am ready for more, and I'm ready to take on the world. Okay, so let's connect this back to the rest of the cards, right? So, what does this Three of Wands mean in the context of this specific situation? The Eight of Pentacles, that hard work, that dedication, that feeling of being undervalued. The Three of Wands is like the reward for all that effort, right? It's like, okay, you've put in the work, you've honed your skills, and now you're ready to reap the benefits. This card says that whatever they have been working on, it is about to pay off. This also feels like those efforts that they have been working on will soon be recognized by others. They put in the work, and now they are ready to be seen and appreciated and rewarded. The Wheel of Fortune, that sudden change, that unexpected opportunity. The Three of Wands is like taking that opportunity and running with it, right? It's like, okay, the universe has opened a door for me, and I'm ready to walk through it with confidence and enthusiasm. This Wheel of Fortune moment could be a sign that they are about to embark on a new adventure, to travel to a new place, or to take on a new challenge. But they are ready, right? They have planted their wands, they know who they are, and they know what they want. The Two of Wands, that choice, that crossroads, that feeling of needing to make a decision about the future. The Three of Wands is like choosing the path that leads to expansion, to growth, and to new possibilities. It's like, okay, I've considered my options, I've weighed the pros and cons, and I've decided to take the leap and create the future that I desire. This choice is going to lead to great things for them, and they know it and they are ready for it. The Ten of Wands, that feeling of being overwhelmed, of carrying too much. The Three of Wands is like releasing that burden and delegating responsibilities. It's like, okay, I can't do it all alone. I need to trust others to help me, and I need to focus on what's most important to me. This means that they are finally ready to let go of some of the control and to trust others to take care of things. They can't do it all by themselves, and they know it, and now they are ready to ask for help. The Hermit, that feeling of needing to withdraw, to go inward, to find their own answers. The Three of Wands is like taking those insights and putting them into action, right? It's like, okay, I've connected with my true self, I've clarified my values, and now I'm ready to live my life in alignment with my authentic truth. This means that they are finally ready to be themselves, to be honest with themselves, and to live a life that is true to who they are. They have spent time in the hermit cave, and now they are ready to come out and show the world who they really are. The Eight of Wands, that feeling of speed, of action, of things happening quickly. The Three of Wands is like harnessing that energy and channeling it towards a specific goal, right? It's like, okay, things are moving fast, and I need to stay focused, to stay organized, and to make sure that I'm moving in the right direction. This means that they are not going to let the chaos overwhelm them, but instead, they are going to use it to their advantage, to create something amazing. They are ready to take all that action and turn it into something amazing, and they are ready to do it now. They went into the hermit cave, and now they are ready to go. And the Page of Swords, that feeling of new ideas, of communication, of a thirst for knowledge. The Three of Wands is like taking those ideas and turning them into a concrete plan for the future, right? It's like, okay, I have all these thoughts and ideas, I need to organize them, prioritize them, and create a roadmap for how to make them a reality. This means that they are not just going to dream about the future, they are going to actively create it. They are using the power of the Page of Swords to figure out what they want, and now they are ready to use that information to take on the world. This could be an amazing plan for their job, for their family, or for you, right? Like, this card means that they have a plan, and they are ready to put it into action. But what about their hidden feelings for you? How does the Three of Wands connect to that? Well, I think it means that they are seriously considering a future with you, Jade Butterfly. They are standing on that cliff, looking out at the ocean, and they are wondering if you are part of their vision. This Three of Wands is like they are planting those wands and saying, I want this, and I want to share it with someone, and I wonder if that someone is you. This could be them deciding if they want to travel with you, or to move with you, or to start a business with you, or to have a family with you. They are looking out and thinking, I wonder what it would be like to share this with them. This Three of Wands is also about them deciding if they are ready to commit to you, to make a long-term plan with you, to build a future together. Like, they went into the hermit cave, and now they are wondering if you should come to. They are thinking, I want this, and I want them to be a part of it, but am I ready to make that commitment? They are finally going to decide if they want to give you the Two of Wands ring. And that Two of Wands choice is still up in the air, right? The Wheel of Fortune still has to turn, and things still have to happen. So this doesn't mean that they have already made a decision. It just means that they are considering it, that they are thinking about it, that they are open to the possibility. And that's a big step, right? If they weren't even thinking about you, this card wouldn't come up. Like, this card means that you are definitely on their mind. This Three of Wands also feels like they are waiting for something from you, Jade Butterfly. They are standing on that cliff, looking out at the ocean, and they are waiting for you to give them a sign, to give them a signal, to let them know that you are on board too. They are thinking, I want this, and I want to share it with them, but I need to know if they want it too. They are putting the ball in your court. Like, are you going to tell them how you feel? Are you going to take the jump with them? Because they are ready if you are, but you have to let them know that you are ready too. They are thinking, I need to know that they are willing to take this leap with me, that they are willing to commit, that they are willing to build a future together. Like, this is a joint effort, you know? You both have to be on board, and they are waiting to see if you are ready to go too, you know? They can't do it all by themselves, and they know it, and they need you to meet them halfway, you know? They are waiting to see if you're also planting those wands. So, how do you navigate this situation, Jade Butterfly? What can you do to support this person, while also protecting your own heart and creating the future that you desire? Well, I think the first thing is to be honest with yourself about how you feel. Do you want to be a part of their future? Do you see a long-term relationship with them? Are you willing to take the leap and commit to building a life together? If the answer is yes, then you need to communicate that to them, clearly and directly. Don't play games, don't be coy, don't drop hints. Just tell them how you feel, and let them know that you are open to exploring a future together, you know? Like, you have to be brave and put yourself out there, because they are waiting for you to do it, you know? It's scary, but it's worth it if you really want this, you know? And if the answer is no, then you also need to be honest with them and with yourself. Don't string them along, don't give them false hope, and don't pretend to feel something that you don't. Just let them know that you appreciate their friendship, but you don't see a romantic future together, and that you want to move on and find someone who is a better fit for you, you know. Like, it's hard, but it's the right thing to do, because they deserve someone who loves them and appreciates them, and wants to be with them, and you can't give them that, you know. And then, regardless of what they say, you need to protect your own heart and create the future that you desire, you know. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't give up on your own dreams and goals, and don't let their decisions dictate your happiness. You are in charge of your own destiny, and you have the power to create a fulfilling, meaningful, and joyful life, with or without them, you know. You need to remember that you are worthy of love, that you are capable of anything you set your mind to, and that you have the strength and resilience to overcome any challenge, you know? You are amazing, and you deserve to be happy, and you can create that happiness for yourself, regardless of what happens with this person, you know? So, Jade Butterfly, this has been quite a journey, hasn't it? We've explored their hard work, their sudden changes, their moment of choice, their feeling of overwhelm, their need for solitude, their urge to communicate, and finally, their plans for the future. And now, it's up to you to decide what role you want to play in their story. Will you join them on their adventure? Will you support them from afar? Or will you choose a different path altogether? The choice is yours, and the power is in your hands. And whatever you choose, remember the harmonizing energy of the Jade Butterfly. Remember that you are seeking that unspoken peace, and finding that harmony starts within you. Trust your intuition, follow your heart, and know that everything is happening for a reason. The universe has a plan for you, Jade Butterfly, a plan that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. And all you have to do is trust in that plan and take the steps to create the life that you desire. You are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of all the good things that are coming your way. So go out there and shine, Jade Butterfly, because the world needs your light. You have so much to offer, and you are ready to take on the world, you know? Just remember to stay true to yourself, to stay grounded in your values, and to always, always, always follow your heart. And know that unspoken peace that you crave, the harmony that you're seeking, it all starts with you. May you find the answers you need. May you take action with courage. And may you always find your way back to balance. I hope that you will come back and see me again soon. Goodbye. Hey there, my friend. Welcome to your reading. I'm so excited to dive into this with you. We've got the beautiful rose quartz tree today, which is all about balancing energies and really nurturing the roots of affection, like in a really quiet, subtle way. So this whole reading is going to be themed around that feeling, you know, like the quiet growth of something really special. Okay, so we have got some interesting cards here. We have the High Priestess, we have the Three of Pentacles, and then we have the Chariot. Wow, okay. So immediately I'm getting like a really strong sense of hidden feelings, you know? Like something is going on beneath the surface. Let's start with the High Priestess, because she is like the Queen of Secrets, right? The High Priestess, oh my gosh, okay, where do I even begin? So she is all about intuition, right, and like hidden knowledge, and things that aren't really out in the open. So, the first thing that comes to my mind is that this person, whoever you're thinking about, they definitely have some really deep feelings for you that they might not even be fully aware of themselves. Like, it's almost like these feelings are brewing in their subconscious, you know? Like, they haven't really surfaced yet, but they're definitely there, like bubbling under the surface. So, it could be that they're not expressing these feelings because, well, there could be a million reasons, right? Maybe they're scared, maybe they're not sure if you feel the same way, or maybe they're just not the type of person to really wear their heart on their sleeve, you know? Some people are just naturally more reserved, and it takes them a little bit longer to really open up and show their true feelings. So, that could definitely be a part of it. But the High Priestess can also indicate that there's something else going on, like a secret that they're keeping from you, or maybe even from themselves. It's not necessarily a bad secret, you know? It could just be something that they're not ready to share yet, or something that they're still trying to figure out themselves. Like, maybe they're secretly in love with you, but they're also in a relationship with someone else, or maybe they're dealing with some personal issues that they don't want to burden you with. Or, you know what else it could be? Maybe they're afraid of what other people will think if they pursue a relationship with you. Like maybe there's some kind of social stigma or family disapproval that they're worried about. Relationships can be so complicated, right? It's never just as simple as, I like you, you like me, let's be together. There's always so much other stuff that comes into play. But the High Priestess is telling me that, whatever it is, it's definitely weighing on them, you know. It's like a little secret burden that they're carrying around. Okay, so what else could this mean? Let's dig a little deeper, because, you know, with the High Priestess, there's always more than meets the eye. So, she's also really connected to intuition, like I said, and like your own inner wisdom. So, maybe this card is also a message for you to trust your gut instincts about this person. Like, maybe you already have a feeling that they have strong feelings for you, even if they're not saying it outright. Like, have you noticed them acting a little bit different around you lately? Are they being extra attentive or flirty, or are they just generally more interested in what you have to say? Or maybe it's something more subtle, like the way they look at you, or the way they touch you, or just the overall energy that you feel when you're around them. You know, sometimes it's not about what people say, but about what they don't say, right? Like the unspoken words, the little hints and clues that they give off without even realizing it. So, pay attention to those little things, because they can tell you a lot about how this person really feels. And also, don't ignore your own intuition, because that's your superpower, right? The High Priestess is all about trusting your inner voice and knowing that you already have all the answers you need inside of you. So, if something feels off, or if you have a strong feeling about something, don't dismiss it. Trust yourself and trust your intuition. Okay, so let's think about this in a practical sense, right? Like, what does this actually look like in real life? So, imagine you're at a party and this person is there too. You catch them looking at you from across the room, and they hold your gaze for a little bit longer than usual. Or maybe you're talking to them, and they're really listening to what you're saying, like really engaged and interested, instead of just waiting for their turn to talk. Or maybe they're just finding little ways to touch you, like brushing your arm as they walk by, or putting their hand on your back when they're introducing you to someone. These are all little signs that they might be feeling something more than just friendship, you know? But the key is to not jump to conclusions, right? Because sometimes people are just friendly, and it doesn't mean anything more than that. So, don't go building a whole fantasy in your head based on a few little glances and touches. Just be aware of the possibilities and trust your intuition to guide you. And also, remember that everyone is different, right? Some people are just naturally more affectionate and touchy-feely than others. So don't assume that someone is in love with you just because they give you a hug, you know? You have to take everything into context and really pay attention to the overall energy and vibe that you're getting from them. Okay, so what if you're not getting any clear signs from this person? What if they're being really guarded and closed off? Well, that could mean a few different things. Like maybe they're just not interested in you romantically, and that's okay, right? You can't force someone to feel something that they don't feel. But it could also mean that they're just really good at hiding their feelings, or that they're scared of getting hurt. Like, maybe they've been burned in the past and they're afraid to open themselves up again. Or maybe they're just not sure if you're interested in them and they don't want to risk rejection. So, if you're really interested in this person and you're not getting any clear signals from them, you might have to take the initiative and make the first move, you know? Like, put yourself out there a little bit and see how they respond. But be careful not to come on too strong, because that could scare them away even more. Like, maybe you could just start by spending more time with them or finding excuses to talk to them more often. Or you could try giving them a compliment or asking them about their interests. Just little things to show them that you're interested and that you're paying attention. And if they respond positively, then you can start to escalate things a little bit more. Like, maybe you could ask them out on a date or just tell them how you feel. But be prepared for the possibility that they might not feel the same way and be okay with that, right? Because rejection is just a part of life, and it doesn't mean that you're not worthy of love. Okay, so let's go back to the idea of secrets, because that's a really big part of the High Priestess energy. So, what if this person is actually hiding something really significant from you? Like, something that could potentially damage your relationship? Well, that's a tough one, right? Because nobody wants to be lied to or betrayed. But sometimes, people have their reasons for keeping secrets, and it's not always because they're trying to hurt you. Like, maybe they're trying to protect you from something, or maybe they're just not ready to share something yet. But if you suspect that this person is hiding something really important from you, you have a right to know, right? Because you deserve to be with someone who is honest and open with you. So, you might have to have a difficult conversation with them and ask them directly about what's going on. But be prepared for the possibility that they might not be willing to tell you the truth, or that they might try to downplay the situation. And if that happens, you have to decide whether or not you can live with that, right? Because trust is the foundation of any good relationship, and if you don't have trust, then you don't really have anything. Okay, so let's talk about the positive side of the High Priestess, because it's not all about secrets and hidden feelings. She's also about intuition and wisdom and inner knowing. So maybe this card is telling you that this person is actually a really wise and intuitive person, and that they have a lot to offer you in terms of guidance and support. Like, maybe they're really good at giving advice, or maybe they're just really good at listening and making you feel understood. Or maybe they have a really strong connection to their own intuition, and they can help you to connect with yours. So, if you're feeling lost or confused about something, this person might be able to help you to see things more clearly. Like, they might be able to offer you a new perspective or help you to tap into your own inner wisdom. But the key is to be open to their guidance, right? Because sometimes it's hard to listen to advice, especially if it's not what you want to hear. But if you trust this person and you know that they have your best interests at heart, then you should be willing to consider what they have to say. Okay, so I feel like we've really explored the High Priestess in a lot of depth, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on with this person and their hidden feelings. But let's move on to the next card, because I'm really curious to see how it connects to everything else. So, we have the Three of Pentacles, which is all about collaboration and teamwork. The Three of Pentacles, wow, okay, this is really interesting. So this card is all about working together, right? Like building something with someone, collaborating on a project, sharing your skills and talents. So immediately, I'm thinking that this person, whoever they are, they see you as a partner, you know. Like someone that they can work with, someone that they can create something with. It could be in a literal sense, like maybe you're actually working on a project together, or maybe you're planning something together, like a trip or a party. Or it could be more metaphorical, like maybe you're just building a relationship together, brick by brick, slowly but surely. But the key thing is that there's a sense of shared effort and shared goals. Like, you're both working towards the same thing, and you're both contributing your unique skills and talents to the process. And that's a really beautiful thing, right? Because when you're working together with someone, you can achieve so much more than you could on your own. Okay, so let's think about this in the context of the High Priestess. So, if this person has hidden feelings for you, and they also see you as a partner, that could mean that they're hopping to build a relationship with you, right? Like, they're not just interested in a casual fling, they're actually looking for something more serious and long-term. But the fact that they're not expressing their feelings openly could mean that they're not sure if you feel the same way, or that they're afraid of ruining the working relationship that you already have. Like, maybe your colleagues or maybe your friends, and they don't want to risk making things awkward or uncomfortable. So they're being cautious, They're testing the waters, trying to gauge your interest without giving too much away. And that can be really frustrating, right? Because you want them to just be honest and tell you how they feel, but you also understand why they're being so careful. Okay, so what if you're not actually working on a project together? What if you're not colleagues or friends? Well, that could mean that this person is hopping to work with you in the future, right? Like, they see your potential, they admire your skills and talents, and they're looking for an opportunity to collaborate with you. It could be in a professional sense, like maybe they want to hire you for a job, or maybe they want to partner with you on a business venture. Or it could be more personal, like maybe they want to take a class with you, or join a club with you, or just spend more time with you in general. But the key thing is that they see something special in you, something that they want to be a part of. And that's a really flattering thing, right? Because it means that they value your skills and your perspective, and they think that you have something to offer. Okay, so let's talk about the different ways that this collaboration could manifest. Like, what kind of projects could you be working on together? Well, it could be anything, really. It could be a creative project, like writing a book, or making a film, or creating a website. Or it could be a practical project, like renovating a house, or starting a garden, or organizing a community event. Or it could be something completely different, like raising a family, or building a business, or traveling the world together. The possibilities are endless, really. But the key thing is that it's something that you're both passionate about, and something that you're both willing to put in the effort to make happen. And also, it's important that you have complementary skills and talents, right? Like, you don't want to be doing the exact same thing, because then you'll just be stepping on each other's toes. You want to be able to bring different things to the table and to learn from each other. Like, maybe you're really good at the creative side of things, and they're really good at the practical side of things. Or maybe you're really good at the big picture, and they're really good at the details. Or maybe you're really good at communicating with people, and they're really good at problem solving. Whatever it is, it's important that you recognize and value each other's strengths, and that you work together to create something that's bigger and better than what you could have done on your own. Okay, so let's think about the challenges that you might face in this collaboration. Because no matter how well you get along with someone, there are always going to be some bumps in the road, right? Like disagreements, misunderstandings, and just general stress and pressure. So, it's important to be prepared for those challenges and to have a plan for how you're going to deal with them. Like, maybe you could agree to always be honest and open with each other, even when it's difficult. Or maybe you could agree to take breaks when you're feeling overwhelmed, or to seek outside help if you're really stuck. Or maybe you could just agree to be patient and understanding with each other, and to remember that you're both working towards the same goal. Whatever it is, it's important to have a strong foundation of trust and communication so that you can weather any storm that comes your way. And also, it's important to remember that collaboration is not always easy, right? Like, it takes effort, and it takes compromise, and it takes a willingness to put aside your own ego and to listen to other people's ideas. But it's also incredibly rewarding, because when you work together with someone, you can create something truly amazing. Okay, so let's talk about the energy of the Three of Pentacles. Like, what does it feel like to be in this kind of collaborative relationship? Well, it should feel supportive and encouraging and empowering, right? Like, you should feel like you're being lifted up by the other person, and that you're able to achieve more than you thought possible. You should also feel like you're learning and growing, both as an individual and as a team. Like, you should be expanding your skills and your knowledge, and you should be becoming a better version of yourself. And you should also feel like you're contributing something valuable to the world, right? Like, you're making a difference, and you're leaving your mark. Okay, so let's go back to the High Priestess for a second, because I want to explore how that hidden feelings aspect might affect this collaboration. So, if this person has feelings for you, but they're not expressing them openly, that could create some tension and awkwardness in the working relationship, right? Like, maybe they're being extra nice to you or extra attentive, and it's making you feel uncomfortable. Or maybe they're being really critical of your work, and it's making you feel insecure. Or maybe they're just being really inconsistent, and it's making you feel confused. Whatever it is, it's important to address it, right? Because if you don't talk about it, it's just going to fester and get worse. So you might have to have a conversation with them and say something like, "Hey, I've noticed that you've been acting a little bit different lately, and I'm wondering if everything is okay." And then you can just listen to what they have to say and try to be understanding and compassionate. And if they admit that they have feelings for you, then you can decide how you want to respond. Like maybe you feel the same way and you want to explore a relationship with them. Or maybe you don't feel the same way and you want to just remain friends or colleagues. Whatever you decide, it's important to be honest and respectful and to communicate your feelings clearly. And also, it's important to remember that their feelings are valid, even if you don't feel the same way. So, try to be empathetic and understanding, and to avoid saying anything that could hurt their feelings. Okay, so, I feel like we've really explored the Three of Pentacles in a lot of depth, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on with this person and their collaborative spirit. But let's move on to the next card, because I'm really curious to see how it connects to everything else. So, we have the Chariot, which is all about drive and determination. The Chariot, oh wow, this is powerful. So the Chariot is all about willpower, right? Like determination, ambition, and the drive to succeed. So immediately, I'm getting the sense that this person is really focused on achieving something, you know? Like they have a goal in mind, and they're not going to let anything stand in their way. It could be a personal goal, like getting in shape, or learning a new skill, or overcoming a fear. Or it could be a professional goal, like getting a promotion, or starting a business, or launching a new product. Or it could be a relationship goal, like finding love, or getting married, or starting a family. Whatever it is, they're really committed to making it happen, and they're willing to put in the hard work and effort that it takes to achieve their dreams. And that's a really admirable quality, right? Because it shows that they're not afraid of a challenge, and that they're willing to go the extra mile to get what they want. Okay, so let's think about this in the context of the High Priestess and the Three of Pentacles. So, if this person has hidden feelings for you, and they see you as a partner, and they're also driven and determined, that could mean that they're really serious about building a relationship with you, right? Like, they're not just casually interested, they're actually committed to making it work. And they're willing to put in the effort to overcome any obstacles that might stand in their way. But the fact that they're not expressing their feelings openly could mean that they're also afraid of getting hurt, or of ruining the working relationship that you already have. So, they're being cautious, you know? They're testing the waters, trying to gauge your interest without giving too much away. And they're also being strategic, you know? They're trying to figure out the best way to approach you and to win you over. Okay, so what if you're not actually working on a project together? What if you're not colleagues or friends? Well, that could mean that this person is driven to connect with you, regardless, you know. Like they are going to find ways to spend more time together, to learn what's important to you, and to ultimately see if a deeper relationship is possible. This person, with the Chariot energy, will be very focused, very intentional. They will have a plan and they will execute it. It might feel very natural from your perspective, like you're just becoming friends or whatever, but this person is really putting in the effort to see if something more can happen. But the key thing is that they see something special in you, something that they want to be a part of. And that's a really flattering thing, right? Because it means that they value your skills and your perspective, and they think that you have something to offer. Okay, so let's talk about the different ways that this drive and determination could manifest. Like, what kind of actions might this person take to pursue their goals? Well, it could be anything, really. It could be something subtle, like making an effort to be more present and engaged when they're around you. Or it could be something more overt, like asking you out on a date or telling you how they feel. Or it could be something completely different, like making a grand gesture to show you how much they care. The possibilities are endless, really. But the key thing is that it's something that's authentic and genuine, and that it comes from the heart. And also, it's important that it's respectful and considerate of your feelings, right? Like, they shouldn't be pressuring you or manipulating you into doing anything that you don't want to do. They should be respecting your boundaries and your wishes, and they should be willing to accept your decision, whatever it is. Okay, so let's think about the challenges that this person might face in their pursuit of their goals. Because no matter how driven and determined they are, there are always going to be some obstacles in their way, right? Like setbacks, disappointments, and just general frustration and discouragement. So, it's important to be prepared for those challenges and to have a plan for how you're going to deal with them. Like, maybe they could agree to take breaks when they're feeling overwhelmed or to seek outside help if they're really stuck. Or maybe they could just agree to be patient and persistent, and to remember that even the most difficult challenges can be overcome with enough effort and determination. And also, it's important to remember that success is not always guaranteed, right? Like, sometimes you can put in all the effort in the world, and you still might not get what you want. But that doesn't mean that you should give up, right? It just means that you need to reevaluate your strategy and to try a different approach. And also, it's important to learn from your mistakes and to use them as opportunities to grow and to improve. Because even if you don't achieve your original goal, you can still learn something valuable along the way, and that's worth celebrating, right? Okay, so let's talk about the shadow side of the chariot, because it's not all about drive and determination. It can also be about being controlling or aggressive or reckless. So, if this person is too focused on achieving their goals, they might become insensitive to your feelings, or they might try to pressure you into doing things that you don't want to do. Or they might become so obsessed with success that they neglect other important areas of their life, like their health, or their relationships, or their personal well-being. So, it's important to be aware of these potential pitfalls, and to make sure that this person is not becoming too consumed by their ambitions. And if you notice that they're starting to exhibit these negative qualities, you might have to have a conversation with them and say something like, "Hey, I'm noticing that you've been really focused on your goals lately, and I'm wondering if you're taking care of yourself." And then, you can just listen to what they have to say and try to be understanding and compassionate. And if they're willing to listen to your concerns, then you can work together to find a more balanced and sustainable approach to achieving their goals. Okay, so I feel like we've really explored the chariot in a lot of depth, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on with this person and their drive and determination. And I feel like we've really woven together all three cards, the High Priestess, the Three of Pentacles, and the Chariot, to create a really complete and nuanced picture of this person and their feelings for you. I'm excited to pull another card. Okay, so I feel like we've really explored the chariot in a lot of depth, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on with this person and their drive and determination. And I feel like we've really woven together all three cards, the High Priestess, the Three of Pentacles, and the Chariot, to create a really complete and nuanced picture of this person and their feelings for you, okay? Now we have the Queen of Pentacles. Oh, I love this card. So the Queen of Pentacles, she is all about nurturing, right? And abundance and really just creating a comfortable and secure environment. Immediately I'm getting such a strong sense of home and hearth, you know? This person really values stability and security, and they want to create that for themselves and for the people that they care about. Okay, so let's really dive into this, because I feel like this card adds a really important layer to everything we've already talked about. Yeah. So, thinking about this in terms of the High Priestess, right? All those hidden feelings, that's still there. So, what if all those hidden feelings are rooted in a desire to provide and care for you? Maybe they're not just thinking about a fun fling, you know? Maybe they are thinking about building a life together, a home, a family, all of that, you know? The Queen of Pentacles is very much about, long-term security, so, this could be a really big deal. Okay, so maybe they haven't expressed their feelings because they want to make sure they can offer you stability first. It's like, okay, I need to get my ducks in a row. I need to make sure that I'm financially stable. I need to make sure that I have a good foundation before I can even think about bringing someone else into my life. It's almost like they see love as a responsibility, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? It just means that they take it really seriously. But it could also mean that they're putting too much pressure on themselves. Like, nobody's perfect, and nobody has it all figured out right. So maybe they need to relax a little bit and realize that love is about accepting each other, flaws and all. Yeah, but it's also possible that, like, this Queen of Pentacles energy is influencing how they show their feelings. Like maybe they're not going to write you a love poem or sing you a serenade, but they might, cook you a delicious meal or, like, offer to help you with a chore or, give you a really thoughtful gift. It's like they're showing their love through acts of service, which is a love language, right? Not everyone expresses love in the same way. So maybe you need to pay attention to how they're showing their love instead of just waiting for them to say the words. Because sometimes actions speak louder than words, right? And also, the Queen of Pentacles is really connected to the earth, to nature. So maybe they express their feelings by taking you on a hike, or, bringing you flowers from their garden, or just spending time with you outside in nature. It's like they're showing you their love by sharing their connection to the earth with you, which is really beautiful, actually. It's like they're saying, I want to share my world with you. I want to share the things that are important to me. But it could also mean that they're a little bit, like, stuck in their comfort zone. Like, maybe they're so focused on creating stability and security that they're not willing to take risks or to try new things. It's like they're afraid of rocking the boat. Which could be a problem, right? Because relationships are all about growth and change, and if you're not willing to take risks, then you're going to get stagnant. So maybe you need to encourage them to step outside of their comfort zone a little bit and to be more open to new experiences. But again, like, this is all just potential, right? It all depends on who this person is and what their specific situation is. We're just kind of brainstorming here. Oh, but the rose quartz we pulled is all about balancing. And this Queen of Pentacles, it's such a good balance because the High Priestess is very in her head, and this is very in the body. So maybe this person is craving someone to help them balance their mind with their body, and you do that for them, maybe? Okay, so let's bring in the Three of Pentacles here. So we know that they see you as a partner, someone that they can work with and build with. Now we have this Queen of Pentacles energy, so it's like they see you as someone they can build a stable, secure life with. Oh, I love this. Okay, so, like, they're not just thinking about, a short-term project, they're thinking about, like, a long-term partnership. Like building a home together, raising a family together, growing old together. All of that. It's like they see you as someone they can really count on, someone who is responsible and reliable, and, just a really good partner to have in life. But it also means that they might be a little bit, like, traditional in their views on relationships. Like, maybe they have a specific idea of what a relationship should look like, and they're not really open to anything else. It's like they want the white picket fence, the 2 kids, the dog, the whole 9 yards, which is fine if that's what you want too. But if you have different ideas about relationships, then that could be a problem, right? So maybe you need to have a conversation with them about what you both want out of a relationship, and to make sure that you're on the same page. But also, this could mean that they're really good at working with you on practical matters, Like managing finances, or organizing events, or just taking care of the day-to-day stuff that needs to get done. It's like they're the kind of person that you can really rely on to get things done, and to do them well, which is a really valuable quality in a partner, right? Because relationships are all about teamwork, and you need someone who is willing to pull their weight. But it could also mean that they're a little bit, like, controlling. Like, maybe they're so focused on being responsible and reliable that they start to micromanage everything, and they don't really give you any space to do your own thing. It's like they think they know what's best for you, and they're not really willing to listen to your opinions or ideas, which can be really frustrating, right? Because you want to feel like you're an equal partner in the relationship, not like you're being told what to do all the time. So maybe you need to set some boundaries with them and to let them know that you need your own space and your own autonomy. I'm just saying, okay? Again, potentials. And this Queen of Pentacles, it's interesting with the rose quartz because this is about balance. So maybe it's about balancing the work you do together and the home life you want to make, you know. How do you balance the collaborative energy with the nurturing energy? Okay, so what about the Chariot? That's a lot of drive, and now we have this Queen of Pentacles, who is more relaxed. So how do these cards work together? Well, maybe this person is driven to create a stable, secure life for you both, right? Like they want to achieve their goals so that they can provide for you and give you the life that you deserve. It's like they're using their ambition and determination to create a comfortable and abundant home for you both, which is really sweet, right? Because it shows that they really care about your well-being and your happiness. But it could also mean that they're a little bit like workaholics, you know? Like maybe they're so focused on achieving their goals that they neglect their relationships and their own self-care. It's like they're always working, always striving, and they never really take any time to relax and enjoy life, which can be really exhausting, right? Because you want to be with someone who is present and engaged, not someone who is always thinking about work. So maybe you need to encourage them to slow down a little bit and to take some time for themselves and for you. But also, this Queen of Pentacles could be about how they go about their goals, you know. So the Chariot can be headstrong, and this can be more grounded, more practical. So maybe this person is learning to temper their ambitions with a sense of realism, you know? This is really about, like, slow and steady wins the race, yeah. It's about building something solid and lasting, not just like a flash in the pan. And that's a really valuable lesson, right? Because in the long run, it's the people who are patient and persistent who really succeed. But again, it could mean that they're a little bit, like, risk-averse, you know? Like, maybe they're so focused on being practical and realistic that they're not willing to take any chances or to pursue their dreams. It's like they're afraid of failing, so they just stick to what they know. Which can be really limiting, right? Because you want to be with someone who is willing to take risks and to go after their dreams, even if there's a chance of failure. So, maybe you need to encourage them to be a little bit more adventurous and to step outside of their comfort zone. But again, it's all about balance, right? You don't want to be reckless, but you also don't want to be so cautious that you never try anything new. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this Queen of Pentacles energy, because I feel like there's so much more to explore here. So, she's all about nurturing, right? Like taking care of people, providing for their needs, and creating a safe and comfortable environment. So maybe this person is really good at taking care of you, you know? Like they always make sure that you're comfortable, that you have everything you need, and that you feel loved and supported. It's like they're always looking out for you, and they're always willing to go the extra mile to make you happy, which is really amazing, right? Because it's so important to be with someone who is caring and compassionate and who really values your well-being. But it could also mean that they're a little bit, like, codependent, you know? Like, maybe they're so focused on taking care of you that they neglect their own needs and they start to rely on you for their own happiness. It's like they need to feel needed and they're not really sure how to be happy on their own, which can be really draining, right? Because you don't want to feel like you're responsible for someone else's happiness, and you need to have your own space and your own autonomy. So maybe you need to encourage them to take care of themselves and to find their own sources of happiness. It's so important to be with someone who is independent and self-sufficient and who doesn't need you to complete them. But it's also important to be with someone who is willing to be vulnerable and to ask for help when they need it. So, it's all about finding that balance, right? And the Queen of Pentacles is all about sensuality, you know. Like enjoying the pleasures of the body and appreciating the beauty of the physical world. So, maybe this person is really good at making you feel good, you know? Like, they know how to touch you in a way that makes you feel amazing, and they're always willing to try new things to please you. It's like they're really in tune with their own body and with your body, and they know how to create a really sensual and intimate experience for you both. Which is really exciting, right? Because it's so important to have a good physical connection with your partner and to feel like you're both on the same page when it comes to sex and intimacy. But it could also mean that they're a little bit, like, materialistic, you know? Like, maybe they're so focused on the physical world that they neglect the spiritual and emotional aspects of your relationship. It's like they think that buying you expensive gifts is the same as showing you love, and they don't really understand the importance of emotional connection and vulnerability. Which can be really disappointing, right? Because you want to be with someone who values you for who you are on the inside, not just for what you can give them on the outside. So, maybe you need to encourage them to be more open and honest about their feelings and to connect with you on a deeper level. But again, it's all about balance, right? You don't want to be completely detached from the physical world, but you also don't want to be so focused on it that you neglect the other important aspects of your relationship. And the rose quartz is about balance, so maybe this person is craving someone who can help them remember that love isn't just about what you can give physically, but also emotionally, you know. Okay, so what are some of the potential challenges with this Queen of Pentacles energy? Like, what are some of the things that could go wrong? Well, like I said, they could be too controlling, or too materialistic, or too risk-averse. Or they could be too focused on taking care of you, and they neglect their own needs. Or they could be too stuck in their comfort zone, and they're not willing to try new things. But the biggest challenge, I think, is that they might be afraid of being vulnerable, you know? Like, maybe they're so used to being the strong, responsible one that they don't really know how to let their guard down and show their true feelings. It's like they're afraid of getting hurt, so they just keep their emotions bottled up inside, which can be really frustrating, right? Because you want to be with someone who is open and honest and who is willing to share their heart with you. So maybe you need to create a safe space for them to be vulnerable and to let them know that you're not going to judge them or reject them, no matter what they say. It's so important to create an environment of trust and acceptance where they feel like they can really be themselves without fear of criticism or judgment. And also, it's important to remember that everyone has their own unique way of expressing love, and that it's not always going to look the way you expect it to. So, maybe this person is showing you their love in subtle ways, like by doing small acts of service, or by being a reliable and supportive presence in your life. Or maybe they're showing you their love through their actions, rather than through their words. So, pay attention to the little things that they do, and try to appreciate the ways that they're showing you that they care. And if you're not sure how they're feeling, then just ask them. Communication is key in any relationship, and it's so important to be open and honest about your feelings and your needs. Because if you don't talk about it, then you're just going to end up making assumptions, and you might be completely wrong. So don't be afraid to ask them how they're feeling, and to tell them how you're feeling too. It's the only way to really know what's going on, and to build a strong and lasting relationship. Okay, so I feel like we've really explored the Queen of Pentacles in a lot of depth, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on with this person and their nurturing energy. And I feel like we've really woven together all four cards: the High Priestess, the Three of Pentacles, the Chariot, and the Queen of Pentacles, to create a really complete and nuanced picture of this person and their feelings for you. But we still have 3 cards left, so let's keep going. Okay, so now we have the Five of Cups. Oh my gosh, okay. So the Five of Cups is like, it's a bummer card, right? You see these cups spilled, and it's all about like loss and regret and like focusing on what's missing instead of what you still have. So immediately I'm thinking, oh, what's this person sad about, you know? Like, what are they mourning? What did they lose? Or what do they think they lost? Because sometimes it's just a perception, right? So like, let's just dive right into this, okay? So like, the first thing that comes to my mind is like disappointment, right? This person is feeling disappointed about something. It could be something related to you, or it could be something completely unrelated, but it's definitely affecting their energy, you know? Like, they're not feeling their best, they're feeling a little bit down, a little bit discouraged. And the thing about the Five of Cups is that it's really easy to get stuck in that negative mindset, Like you start focusing on everything that's wrong, and you forget about all the things that are right. And it can be a really slippery slope, because the more you focus on the more negative things you attract into your life, It's like the universe is just giving you more of what you're already focusing on. So, what could this disappointment be about? Well, if we're thinking about their feelings for you, maybe they're disappointed that you haven't reciprocated their feelings, Like, maybe they've been putting out all these signals, and you haven't really responded in the way that they were hoping for. Or maybe they're disappointed that the timing isn't right, Like maybe one of you is in a relationship, or maybe you live too far apart, or maybe there are just other circumstances that are making it difficult for you to be together. Or, it could be something completely different, like maybe they're disappointed in themselves, Like maybe they feel like they're not good enough for you, or that they don't deserve you. Or maybe they're just afraid of getting hurt, so they're keeping their distance, even though they really want to be with you. It's so complicated, right? Love is never easy. But the key thing to remember with the Five of Cups is that it's not all doom and gloom, Like there are still some cups standing, right? There's still some hope. It's not all lost. So even though this person is feeling disappointed about something, there's still a lot of potential for things to turn around, Like maybe you just need to have a conversation with them and clear the air and let them know how you really feel. Or maybe you just need to give it some time and let things unfold naturally. Or maybe you need to just accept that it's not meant to be and move on. But whatever you do, don't give up hope completely, because there's always a chance that things could work out, Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this, because I feel like there's more to unpack here. So, the Five of Cups is also about regret, right? Like looking back on the past and wishing you had done things differently. So, maybe this person has some regrets about how they've handled things with you, Like, maybe they regret not telling you how they feel sooner, or maybe they regret saying something that hurt your feelings, or maybe they regret not taking a chance when they had the opportunity. Or, it could be something completely different, like maybe they regret a past relationship that didn't work out, and they're afraid of making the same mistakes again. Or maybe they regret not pursuing their dreams, and they feel like they're stuck in a rut. But the thing about regret is that it's really important to learn from your mistakes, Like you can't change the past, but you can definitely learn from it and use it to make better decisions in the future. So maybe this person needs to take some time to reflect on their past and to figure out what they can learn from their regrets. And then they can use that knowledge to move forward and create a better future for themselves. And also, it's important to forgive yourself for your mistakes, Like, nobody's perfect, and we all make mistakes. So don't beat yourself up about it, just learn from it and move on. And also, it's important to remember that everything happens for a reason, Like, even the bad things that happen in our lives can teach us valuable lessons and help us to grow as people. So try to find the silver lining in your regrets and use them to become a better version of yourself. Okay, so let's bring in the rose quartz here, because I feel like that's really important. So, the rose quartz is all about balancing energies, right? So, how can we balance these feelings of disappointment and regret with the other cards that we have? Well, maybe it's about finding a balance between acknowledging the negative feelings and focusing on the positive aspects of the connection, Like, it's okay to feel disappointed or regretful, but you can't let those feelings consume you. You need to also remember all the good things about the relationship and all the potential that it has. And also, the rose quartz is all about self-love, right? So maybe this person needs to focus on loving themselves and on recognizing their own worth. Because if they don't love themselves, then it's going to be really hard for them to believe that someone else could love them, So they need to take some time to nurture themselves and to do things that make them happy and to remind themselves that they are worthy of love and happiness. Okay, so let's go back to the other cards, because I want to see how this Five of Cups energy is interacting with everything else. So, we have the High Priestess, which is all about hidden feelings, right? So maybe this disappointment or regret is related to those hidden feelings, you know? Like, maybe this person is disappointed that they haven't been able to express their feelings to you, or maybe they regret keeping their feelings hidden for so long. Or maybe they're just afraid of what will happen if they do express their feelings, you know. Like maybe they're afraid of rejection or of ruining the friendship. And then we have the Three of Pentacles, which is all about collaboration, right? So maybe this disappointment or regret is related to the working relationship that you have, you know. Like maybe this person is disappointed that you're not working together as well as they had hoped, or maybe they regret something that they did that damaged the working relationship. Or maybe they're just afraid that their feelings for you will interfere with the working relationship, and that you won't be able to work together anymore. And then we have the Chariot, which is all about drive and determination, right? So maybe this disappointment or regret is related to their goals, you know? Like, maybe this person is disappointed that they haven't achieved their goals yet, or maybe they regret not pursuing their dreams more aggressively. Or maybe they're just afraid that their feelings for you will distract them from their goals, and that they won't be able to achieve what they want. Or it could be that the goal they were so driven about was you and they feel like they aren't making progress, and that's really causing a lot of grief, you know. And then we have the Queen of Pentacles, which is all about stability and nurturing, right? So maybe this disappointment or regret is related to their desire for a stable and nurturing relationship, you know. Like, maybe this person is disappointed that they haven't found someone to settle down with, or maybe they regret past relationships that didn't work out. Or maybe they're just afraid that they'll never find the kind of relationship that they're looking for. Okay, so let's think about some practical scenarios, because I want to make this really concrete. So, like, imagine that you and this person are working on a project together, and you have a disagreement about something, you know. And this person gets really upset, and they say something that they regret later. And then they start feeling really disappointed in themselves, and they start focusing on all the things that are wrong with the project, and they forget about all the good things. And then they start to withdraw from the project, and they're not as engaged as they used to be. And then the project starts to suffer, and you both start to feel really frustrated. Or like, imagine that you and this person are friends, and they have feelings for you, but they haven't told you, you know? And then they see you with someone else, and they get really jealous, and they start feeling really disappointed that you're not interested in them. And then they start to distance themselves from you, and they're not as friendly as they used to be. And then you start to wonder what's wrong, and you start to feel really confused. Or like, imagine that this person has a dream that they've been pursuing for a long time, and they finally get the opportunity to make it happen, you know? But then something goes wrong, and they don't succeed. And then they start feeling really regretful that they didn't try harder, or that they didn't do things differently. And then they start to give up on their dream, and they start to feel really hopeless. It's awful, right? So, like, what can you do to help this person through these feelings of disappointment and regret? Well, the first thing is to just be there for them, you know. Like, listen to them and validate their feelings, and let them know that you understand what they're going through. And then encourage them to focus on the positive aspects of the situation, and to remember all the good things about the relationship, or the project, or the dream. And then help them to learn from their mistakes, and to use those lessons to move forward and create a better future for themselves. And, most importantly, remind them that they are worthy of love and happiness, and that they are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. Okay, so let's talk about the shadow side of the Five of Cups, because it's not all sunshine and rainbows, you know? Like, there's a dark side to this card, and it's important to be aware of it. So, the shadow side of the Five of Cups is all about wallowing in self-pity, right? Like, getting stuck in that negative mindset and refusing to move on. Like, this person could just become completely consumed by their disappointment and regret, and they could start to blame everyone else for their problems. Or they could just give up on everything, and they could stop trying to achieve their goals. Or they could start to isolate themselves from others, and they could become really lonely and depressed. And also, the shadow side of the Five of Cups is about being unable to forgive yourself, right? Like, holding on to those regrets and letting them consume you. Like, this person could just keep replaying their mistakes over and over again in their head, and they could never be able to move on. Or they could start to punish themselves for their mistakes, and they could start to engage in self-destructive behaviors. And also, the shadow side of the Five of Cups is about being unable to see the good in anything, right? Like, focusing only on the negative and ignoring all the positive aspects of the situation. Like, this person could just become really cynical and bitter, and they could start to see the world as a really dark and hopeless place. So, like, how can you avoid falling into the shadow side of the Five of Cups? Well, the first thing is to acknowledge your feelings, but don't let them consume you, you know. Like, it's okay to feel disappointed or regretful, but you can't let those feelings control your life. You need to find a way to process those feelings and to move on. And then, it's important to forgive yourself for your mistakes, you know? Like, nobody's perfect, and we all make mistakes. So don't beat yourself up about it, just learn from it and move on. And then, it's important to focus on the positive aspects of the situation, and to remember all the good things about the relationship, or the project, or the dream. And, most importantly, remind yourself that you are worthy of love and happiness, and that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. But honestly, with this rose quartz energy, I feel like this person is more likely to be striving for that balance, you know? Like, they're trying not to wallow, they're trying to see the good, but it's a struggle, you know? It's not easy to just snap out of a negative mindset, especially when you're dealing with something that's really important to you. So, like, you need to be patient with them, and you need to be supportive, and you need to help them to find that balance. Okay, so let's think about how this Five of Cups could sabotage the potential relationship, because that's really important to consider. So, like, if this person is constantly focusing on the negative, and they're always complaining, and they're never happy, then that's going to be really draining for you, you know. Like, you're not going to want to be around someone who is always bringing you down. Or, if this person is constantly blaming you for their problems, and they're never taking responsibility for their own actions, then that's going to be really frustrating for you, you know. Like, you're not going to want to be with someone who is always making you feel guilty. Or, if this person is constantly comparing you to their exes, and they're never appreciating you for who you are, then that's going to be really hurtful for you, you know? Like, you're not going to want to be with someone who is always making you feel inadequate. So, it's really important for this person to address these issues and to work on becoming a more positive and supportive partner. Okay, so let's bring it all together now, because I feel like we've really explored the Five of Cups in a lot of depth, and I want to make sure that we're connecting it back to everything else. So, we have the hidden feelings, the desire for partnership, the drive and determination, the need for stability, and now the disappointment and regret. So, like, how are all these things working together? Well, like, maybe this person has hidden feelings for you, but they're afraid to express them because they're afraid of getting hurt, and they're afraid of ruining the friendship, and they're afraid of not being good enough for you, you know. And then they start to feel really disappointed in themselves, and they start to focus on all the things that are wrong with their life, and they forget about all the good things. And then they start to withdraw from you, and they're not as friendly as they used to be. And then you start to wonder what's wrong, and you start to feel really confused. Or like, maybe this person is really driven to achieve their goals, but they're also really afraid of failing, and they're afraid that their feelings for you will distract them from their goals. And then they start to feel really regretful that they're not pursuing their dreams more aggressively, and they start to give up on everything. And then they start to isolate themselves from you, and they become really lonely and depressed. It's so sad, right? But the good news is that it doesn't have to be this way, you know? Like, this person has the potential to overcome these challenges and to create a really beautiful and fulfilling relationship with you. But they need to be willing to address their issues and to work on becoming a more positive and supportive partner. And you need to be willing to be patient and understanding, and to offer them your support. Okay, so I feel like we've really explored this situation from all angles, and I'm starting to get a really good sense of what's going on. But we still have 2 cards left, so let's see what else the universe has to tell us. I'm really curious now to see if we can pull out of this 5 of Cups energy and move towards something more positive, you know? Is there going to be some healing? Is there going to be some movement forward? I'm so excited. Okay, wow, so after all of that, so now we have the Judgment card, which is whoa, right? Okay, so the Judgment card, oh my gosh, where do I even begin? So this is a huge card about awakening, you know? And rebirth and finally answering a call, you know? So it's all this stuff that's been brewing under the surface, all these hidden feelings, all this disappointment, all of it, it's all coming to a head now, you know? It's something has to give. So the Judgment card is all about a major turning point, you know? It's a moment of truth. It's you can't keep doing things the way you've been doing them, you know? You have to make a decision, you have to take action, you have to step into your true self, you know? It's the universe is calling you to rise up and be who you're meant to be. And that can be scary, right? Because change is scary. But the Judgment card is also really exciting because it's an opportunity to finally break free from whatever's been holding you back, you know? It's an opportunity to start fresh and create a new life for yourself. So what does this mean in the context of this person and their feelings for you? Well, maybe it means that they're finally going to decide to tell you how they feel, you know? Maybe they've been holding back for so long because they're afraid of rejection or they're afraid of ruining the friendship or whatever. But now they're okay, I can't do this anymore. I have to tell them. I have to know. Or maybe it means that they're going to decide to let go of those feelings, you know? Maybe they've realized that it's just not meant to be and that they need to move on. And that can be really painful, right? But it can also be really liberating because it's it frees them up to find someone who is actually right for them. Or maybe it means that they're going to decide to completely change their approach to the situation, you know? Maybe they've been trying to force things to happen and it's just not working. So now they're okay, I need to try something different. I need to relax and let things unfold naturally. So there are a lot of different possibilities here, right? But the key thing is that the Judgment card is all about making a decision and taking action. It's about not being passive anymore, it's about stepping into your power. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this, because I feel there's so much more to unpack here. So the Judgment card is also about forgiveness, you know? Forgiving yourself and forgiving others. So maybe this person needs to forgive themselves for whatever mistakes they've made in the past, you know? Maybe they regret not telling you how they feel sooner, or maybe they regret saying something that hurt your feelings, or whatever. But they need to let go of that guilt and shame, and they need to move on. And maybe they also need to forgive you, you know? Maybe they're holding onto some resentment towards you, because they feel you haven't reciprocated their feelings, or because you've hurt them in some way. But they need to let go of that anger and bitterness, and they need to see you for who you really are. And forgiveness is so important, right? Because if you're holding onto anger and resentment, it's just going to poison you from the inside out, you know? It's going to prevent you from being happy, and it's going to prevent you from having healthy relationships. So forgiveness is really about setting yourself free. And the Judgment card is also about honesty, you know? Being honest with yourself and being honest with others. So maybe this person needs to be honest with themselves about how they really feel about you, you know? Maybe they've been denying their feelings, or maybe they've been trying to convince themselves that they don't care. But they need to admit the truth to themselves, and they need to accept it. And maybe they also need to be honest with you, you know? Maybe they've been hiding their feelings from you because they're afraid of what you'll say. But they need to be brave and tell you the truth, even if it's scary. And honesty is so important, right? Because if you're not being honest with yourself, then you're just living a lie, you know? And if you're not being honest with others, then you're just building a wall between you and them. So honesty is really about creating authentic connections. Okay, so let's bring in the rose quartz here, because I feel like that's really important. So, the rose quartz is all about balancing energies, right? So, how can we balance this intense judgment energy with the other cards that we have? Well, maybe it's about finding a balance between taking action and being patient, you know? It's important to make a decision and to move forward, but it's also important to not rush things and to let things unfold naturally. And maybe it's also about finding a balance between being honest and being kind, you know? It's important to tell the truth, but it's also important to be sensitive to other people's feelings. You don't want to just blurt out whatever's on your mind without thinking about the consequences. And the rose quartz is all about love, right? So maybe this person needs to approach this situation with love, you know? They need to love themselves, and they need to love you, and they need to love the whole process. Even if it's difficult, they need to remember that love is the most important thing. Okay, so let's go back to the other cards, because I want to see how this judgment energy is interacting with everything else. So we have the High Priestess, which is all about hidden feelings, right? So, how does the Judgment card affect those hidden feelings? Well, maybe the Judgment card is shining a light on those hidden feelings, you know? It's making them impossible to ignore anymore. It's like this person can't keep pretending that they don't have these feelings, because they're just too strong. And maybe the Judgment card is also forcing them to make a decision about those hidden feelings, you know? They can't keep going back and forth, they can't keep being indecisive. They have to either act on those feelings or let them go. And then we have the Three of Pentacles, which is all about collaboration, right? So, how does the Judgment card affect that collaboration? Well, maybe the Judgment card is forcing them to reevaluate the collaboration, you know? Is this really the right thing for them? Is this really the kind of partnership that they want? And maybe the Judgment card is also giving them the courage to make changes to the collaboration, you know? Maybe they need to set some boundaries, or maybe they need to ask for more support, or maybe they need to just walk away altogether. And then we have the Chariot, which is all about drive and determination, right? So, how does the Judgment card affect that drive and determination? Well, maybe the Judgment card is redirecting their drive and determination, you know? Maybe they've been so focused on achieving a certain goal that they've been neglecting other important areas of their life. And now, the Judgment card is telling them that they need to shift their focus. And maybe the Judgment card is also giving them the strength to pursue their true passions, you know? Maybe they've been holding back because they're afraid of failing, or because they're afraid of what other people will think. But now, the Judgment card is telling them that they need to just go for it. And then we have the Queen of Pentacles, which is all about stability and nurturing, right? So, how does the Judgment card affect that stability and nurturing? Well, maybe the Judgment card is shaking up their sense of stability, you know? Maybe they've been so focused on creating a comfortable and secure life for themselves that they've become too rigid and inflexible. And now, the Judgment card is telling them that they need to be more open to change. And maybe the Judgment card is also helping them to create a more authentic sense of stability, you know? Maybe they've been building their life on a foundation of lies or secrets, and now the Judgment card is telling them that they need to tear it all down and start over. And then we have the Five of Cups, which is all about disappointment and regret, right? So, how does the Judgment card affect that disappointment and regret? Well, maybe the Judgment card is offering them a chance to heal from that disappointment and regret, you know. It's telling them that they don't have to keep dwelling on the past, that they can move on and create a better future for themselves. And maybe the Judgment card is also helping them to see the lessons that they can learn from that disappointment and regret, you know. It's showing them that even the most painful experiences can teach us valuable things about ourselves and about the world. Okay, so let's think about some practical scenarios, because I want to make this really concrete. So, imagine that this person has been working at a job that they hate for years, you know. And they've been telling themselves that they can't quit because they need the money, or because they're afraid of what other people will think. But deep down, they know that they're not happy and that they're not living their true purpose. And then, one day, they get a call from a headhunter, offering them a job that is everything they've ever wanted. It's a job that is challenging and rewarding, and that allows them to use their skills and talents to make a difference in the world. But it's also a job that is risky, and that requires them to take a leap of faith. And so, they're faced with a decision. Do they stay in their comfortable but unfulfilling job, or do they take a chance on this new opportunity? And the Judgment card is telling them that they need to take the chance. It's telling them that they need to step into their power and follow their dreams, even if it's scary. Or, imagine that this person has been in love with you for years, but they've never told you how they feel. And they've been telling themselves that you're not interested, or that they're not good enough for you, or that they're afraid of ruining the friendship. But deep down, they know that they can't keep living a lie, and that they need to be honest with you about their feelings. And then, one day, they see you with someone else, and they realize that they're about to lose you forever. And so, they're faced with a decision. Do they keep their feelings hidden and risk losing you forever, or do they tell you the truth and risk being rejected? And the Judgment card is telling them that they need to tell you the truth. It's telling them that they need to be brave and vulnerable, and that they need to let you know how they really feel, even if it's scary. Or imagine that this person has been holding onto a grudge against someone for years. And they've been telling themselves that they can never forgive that person because they've been hurt too deeply. But deep down, they know that the grudge is just poisoning them from the inside out, and that it's preventing them from being happy. And then, one day, they have a dream where they see that person in pain, and they realize that they need to let go of the grudge, and they need to forgive that person. And so, they're faced with a decision. Do they keep holding on to the grudge and continue to suffer, or do they let go of the grudge and free themselves from the pain? And the Judgment card is telling them that they need to let go of the grudge. It's telling them that they need to forgive that person, not for their sake, but for their own sake. Okay, so let's talk about the shadow side of the Judgment card, because it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There's a dark side to this card, and it's important to be aware of it. So, the shadow side of the Judgment card is all about being judgmental, right? Judging yourself and judging others. This person could become really critical of themselves, and they could start to beat themselves up for their mistakes. Or they could become really critical of you, and they could start to find fault with everything you do. And that's just going to create a lot of negativity and conflict in the relationship. And also, the shadow side of the Judgment card is about being too harsh, being too unforgiving and being too demanding. This person could start to hold you to unrealistic standards, and they could start to expect you to be perfect. And that's just not fair, right? Because nobody's perfect. And also, the shadow side of the Judgment card is about being too impulsive, making rash decisions without thinking about the consequences. This person could just suddenly decide to quit their job or to end the relationship without really thinking things through. And that could just lead to a lot of pain and regret. So, how can you avoid falling into the shadow side of the Judgment card? Well, the first thing is to be kind to yourself. Don't beat yourself up for your mistakes. Just learn from them and move on. And then, it's important to be forgiving of others. Don't hold on to grudges. Just let go of the anger and resentment and try to see the good in people. And then, it's important to be thoughtful about your decisions. Don't just act impulsively. Take some time to think things through and consider the consequences. And most importantly, it's important to approach this situation with love. Love yourself, love the other person, and love the whole process. Okay, so, if this person is really feeling this judgment energy, it could go either way. It could be really positive, and it could lead to a lot of growth and healing. Or it could be really negative, and it could lead to a lot of pain and destruction. So, what can you do to help them through this? Well, the first thing is to just be there for them. Listen to them and validate their feelings, and let them know that you understand what they're going through. And then, encourage them to focus on the positive aspects of the situation, and to remember all the good things about the relationship or the project or the dream. And then help them to learn from their mistakes and to use those lessons to move forward and create a better future for themselves. And most importantly, remind them that they are worthy of love and happiness, and that they are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. Okay, so let's bring it all together now, because I feel like we've really explored the Judgment card in a lot of depth, and I want to make sure that we're connecting it back to everything else. So, we have the hidden feelings, the desire for partnership, the drive and determination, the need for stability, the disappointment and regret, and now the awakening. So, how are all these things working together? Well, maybe this person has hidden feelings for you, but they're afraid to express them because they're afraid of getting hurt, and they're afraid of ruining the friendship, and they're afraid of not being good enough for you, you know. But now, the Judgment card is telling them that they can't keep living a lie, and that they need to be honest with you about their feelings. And so, they're faced with a decision, you know. Do they keep their feelings hidden and risk losing you forever, or do they tell you the truth and risk being rejected? And the Judgment card is telling them that they need to tell you the truth, you know. It's telling them that they need to be brave and vulnerable, and that they need to let you know how they really feel, even if it's scary. Or maybe this person is really driven to achieve their goals, but they're also really afraid of failing. And they're afraid that their feelings for you will distract them from their goals, you know. And then, they start to feel really regretful that they're not pursuing their dreams more aggressively, and they start to give up on everything. But now, the Judgment card is telling them that they need to stop being afraid, and that they need to pursue their dreams with all their heart. And so, they're faced with a decision, you know. Do they keep letting their fear hold them back, or do they take a chance on their dreams and risk failing? And the Judgment card is telling them that they need to take the chance, you know. It's telling them that they need to believe in themselves, and that they need to know that they are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. Okay, wow, this is all so intense, right? This Judgment card is really shaking things up. I'm so curious to see what the final card is going to be, because it's going to tell us what the outcome of all this is going to be, you know. Is this person going to finally find happiness, or are they going to keep struggling? I'm on the edge of my seat here. Okay, wow, okay, so now we have the Five of Pentacles, you know. So this card, it's giving me the feels, you know. It's not a fun card to see. So basically, the Five of Pentacles is all about feeling like you're on the outside looking in, you know. Like you're feeling excluded, or like you're going through a hard time, and you don't have the resources or support that you need. It's like you're feeling kind of abandoned and left out in the cold, you know? And that's a really tough feeling to deal with, right? So immediately I'm thinking, okay, so where is this coming from? Where is this feeling of lack coming from in this situation, you know? Is this person feeling excluded from something? Are they feeling like they're not good enough? Are they feeling like they don't have what it takes to get what they want? This is a real question mark right now, okay? So let's dive into this and see what we can figure out, okay? So the first thing that comes to my mind is vulnerability, right? This card is all about feeling vulnerable and exposed. You don't have any protection from the elements, you know? You're just out there in the cold and you're feeling like you're all alone. And that can be a really scary feeling, right? Because nobody wants to feel vulnerable. Nobody wants to feel like they're not in control. Okay, so let's connect this to the Five of Cups, because we just had that card, right? So the Five of Cups is all about disappointment and regret, and now we have the Five of Pentacles, which is all about feeling excluded and lacking resources. So maybe this person is feeling excluded because of the disappointment, you know? Maybe they're feeling like they missed out on something, or they messed something up, and now they're being punished for it, you know? Maybe they're feeling like they don't deserve to be happy, or they don't deserve to have what they want. Or, you know what else it could be? Maybe they're feeling like they're not good enough for you, you know? Maybe they're feeling like they don't have what it takes to be in a relationship with you, or they're not worthy of your love. And that's a really common feeling, right? Especially when you're dealing with someone who you really admire and respect. It's like you start to compare yourself to them, and you start to feel like you're just not measuring up. And, that can be a really tough feeling to overcome, because it's like you're constantly second guessing yourself, and you're constantly worrying about whether or not you're good enough. But the thing is, everyone is worthy of love, and everyone has something to offer. So, this person needs to remember that they are good enough, and that they do have something to offer. And even if they're not perfect, nobody is, right? So they just need to focus on being themselves, and on being the best version of themselves that they can be. And also, maybe this feeling of exclusion is coming from somewhere else entirely. Maybe it's not even related to you at all. Maybe they're feeling excluded from their friend group, or from their family, or from their work. And that can be a really isolating feeling, because it's you're feeling like you don't belong anywhere, and that nobody understands you. But the thing is, there are always people who care about you, and there are always people who want to support you. So, this person needs to reach out to their loved ones, and they need to let them know how they're feeling. And even if they don't have all the answers, just having someone to listen to you can make a huge difference. Or maybe this disappointment made them feel like they can't take risks right now. They tried and they fell, so now they're in self-preservation mode, even if that means isolating themselves. Okay, so let's tie this into the High Priestess, because that's all about hidden feelings, right? So maybe this person is feeling excluded because they're afraid to express their hidden feelings for you. Maybe they're afraid that if they tell you how they feel, you'll reject them, and then they'll be even more excluded. Or maybe they're afraid that if they tell you how they feel, it will ruin the friendship, and then they'll lose you altogether. And that's a really valid fear, right? Because nobody wants to risk losing a good friend. But the thing is, sometimes you have to take risks in order to get what you want. And if this person really wants to be with you, then they need to be willing to put themselves out there and tell you how they feel. And even if you don't feel the same way, at least they'll know that they tried, and they won't have to wonder what if for the rest of their life. But also, the Five of Pentacles, it can speak to a lack of faith. So maybe they are struggling to trust their intuition, that High Priestess energy, and that's why they feel so insecure. They aren't trusting that their feelings are real, or that they're being guided towards something good. Or, even worse, maybe they are thinking that their intuition is telling them that they will be rejected, and that's why they feel like they are already on the outside. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh man, this could be rough. And if they are keeping those feelings hidden, bottling them up, that could really make them feel even more isolated. Because it's like they are carrying this big secret, this big burden, and they can't share it with anyone. That Five of Pentacles energy, it's really amplifying that sense of loneliness. They are feeling alone, and they are making themselves alone by keeping it all inside. Wow. Okay, so what about the Three of Pentacles? That's about collaboration, working together, right? So maybe this person is feeling excluded from a project or a team that they really want to be a part of. Maybe they feel like they don't have the skills or the experience that it takes to contribute, or they're not being taken seriously by the other members, or maybe it's they are working together, but they feel like their contributions aren't valued, or they're doing all the work and not getting any of the credit. And that can be a really frustrating feeling, especially when you're passionate about something and you want to make a difference. It's you're feeling like you're being held back and that you're not able to reach your full potential. And, this could even be about your relationship. Maybe they feel like they can't really collaborate with you, like you aren't a team, and that makes them feel like they're lacking something essential. Maybe they feel like they're not able to share their ideas and their thoughts with you, or you're not really listening to them, or you're not really valuing their input. And that can be a really damaging feeling, because it's you're feeling like you're not being seen or heard, and that your opinions don't matter. They don't feel like they're part of a team. Alright, so let's connect this to the Chariot now, which is about drive and determination. So maybe this person's feeling like their drive, their ambition, it's being blocked. They can't get where they want to go because they're missing something, and that's making them feel excluded, right? Like, maybe they're trying to achieve a goal, but they don't have the resources or the support that they need, and that's making them feel like they're never going to get there. Or, like, what else it could be? Maybe they feel like they're working so hard, but they're not getting any recognition for it, and that's making them feel like they're not valued. Like, they're putting in all this effort, but nobody's noticing, and nobody cares. And that can be a really demotivating feeling, because it's like, what's the point of even trying if nobody's going to appreciate it? Or this Five of Pentacles energy, it could be that they're feeling like they're lacking the inner strength to really take the reins. The Chariot is all about willpower, but what if they feel like their willpower has been depleted? Like, maybe they've been through so much, they've faced so many challenges, that they just don't have the energy to keep fighting. They feel like they're running on empty, and they don't know how to recharge. Or, even worse, maybe they're feeling like they're not worthy of success. Like, maybe they have some deep-seated belief that they don't deserve to achieve their goals, and that's why they're feeling like they're always going to be on the outside looking in. If they feel like they don't deserve it, they're not going to go for it, and they're going to feel left out as a result. Wow, okay. Okay, Queen of Pentacles, so this card is all about stability and security. So, how does this Five of Pentacles energy connect to that? Well, like, maybe this person is feeling insecure about their ability to provide for themselves or for others. Maybe they're struggling financially, or maybe they're worried about their job security, or maybe they're just feeling like they don't have the resources that they need to create a stable and comfortable life. Or, like, maybe they're feeling insecure about their ability to create a stable home environment. Like, maybe they're worried about their living situation, or maybe they're struggling to maintain their home, or maybe they're just feeling like they don't have the support that they need to create a nurturing and welcoming space. It's all about the basics. And, this could even be about their relationship with you. Like, maybe they're feeling insecure about their ability to provide you with the kind of life that you deserve, or like they're not able to offer you the stability and security that you're looking for. Maybe they feel like they can't offer you the white picket fence and the 2 kids and the dog. And like, that can be a really tough feeling to deal with, especially when you're really invested in a relationship and you want to make it work. Or maybe they are afraid of being a burden. Like, if they are struggling financially or emotionally, they might be afraid of dragging you down with them. They don't want to feel like they're a charity case or like they're a liability. So they might be pushing you away in order to protect you, even though that's the last thing they actually want to do. They don't want to be a burden, and they're afraid that they are. Okay, so let's consider the shadow side of this. Okay, so the shadow side of the Five of Pentacles, oh boy, okay, so this is where it gets tricky, right? So the shadow side of this card is all about self-pity, right? Wallowing in your own misery and refusing to take responsibility for your own situation and like pushing people away even though you desperately want their help. So like maybe this person is actually creating their own exclusion. Like maybe they're so focused on their own problems and their own insecurities that they're not even noticing the people who are trying to help them. Or maybe they're so afraid of being vulnerable that they're pushing people away before they even have a chance to get close. Or maybe they're so convinced that they're not worthy of love that they're sabotaging their own relationships. Like they're creating these self-fulfilling prophecies where they're expecting to be rejected, so they act in ways that make it more likely that they will be rejected. And, this can be a really difficult pattern to break, because it's like you're trapped in this cycle of self-destruction. It's like you're pushing people away, and then you're feeling lonely and isolated, and then you're pushing people away even more, and it just keeps going on and on and on. Or maybe they are using their struggles as a way to manipulate people. Like maybe they're playing the victim card in order to get attention or sympathy, or to get people to do what they want, even if it's not good for them. And like, that's a really unhealthy pattern, because it's based on dishonesty and manipulation. So like, this person really needs to take a hard look at their own behavior and see if they're contributing to their own problems. And it can be really hard to do that, because it's like you have to admit that you're not perfect and that you're making mistakes. But it's also really important because it's the first step towards breaking free from these negative patterns and creating a better life for yourself. Okay, so let's bring in the rose quartz because we need some love and balance in this situation, right? So, how can we use the energy of the rose quartz to help this person overcome these feelings of exclusion and lack? Well, the first thing is to focus on self-love, right? This person needs to remember that they are worthy of love, just as they are, flaws and all. They need to treat themselves with kindness and compassion, and they need to stop beating themselves up for their mistakes. And they need to practice self-care, they need to do things that make them feel good, both physically and emotionally. They need to eat healthy food and get enough sleep and exercise regularly and spend time in nature and do things that they enjoy. And they need to surround themselves with positive people who support them and uplift them and who remind them of their worth. And also, they need to practice gratitude, they need to focus on all the things that they do have in their life instead of focusing on the things that they lack. They need to appreciate the simple things like a warm bed or a good meal or a kind word from a friend. And they need to remember that even in the darkest of times, there is always something to be grateful for. And, the rose quartz is also about opening your heart to others, right? So, this person needs to be willing to reach out and connect with other people, even if it's scary. They need to let go of their fear of rejection, and they need to trust that there are people out there who will love and accept them for who they are. And they need to be willing to be vulnerable and to share their feelings with others, even if it's uncomfortable. It's about balancing that alone time with time spent building connections. Okay, so this is a really complex situation, right? We've got hidden feelings, a desire for partnership, drive and determination, a need for stability, disappointment and regret, a potential awakening, and now feelings of exclusion and lack. There's a lot going on here, and it's hard to know how it's all going to resolve. But the good news is that we have one card left, and that card is going to tell us what the ultimate outcome of all of this is going to be, So, is this person going to be able to overcome these challenges and find happiness? Or are they going to keep struggling with these negative patterns? Or are they going to finally realize that they are worthy of love and that they are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to? I'm seriously on the edge of my seat here because, this is a really important moment, And I just really hope that this person is able to find the strength and the courage to make the right choices. I feel like so much is riding on this last card. Are you ready? Okay, so this is it, the last card, And after everything we've been through, all the ups and downs, all the twists and turns, this card is going to give us the final answer, right? It's going to tell us what the ultimate outcome of this whole situation is going to be. So, no pressure, right? Okay, so let's just take a deep breath and see what the universe has to say. Ready? Okay, wow, so after all of that, we have the Justice card, wow. Justice, oh my gosh, okay, so where do I even begin, So justice, it's all about balance, right? And fairness and cause and effect, What you put out there is what you get back. So immediately, I'm thinking, okay, so everything that's been going on, all these hidden feelings, the desire for partnership, the drive and determination, the need for stability, the disappointment and regret, the potential awakening, the feelings of exclusion, all of that. It's all leading up to this moment, It's the scales are about to be balanced, and the truth is about to be revealed. Okay, so this is a big deal, right? Okay, so justice is about taking responsibility for your actions, right? Acknowledging what you've done and accepting the consequences, whether they're good or bad. So maybe this person needs to take responsibility for their feelings, Maybe they've been denying their feelings, or maybe they've been trying to suppress them, but now they need to own them and accept that they feel the way they feel. And that can be scary, right? Because it's always easier to just pretend that you don't have feelings, but that's not healthy and it's not sustainable. So they need to be honest with themselves, and they need to be honest with you about how they really feel. And that's the first step towards finding balance and justice in this situation. Okay, so justice is also about fairness, right? Like treating everyone equally and like giving everyone what they deserve. So, like, maybe this person needs to make sure that they're being fair to you, you know? Like, maybe they've been expecting too much from you, or maybe they haven't been giving you enough, but like, now they need to step back and evaluate the situation and make sure that they're treating you with the respect and consideration that you deserve. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, it's easy to get caught up in your own needs and your own desires, but like, you need to remember that you're not the only person in this equation, and that you need to be mindful of the other person's feelings too. Okay, so like, justice is also about cause and effect, right? Like, every action has a consequence, and like, what you put out there is what you get back. So like, maybe this person needs to think about the consequences of their actions, you know? Like, maybe they've been acting in a way that's been hurting you, or that's been pushing you away, and like, now they need to understand that their actions have had a negative impact on the situation. And like, that can be hard to accept, right? Because like, nobody wants to think that they're responsible for someone else's pain, but like, it's important to acknowledge the impact of your actions and to take responsibility for them. And like, that's the only way to move forward and create a more positive outcome. Okay, so like, let's dig a little deeper into this, because I feel like there's so much more to unpack here, you know. So like, justice is also about making a decision, right? Like, choosing between two different paths and like, accepting the consequences of your choice. So like, maybe this person needs to make a decision about their feelings for you, you know. Like, maybe they've been wavering back and forth, not sure what they want, but like, now they need to commit to a decision and like, either pursue a relationship with you or let go of their feelings and move on. And like, that can be a really tough decision, right? Because like, both options have their own risks and their own rewards, but like, they need to weigh the pros and cons and like, choose the path that's right for them. And like, whatever they choose, they need to be prepared to accept the consequences. Because like, every choice has a ripple effect, and like, you can't control everything that happens, but you can control how you respond to it. Okay, so like, justice is also about finding balance in your life, right? Like, balancing your needs with the needs of others, balancing your work with your play, balancing your emotions with your logic. So like, maybe this person needs to find more balance in their life, you know. Like, maybe they've been too focused on one area, like their career or their relationships, and they've been neglecting other areas, like their health or their hobbies or their spiritual practice. And like, that can lead to burnout and resentment, so like, they need to step back and evaluate their life, and like, make sure that they're giving enough attention to all the different aspects of themselves. And like, that's not always easy, right? Because like, life can be chaotic and demanding, but like, it's important to prioritize your well-being and like, make time for the things that make you feel good. Okay, so like, let's bring in the rose quartz here, because I feel like that's really important, you know? So like, the rose quartz is all about love, right? And compassion and like, emotional healing. So like, maybe this person needs to approach this situation with love and compassion, you know? Like, they need to love themselves, and they need to love you, and they need to love the whole process, even if it's difficult or painful. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, it's easy to get caught up in anger and resentment, but like, you need to remember that love is the most powerful force in the universe. And like, it can heal all wounds and it can overcome all obstacles. So like, they need to focus on love, and they need to let love guide their actions. And like, that's the only way to find true justice and true happiness. Okay, so let's go back to the other cards, because I want to see how this justice energy is interacting with everything else, you know? So, like, we have the High Priestess, right? Which is all about intuition and hidden feelings, right? So, like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to bring those hidden feelings out into the open, you know? Like, it's time to be honest about how you feel, and like, it's time to trust your intuition and like, let your inner voice guide you. And like, that can be scary, right? Because like, it's always easier to just keep things hidden, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's time to be brave and like, it's time to speak your truth. Okay, so like, we also have the Three of Pentacles, right? which is all about collaboration and teamwork, right? So, like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to reevaluate the collaboration, you know? Like, is it working? Is it fair? Are both parties being treated with respect? And like, if not, then like, it's time to make some changes, or like, it's time to walk away. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, nobody wants to give up on a project that they've invested in, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to be honest with yourself, and like, it's important to prioritize fairness and respect. Okay, so like, we also have the Chariot, right? Which is all about drive and determination, right? So, like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to redirect your drive, you know? Like, maybe you've been so focused on achieving a certain goal that you've been neglecting other important areas of your life. But like, now it's time to find more balance, and like, it's time to focus on what's truly important. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, it's easy to get caught up in your ambitions, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to remember what your values are, and like, it's important to align your actions with your values. Okay, so like, we also have the Queen of Pentacles, right? Which is all about stability and nurturing, right? So like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to create more stability in your life, you know? Like, maybe you've been feeling insecure or unstable, but like, now it's time to take control and like, create a solid foundation for yourself. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, life can be unpredictable, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to be proactive, and like, it's important to create a safe and secure environment for yourself and for the people you care about. Okay, so like, we also have the Five of Cups, right? Which is all about disappointment and regret, right? So like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to forgive yourself for your past mistakes, you know? Like, it's time to let go of the regret, and like, it's time to move on. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, it's easy to dwell on the past, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to learn from your mistakes, and like, it's important to forgive yourself so that you can move forward with a clean slate. Okay, so like, we also have the Judgment card, right? Which is all about awakening and transformation, right? So like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to embrace the changes that are happening in your life, you know? Like, it's time to let go of the old, and like, it's time to embrace the new. And like, that can be scary, right? Because like, change is always scary, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to trust the process, and like, it's important to believe that everything is happening for a reason. Okay, so like, we also have the Five of Pentacles, right? Which is all about feeling excluded and lacking resources, right? So like, maybe the Justice card is saying that it's time to reach out for help, you know? Like, it's time to stop trying to do everything on your own, and like, it's time to ask for support from the people who care about you. And like, that can be hard, right? Because like, it's easy to feel ashamed or embarrassed, but like, the Justice card is saying that it's important to remember that you're not alone, and like, there are people who want to help you, so like, you just need to be willing to ask. Okay, so let's think about some practical scenarios, because I want to make this really concrete, you know. So like, imagine that this person has been in a relationship with you, and like, they've been hiding their feelings from you, and like, they've been treating you unfairly, and like, they've been neglecting other areas of their life, and like, they've been feeling disappointed and regretful, and like, they've been going through a period of transformation, and like, they've been feeling excluded and lacking resources, but like, now they're finally realizing that they need to take responsibility for their actions, and like, they need to make a decision about their feelings for you, and like, they need to find more balance in their life, and like, they need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes, and like, they need to embrace the changes that are happening in their life, and like, they need to reach out for help, and like, they need to treat you with fairness and respect. Okay, so like, in that scenario, the Justice card is saying that like, the scales are about to be balanced, and like, the truth is about to be revealed, and like, everything is going to work out for the best, you know. Like, maybe this person will finally be honest with you about their feelings, and like, maybe you'll decide to stay together, and like, maybe you'll work together to create a more balanced and fulfilling relationship, or like, maybe you'll decide to break up, and like, maybe you'll both move on to find someone who is a better fit for you. Okay, so like, or imagine that this person has been working on a project with you, and like, they've been feeling like their contributions aren't valued, and like, they've been feeling like they're doing all the work and not getting any of the credit, and like, they've been feeling disappointed and regretful, and like, they've been going through a period of transformation, and like, they've been feeling excluded and lacking resources, but like, now they're finally realizing that they need to speak up for themselves, and like, they need to ask for what they deserve, and like, they need to find more balance in their life, and like, they need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes, and like, they need to embrace the changes that are happening in their life, and like, they need to reach out for help, and like, they need to treat you with fairness and respect. Okay, so like, in that scenario, the Justice card is saying that like, the scales are about to be balanced, and like, the truth is about to be revealed, and like, everything is going to work out for the best, you know. Like, maybe this person will finally be honest with you about how they're feeling, and like, maybe you'll realize that they're right, and like, maybe you'll start to value their contributions more, or like, maybe they'll decide to quit the project, and like, maybe they'll find a new project that's a better fit for their skills and talents. Okay, so like, those are just a few examples, but like, the point is, the Justice card is saying that like, whatever the situation is, it's going to be resolved in a fair and balanced way, you know? Like, everyone is going to get what they deserve, and like, everything is going to work out for the best, even if it doesn't seem like it at the time. And like, that's really reassuring, right? Because like, it means that you can trust the universe, and like, you can trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it right now. Okay, so like, let's talk about the shadow side of the Justice card, because like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, you know? So like, the shadow side of the Justice card is all about being unfair, right? And biased and like unjust. So like, maybe this person is being unfair to you, or to themselves, or to someone else, and like, that's creating a lot of negativity and conflict. Or like, maybe this person is being biased, and like, they're not seeing the situation clearly, and like, that's leading them to make bad decisions. Or like, maybe this person is being unjust, and like, they're not giving everyone what they deserve, and like, that's creating a lot of resentment and anger. Okay, so like, if this person is really feeling this justice energy, it could go either way, you know. Like, it could be really positive, and it could lead to a lot of growth and healing, or like, it could be really negative, and it could lead to a lot of pain and destruction. So like, what can you do to help them through this? Well, the first thing is to just be there for them, you know. Like, listen to them and validate their feelings, and let them know that you understand what they're going through. And like, that can be really helpful because like, sometimes all people need is someone to listen to them, and like, to know that they're not alone. Okay, so like, and then the second thing is to encourage them to be fair, you know. Like, encourage them to see things from other people's perspectives, and like, encourage them to treat everyone with respect and consideration. And like, that can be really helpful because like, sometimes people just need a little reminder to be fair, and like, to think about the impact of their actions on others. Okay, so like, and then the third thing is to help them to find balance, you know? Like, help them to identify the areas of their life that are out of balance, and like, help them to create a plan to restore that balance. And like, that can be really helpful because like, sometimes people just need a little guidance to find their way back to center. Okay, so like, and then the fourth thing is to remind them of their worth, you know? Like, remind them that they are worthy of love, and like, remind them that they are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. And like, that can be really helpful because like, sometimes people just need a little reminder of how amazing they are, and like, how much they have to offer the world. Okay, so like, let's bring it all together now, because I feel like we've really explored the Justice card in a lot of depth, and I want to make sure that we're connecting it back to everything else, you know. So like, we have the hidden feelings, the desire for partnership, the drive and determination, the need for stability, the disappointment and regret, the potential awakening, the feelings of exclusion, and now the justice. So, like, how are all these things working together? Okay, so, like, maybe this person has been feeling all these things, and, like, they've been struggling to make sense of it all, and, like, now the Justice card is coming in to say that, like, it's time to find some clarity, and, like, it's time to find some resolution, and, like, it's time to move forward with a sense of purpose and direction, you know. Like, maybe they've been feeling lost and confused, but, like, now they're finally starting to see the light, and, like, they're finally starting to understand what they need to do to create a better future for themselves. Okay, so, like, or maybe this person has been feeling all these things, and, like, they've been trying to ignore them, and, like, they've been trying to push them down, but, like, now the Justice card is coming in to say that, like, it's time to face the music, and, like, it's time to deal with the consequences of their actions, and, like, it's time to take responsibility for their life, you know. Like, maybe they've been avoiding the truth, but, like, now they're finally realizing that they can't run away from it any longer, and, like, they need to confront it head on. Okay, so, like, whatever the situation is, the Justice card is saying that, like, it's time to find some balance, and, like, it's time to find some fairness, and, like, it's time to find some truth, and, like, it's time to move forward with love and compassion, you know? And, like, that's a really powerful message, right? Because, like, it means that you have the power to create your own destiny, and, like, you have the power to change your life for the better, and, like, you have the power to find happiness and fulfillment, even in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. The rose quartz, it's about balance, and justice, it's about balance, so remember that, okay? And, like, remember that the rose quartz we pulled at the beginning, it's all about balancing those energies, right? So, like, even if things feel chaotic right now, or, like, even if you're not sure what the future holds, just know that, like, you have the power to find your center, and, like, you have the power to create a life that is filled with love and joy and peace, you know? So, like, don't give up hope, and, like, don't lose faith, and, like, just keep believing in yourself, and, like, everything is going to be okay. So, like, that's it, that's the reading, you know. I really hope that this has resonated with you, and, like, I really hope that it's given you some clarity and some guidance, and, like, I really hope that it's helped you to feel more empowered and more hopeful about the future. Remember that everything is happening for your highest good, okay? Thank you so much for letting me read for you, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hi there, welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you chose the Aventurine angel, isn't that beautiful, by the way? And remember, Aventurine is all about illuminating things, so that's, like, perfect for this reading. Because the theme is all about wishing you could see someone as they truly are. So, yeah, if that resonates, then this is your reading. So we're gonna go ahead and just dive right in, okay? Okay, so first up we have the Five of Swords. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The Five of Swords, okay, so this card, right away, this is giving me major conflict energy. Like, someone has been in a situation where, like, it's just been messy. Really, really messy. And it's not just any kind of conflict. It's like a conflict where someone's been playing dirty. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't been fighting fair. This is the kind of situation where, like, someone's been using manipulation, deception, maybe even outright lying to get their way. And it's left you feeling, like, totally defeated, you know? Like you've been taken advantage of. And the thing about the Five of Swords, it's not just about winning, right? It's about winning at all costs. Like, even if it means hurting other people in the process. And I feel like, in this situation, that's exactly what's happened. Someone has prioritized their own ego, their own desire to be right, over everything else. And it's left you feeling like betrayed, honestly. This could be a situation where you've been arguing with someone, maybe a partner, a friend, a family member, even a coworker. And they've just been twisting your words, you know? Like they've been gaslighting you, making you feel like you're crazy for even thinking the way you do. And it's so frustrating, right? Because you know you're not crazy, you know you're seeing things clearly. But they're just so good at, like, manipulating the situation that you start to doubt yourself. And that's exactly what they want, right? They want you to doubt yourself so they can maintain control. I hate that energy so much. Or, you know what else it could be? It could be a situation where someone has been spreading rumors about you, talking behind your back. Like they've been trying to sabotage you in some way, and you might not even know the full extent of what they've been doing. But you can feel it, you know? You can feel that something's off. You can feel that someone's been trying to undermine you. And it's just like this constant, nagging feeling of unease. It's like you can't quite put your finger on it, but you know something's not right. Yeah, that's the Five of Swords energy, for sure. And what's so insidious about this card is that, like, the person who's doing all this, they might not even realize they're doing it, you know? Or, at least, they might not think they're doing anything wrong. They might justify their actions by saying, like, oh, I'm just being honest, or I'm just looking out for myself. But really, they're just being selfish and manipulative, and they're hurting you in the process. Which, going back to the reading theme, it's like you're wishing you could see their true colors, right? Because on the surface, they might seem like they're being genuine, but underneath, there's this whole other layer of, like, sneaky, underhanded stuff going on. But here's the thing, right? The Five of Swords, it's not the end of the story. It's just one chapter. And even though it feels really awful right now, like you've been defeated and taken advantage of, this is actually leading you somewhere important. It's leading you to a place where you can finally see this person for who they really are. Which, again, perfect with the Aventurine and the reading theme. It's like this whole situation is illuminating their true nature. And once you see that, you can start to make choices that are in your own best interest. So, yeah, don't get discouraged by the Five of Swords. It's a tough card for sure, but it's also a card of awareness. It's a card of, like, waking up and seeing things as they really are. And that's a really powerful thing. Okay, wow. That was intense, right? Okay, so what's next? Oh boy, here we go, the Tower. Oh my God, the Tower. Okay, so after all that Five of Swords energy, all that, like, sneaky, manipulative stuff, the Tower is like the universe finally stepping in and saying, okay, that's enough. This is like a major shakeup, a complete upheaval. Everything that was built on a shaky foundation is now crumbling to the ground. This is not gentle energy, right? This is like, bam, everything's changing. And it's probably going to be really, really uncomfortable. But here's the thing about the Tower, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. I know it looks scary. Like there's lightning striking the Tower, and people are falling out, and everything's on fire. But really, the Tower is about necessary destruction. It's about clearing away the old to make way for the new. It's like, if something isn't working, if it's not serving you, the Tower is going to come in and just, like, obliterate it. And that can be really painful, right? Especially if you're attached to that thing. Even if it's bad for you, sometimes it's hard to let go. But the Tower is saying, like, no, you need to let go. You need to release this. It's not good for you anymore. And it's going to force you to do it, whether you like it or not. So, in this situation, right after all that Five of Swords energy, with the deception and the manipulation, the Tower is like the whole house of cards collapsing. Everything that this person has been trying to build on lies and deceit is now falling apart. And it's probably going to be a really messy process. Like, there might be a big confrontation, right? Where everything comes out into the open. All the secrets, all the lies, all the hidden agendas. It's all going to be exposed. And it's going to be really painful for everyone involved. But it's also necessary. Because you can't move forward until you clear away all that old baggage. You can't build something new and strong on a foundation of lies. It just won't work. So the Tower is coming into, like, demolish the old foundation so you can start fresh. This could be a relationship ending, right? Like, after all that Five of Swords energy, you finally realize that this person is not who you thought they were. You finally see their true colors. Which, yes, Aventurine. And you realize that you can't be with them anymore. You can't trust them. You can't build a future with them. So the Tower comes in and just like, boom, the relationship is over. And it's going to be painful, right? There's going to be heartbreak and sadness and maybe even anger. But ultimately, it's for the best. Because you deserve to be with someone who is honest and trustworthy and who has your best interests at heart. Not someone who is manipulative and deceitful. Or it could be a job situation, right? Like, maybe you've been working at a company where there's a lot of drama and backstabbing, and you've been feeling really stressed and unhappy. And then, the Tower comes in and, like, The company goes bankrupt, or there's a major restructuring, or you get laid off. And it feels really scary at first, right? Because you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I don't have a job anymore. But then, after the initial shock wears off, you start to realize that this is actually a good thing, because you were miserable at that job. It was draining your energy and making you unhappy. And now you have the opportunity to find something better. Something that is actually aligned with your values and your passions. The Tower is about unexpected events that force you to change your course. But the thing is, it's often those unexpected events that lead us to where we're supposed to be, you know? It's like the universe has a plan for us, and sometimes that plan involves, like, shaking things up a little bit. Or a lot of it in the Tower's case. But it's all for our own good, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. So, yeah, don't be afraid of the Tower. It's a scary card, for sure. But it's also a card of liberation. It's a card of breaking free from what's holding you back. It's a card of, like, starting over and building something new and strong. And sometimes, you need that kind of dramatic change to really get you moving in the right direction. It's like the universe is giving you a swift kick in the butt and saying, okay, it's time to wake up and start living your life the way you're meant to live it. You know, and I think that's especially true in this situation, given the reading theme. It's like you've been wishing you could see this person as they truly are, and the Tower is basically ripping away the mask, you know? You're seeing everything, all the flaws, all the imperfections, all the stuff they were trying to hide. And it might be shocking, it might be painful, but it's also incredibly liberating, because now you know the truth. And you can make choices based on reality, not on some illusion. But wow, the Tower is just intense. Okay, so what comes after all this chaos and destruction? Well, let's see. Okay, this is interesting. Justice. Okay, so after the Five of Swords and the Tower, we have justice. And justice is all about balance, fairness, and karmic consequences. So, after all that deception and manipulation from the Five of Swords, and then the sudden upheaval of the Tower, justice is coming in too, like, restore order and make sure that everyone gets what they deserve. This is a card of accountability. It's saying that actions have consequences, and that, ultimately, the truth will always come out. So, if someone has been doing wrong, if they've been lying and cheating and manipulating, they're going to have to answer for it. Justice is going to make sure of that. And it might not happen right away, right? It might take some time. But eventually, the universe will balance the scales, and everyone will get what's coming to them. Which is good, right? Because after all that Five of Swords energy, it's nice to know that there's going to be some kind of resolution. That things aren't just going to stay messy and unfair forever. Justice is also about making fair and impartial decisions. It's about looking at all the facts and weighing them carefully before coming to a conclusion. So, in this situation, right, after all the chaos and confusion of the Tower, justice is coming in to help you make sense of everything, to help you see the situation clearly and to make choices that are in your own best interest. It's like you're finally able to step back and look at everything objectively, without all the emotional baggage clouding your judgment. And that's a really powerful thing, because when you can see things clearly, you can make really good decisions. Decisions that are aligned with your values and your goals. This could be a legal situation, right? Like, maybe you've been involved in some kind of dispute, and you're waiting for a court ruling. Justice is saying that the ruling is going to be fair, that the judge is going to weigh all the evidence and make a decision based on the law. And even if the ruling doesn't go your way, you can trust that it was the right decision, that it was the most fair and just outcome possible. Or it could be a situation where you're trying to make a difficult decision, right? Like maybe you're trying to decide whether to stay in a relationship or leave, or whether to take a new job or stay at your old one. Justice is saying that you need to weigh all the pros and cons carefully before making a decision. You need to look at all the facts and consider all the possible outcomes. And then, you need to make a decision that is aligned with your values and your goals. And if you do that, you can trust that you're making the right decision, even if it's a difficult one. And you know what else I'm seeing here? With the Justice card coming after the Tower, it's like the universe is clearing the way for something better. The Tower destroys what isn't working, and justice steps in to create a new, more balanced foundation. So, all that upheaval, all that chaos, it's actually leading to a more stable and harmonious situation in the long run. So it's like this person who you've been wishing you could see as they truly are. The Justice card is saying that their actions will have consequences, that they can't just keep getting away with being manipulative or dishonest. The universe is going to hold them accountable, and that might involve some kind of karmic payback, or it might just mean that they're forced to face the consequences of their choices. Either way, it's going to bring a sense of balance and fairness to the situation. But here's the thing about justice, right? It's not always about punishment. It's also about learning and growth. It's about understanding the consequences of your actions and making better choices in the future. So, even if this person does face some kind of karmic consequences, it's not necessarily about revenge. It's about them learning a lesson and becoming a better person, which, in the long run, is the best outcome for everyone involved. And I think that's really important to remember, especially given the overall theme of this reading. You're wishing you could see this person as they truly are, and the Justice card is showing you that their actions are ultimately going to reveal their true nature. And that might be painful to see, but it's also going to be incredibly empowering. Because once you know the truth, you can make choices that are in your own best interest. You can choose to forgive them, or you can choose to walk away. But either way, you're making that choice from a place of clarity and understanding. And that's what justice is all about. It's about seeing things as they really are and making choices that are aligned with your own sense of integrity and fairness. Justice, though, it's not always easy. Sometimes it requires us to confront uncomfortable truths. Sometimes it requires us to make difficult choices. But ultimately, it's worth it. Because when we live in alignment with our values, when we act with integrity and fairness, we create a more just and equitable world for everyone. And that's something worth striving for. Wow, okay. So, these cards together, right? The Five of Swords, the Tower, and Justice. It's like a really intense journey. It's like first you're dealing with all this deception and manipulation, then everything falls apart, and then finally, justice comes in to restore order and balance. And it's not an easy process, right? It's painful and chaotic and confusing, but ultimately, it leads you to a place of greater clarity and understanding. A place where you can see things as they really are and make choices that are in your own best interest. And I think that's so perfect with the Aventurine angel, because it really is about illumination, seeing things clearly. And that's what this whole reading is about, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. And these cards are showing you that you will see them. And it might not be pretty, it might be painful, but it will be the truth. And that's the most important thing. Because once you know the truth, you can finally move forward. You can finally heal. And you can finally create a life that is aligned with your own values and your own sense of integrity. And yeah, I think that's a really beautiful message. Okay, wow, I need a drink of water after that. That was intense. Okay, wow, okay, this is really interesting. So after all of that, after the Five of Swords, the Tower, and Justice, we have the Lovers. Okay, so like deep breaths, right? Because this could mean a lot of things, especially after what we've already seen. I mean, the Lovers card at its core, it's about choices, right? Relationships, partnerships, alignment. But it's not just about romance, although that's definitely, like, a big part of it. It's about making a conscious decision to align yourself with something or someone that truly resonates with your soul. And, given the whole theme of this reading, wishing you could see this person as they truly are, the Lovers card adds a whole new layer of complexity. So, let's unpack this, right? The Lovers card, first and foremost, is about choices. Big, important choices, especially when it comes to relationships. It's about deciding who you want to be with, who you want to partner with, and what kind of relationship you want to create. But it's not just about, choosing someone because they look good on paper or because they meet some, arbitrary criteria. It's about choosing someone because you feel a deep, genuine connection with them. A connection that goes beyond the surface level. A connection that resonates with your soul. And that's where the alignment piece comes in, right? The Lover's card is also about aligning your values, your beliefs, and your desires with those of your partner. It's about being on the same page, about sharing a common vision for the future. And that doesn't mean you have to agree on everything, right? It just means that you have to be able to respect each other's differences and find a way to compromise and work together towards a common goal. But here's the thing, right? The Lover's card isn't always easy. It often requires you to make tough choices, to let go of things that are no longer serving you, to step outside of your comfort zone and take a leap of faith. And that can be scary, right? Especially when you're dealing with matters of the heart. But the Lover's card is saying that it's worth it. That the potential rewards are greater than the risks. That if you're willing to be brave and follow your heart, you can create a relationship that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. Okay, so how does this connect to the previous cards? Well, let's think about it. We started with the Five of Swords, right? Which was all about conflict and manipulation. Someone was being dishonest and underhanded, and it was causing a lot of pain and turmoil. And then we had the Tower, which brought sudden upheaval and destruction. Everything that was built on a shaky foundation came crashing down. And then justice stepped in to restore balance and fairness, to make sure that everyone got what they deserved. So now, after all of that, we have the Lovers. And it's like the universe is giving you a chance to start fresh, to create a new relationship, or to transform an existing one into something that is more aligned with your true self. But here's the catch, right? You have to make a conscious choice. You have to decide what you want, and you have to be willing to take the necessary steps to create it. This could mean a lot of things, right? It could mean that you're being presented with a choice between two different people. Maybe you're attracted to two different people, and you have to decide which one is the better fit for you. Which one aligns more closely with your values and your goals? Which one makes your heart sing? Or it could mean that you're in a relationship that has been struggling, right? Maybe there's been a lot of conflict and drama, like we saw with the Five of Swords. And maybe the Tower has already come in and shaken things up. But now you have a chance to rebuild, to create a stronger, more resilient relationship. But it's going to require work. It's going to require honesty. It's going to require a willingness to compromise and to let go of old patterns. And that's where the Justice card comes back in, right? Because justice is all about fairness and accountability. It's about making sure that everyone is treated with respect and that everyone is held responsible for their actions. So, in order to create a healthy relationship, you have to be willing to address the issues that have been causing problems in the past. You have to be willing to forgive each other for past mistakes. And you have to be willing to create a new set of rules and boundaries that will ensure that everyone is treated fairly. But here's the thing, right? The Lover's card isn't just about romantic relationships. It can also represent partnerships of all kinds. It could be a business partnership, a creative collaboration, or even a close friendship. The key is that it's a relationship that is based on mutual respect, shared values, and a common goal. So, in this situation, right, it's possible that you're being presented with an opportunity to partner with someone on a project that you're really passionate about. Maybe it's a business venture, a creative endeavor, or a community initiative. But whatever it is, it's something that you believe in deeply. And you feel like you could really make a difference if you teamed up with the right person. But you have to be careful, right? Because not everyone is going to be the right fit. You have to choose someone who shares your values, who is committed to the same goals, and who is willing to work hard to achieve them. And you also have to be willing to compromise and to let go of your ego. Because partnerships are all about collaboration and teamwork. It's about putting the needs of the group ahead of your own personal desires. And that's where the Five of Swords comes back in, right? Because the Five of Swords was all about ego and selfishness. It was about someone who was putting their own needs ahead of everyone else's. So, if you're going to enter into a partnership, you have to make sure that you're not falling into the same trap. You have to be willing to put your ego aside and to focus on what's best for the group. Okay, so, let's dig a little deeper here, right? Because the Lover's card, it's not just about making a choice. It's about making a conscious choice. It's about being aware of your own values, your own beliefs, and your own desires. And it's about choosing a path that is aligned with your true self. And that's where the whole theme of this reading comes back in, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the Lover's card is saying that you have to be willing to see yourself as you truly are, too. You have to be willing to acknowledge your own flaws, your own imperfections, and your own vulnerabilities. And you have to be willing to accept yourself, warts and all. Because if you're not willing to be honest with yourself, you're not going to be able to be honest with anyone else. And if you're not able to be honest with anyone else, you're not going to be able to create a truly authentic relationship. So, in this situation, right, it's possible that you've been hiding parts of yourself from this person. Maybe you've been afraid to show them your true colors. Maybe you've been worried that they wouldn't accept you for who you are. But the Lover's card is saying that it's time to let go of those fears. It's time to be authentic. It's time to show this person who you really are. Because if they're not able to accept you for who you are, then they're not the right person for you. And it's better to find that out now, before you invest any more time and energy into the relationship. But if they are able to accept you for who you are, then you'll know that you've found someone who truly loves and appreciates you. And that's a really special thing. And you know what else I'm seeing here? The Lover's card, it can also represent a union of opposites. It can represent the coming together of two different people, two different cultures, or two different perspectives. And that can be a really beautiful thing, right? Because when you bring together different perspectives, you can create something that is greater than the sum of its parts. But it can also be challenging, right? Because different perspectives can sometimes clash. And it can be difficult to find common ground. But the Lover's card is saying that it's worth the effort. That if you're willing to be open-minded and to listen to each other's perspectives, you can learn a lot from each other. And you can create a relationship that is truly enriching and transformative. So, in this situation, right, it's possible that you're being drawn to someone who is very different from you. Maybe they come from a different background, a different culture, or a different social class. And maybe you're a little bit intimidated by those differences. But the Lover's card is saying that you shouldn't let those differences scare you away. That you should be open to the possibility of learning something new. And that you should be willing to embrace the challenges that come with being in a relationship with someone who is different from you. Because sometimes, the most rewarding relationships are the ones that challenge us to grow and to expand our horizons. And sometimes, the people who are most different from us are the ones who can teach us the most about ourselves. Okay, so, let's zoom out for a second, right? Because the Lover's card, it's not just about individual relationships. It can also represent the relationship between ourselves and the world around us. It can represent our connection to nature, our connection to our community, and our connection to the divine. And that's where the whole concept of alignment comes back in, right? Because the Lover's card is saying that we have to be aligned with our values, not just in our personal relationships, but in every aspect of our lives. We have to be living in accordance with our true selves. And we have to be making choices that are in alignment with our soul's purpose. So, in this situation, right, it's possible that you're being called to make a change in your life that is more aligned with your values. Maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in your current job, and you're longing to do something that is more meaningful. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your community, and you're wanting to find a way to give back. Or maybe you're feeling lost and confused, and you're searching for a deeper connection to the divine. Whatever it is, the Lover's card is saying that it's time to listen to your heart. It's time to follow your intuition. And it's time to make choices that are in alignment with your soul's purpose. Because when you're living in alignment with your true self, you'll feel a sense of peace, joy, and fulfillment that you've never experienced before. And you know what else I'm seeing here? The Lover's card, it can also represent the importance of self-love. Because you can't truly love someone else until you've learned to love yourself. You have to be able to accept yourself, warts and all. You have to be able to forgive yourself for past mistakes. And you have to be able to treat yourself with kindness and compassion. So, in this situation, right, it's possible that you've been neglecting yourself lately. Maybe you've been putting everyone else's needs ahead of your own. Maybe you've been working too hard and you haven't been taking enough time for yourself. Or maybe you've been beating yourself up over past mistakes and you haven't been able to let go of the guilt. But the Lover's card is saying that it's time to change that. It's time to start treating yourself with the love and respect that you deserve. It's time to start taking care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. And it's time to start believing in yourself and your own worth. Because when you love yourself, you'll be able to attract healthy, loving relationships into your life. And you'll be able to create a life that is filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. Okay, so, let's bring it all back to the reading theme, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the Lover's card is saying that you have to be willing to see yourself as you truly are, too. You have to be willing to acknowledge your own flaws, your own imperfections, and your own vulnerabilities. And you have to be willing to accept yourself, warts and all. And once you've done that, you'll be able to see this other person more clearly. You'll be able to see their true colors. You'll be able to see their strengths and their weaknesses. And you'll be able to decide whether or not they're the right person for you. But here's the thing, right? Seeing someone as they truly are isn't always easy. It can be painful. It can be disappointing. But it's also necessary. Because if you're not willing to see someone as they truly are, you're not going to be able to create a truly authentic relationship with them. And that's what the Lover's card is all about. It's about creating authentic relationships. Relationships that are based on mutual respect, shared values, and a deep, genuine connection. And that starts with being honest with yourself and with others. It starts with being willing to see things as they really are. And it starts with making conscious choices that are aligned with your true self. So, yeah, the Lovers. It's a big card, right? It's a card that asks a lot of us. It asks us to be honest, to be vulnerable, to be brave. But it also promises us a great reward, the possibility of creating a truly fulfilling and meaningful relationship. And that's something worth striving for. And connecting this back to the Five of Swords, the Tower, and Justice. It's like all that drama, all that upheaval, it was all leading to this point, to this moment of choice, to this opportunity to create something new and beautiful. But it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. It's up to you to choose your path. The Five of Swords showed the dishonesty and manipulation that was present. The Tower cleared away the old, unstable structures built on those lies. Justice brought accountability and a chance for a fair resolution. And now, the Lovers is presenting you with a choice. Do you continue down the old path, or do you choose a new one, a path based on honesty, alignment, and genuine connection? This card really emphasizes the power of choice after all that chaos. It's like the universe has reset the playing field, and now you get to decide what kind of game you want to play. Do you want to continue playing a game of manipulation and deceit, or do you want to play a game of love and truth? The choice is yours. And I think that's why this card is so powerful in this reading, because it shows that you're not a victim of circumstance. You're not powerless. You have the ability to choose your own destiny. You have the ability to create the kind of relationship that you want. And you have the ability to live a life that is aligned with your true self. Okay, wow. So, what's next? What happens after this big decision? I'm so curious to see what the next cards reveal. This is getting really good. I can feel it. Okay, wow, okay. So after the Lovers, after that big choice, we have the High Priestess. Oh, this is getting so good. Okay, so the High Priestess, right? She's all about intuition, mystery, and the subconscious. She's the keeper of secrets, the one who knows what's going on beneath the surface. So, this is going to add a whole new layer to everything we've already seen. The High Priestess, she's not about, logic and reason. She's about trusting your gut, your instincts, your inner knowing. She's about tapping into that deep well of wisdom that we all have inside of us. And she's about understanding that there are some things that just can't be explained with words. Some things that you just have to feel. So, given the whole theme of this reading, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are, the High Priestess is saying that the answers aren't going to be found on the surface. You're not going to figure them out by, analyzing their words or their actions. You have to go deeper. You have to tap into your intuition and see what your gut is telling you. But here's the thing about the High Priestess, right? She doesn't just hand you the answers. She's not going to, spell it all out for you. She gives you clues, hints, whispers. And it's up to you to interpret them. It's up to you to connect the dots and figure out what it all means. So this is not a passive card. It requires you to actively engage with your intuition and to be willing to explore the depths of your own subconscious. Okay, so how does this connect to the previous cards? Well, let's think about it, right? We started with the Five of Swords, which was all about deception and manipulation. Someone was being dishonest, and you were feeling like betrayed and taken advantage of. So, the High Priestess is saying that there were secrets being kept during that time. There was information that was being hidden from you. And maybe you had a feeling that something was off, but you couldn't quite put your finger on it. That was your intuition trying to tell you something. But maybe you ignored it. Maybe you didn't trust yourself enough to listen to your gut. And that's what allowed the deception to continue. The High Priestess here is telling you, pay attention to those gut feelings. And then we had the Tower, which brought sudden upheaval and destruction. Everything that was built on a shaky foundation came crashing down. So, the High Priestess is saying that maybe you saw the warning signs before the Tower fell. Maybe you had a sense that things were unstable, but maybe you didn't want to admit it to yourself. Maybe you were afraid of what would happen if you acknowledged the truth. So, you ignored your intuition, and you kept going along with the status quo. And then, bam, the Tower came in and forced you to face reality. And then justice stepped in to restore balance and fairness, to make sure that everyone got what they deserved. So, the High Priestess is saying that your intuition can help you make fair and impartial decisions. It can help you see the situation clearly and to understand what needs to be done to create justice. But you have to be willing to listen to your inner voice. You have to be willing to trust your gut, even if it's telling you something that you don't want to hear. And now, after all of that, we have the Lovers. And it's like the universe is giving you a chance to make a choice, to decide what you want and to create a relationship that is aligned with your true self. So, the High Priestess is saying that your intuition is going to play a key role in this decision. It's going to help you see which path is the right one for you. It's going to help you understand who you truly are and what you truly want. But you have to be willing to listen to your inner voice. You have to be willing to trust your gut. This is, so intense, right? Because the High Priestess is all about seeing beyond the surface, seeing what's hidden. And that can be scary, right? Because sometimes what we find beneath the surface isn't what we want to see. Sometimes it's painful. Sometimes it's disappointing. But it's always the truth. And the truth is what sets us free. So, in this situation, right? The High Priestess is saying that you need to be willing to look beyond the surface of this person. You need to be willing to see their flaws, their imperfections, their vulnerabilities. You need to be willing to see them as they truly are, not as you want them to be. And that can be hard, right? Especially if you have strong feelings for them. But it's necessary, because if you're not willing to see them as they truly are, you're not going to be able to create a truly authentic relationship with them. Okay, so, let's dig a little deeper here, right? Because the High Priestess, she's not just about intuition. She's also about secrets. And that could mean a lot of things in this situation. It could mean that this person is keeping secrets from you. Maybe they're hiding something about their past. Maybe they're hiding something about their feelings. Or maybe they're just not being completely honest with you. And if that's the case, the High Priestess is saying that you need to be careful. You need to pay attention to the red flags. You need to trust your gut if something feels off. Because secrets can be dangerous. They can create a sense of distrust and unease in a relationship. And they can ultimately lead to heartbreak and disappointment. But here's the thing, right? Secrets aren't always bad. Sometimes people keep secrets to protect themselves or to protect others. Maybe this person is afraid of being vulnerable. Maybe they're afraid of getting hurt. Or maybe they're just not ready to share certain things with you yet. And if that's the case, the High Priestess is saying that you need to be patient. You need to give them time and space to open up to you. You need to create a safe and supportive environment where they feel comfortable sharing their secrets. And you need to be willing to listen without judgment. But here's the catch, right? You can't force someone to share their secrets with you. You can't pry or pressure them. You have to let them come to you in their own time. And if they never do, you have to be willing to accept that. You have to be willing to respect their boundaries and to trust that they're doing what's best for them. Okay, so, What if the secrets aren't about this person, right? What if they're about you? What if you're the one who's keeping secrets? Maybe you're hiding your true feelings from this person. Maybe you're afraid of being rejected, or maybe you're just not ready to be vulnerable. And if that's the case, the High Priestess is saying that you need to be honest with yourself. You need to acknowledge your fears and your insecurities, and you need to be willing to take a risk. Because if you're not willing to be vulnerable, you're never going to be able to create a truly authentic relationship. But here's the thing, right? Being vulnerable isn't easy. It requires courage. It requires trust. And it requires a willingness to let go of your defenses. But it's worth it. Because when you're vulnerable, you open yourself up to the possibility of true connection and intimacy. And that's what we're all searching for, right? The High Priestess can signify a need to trust your own inner guidance, especially when facing difficult choices in relationships, as highlighted by the Lover's card. The Five of Swords showed a situation clouded by deception, and the High Priestess suggests that uncovering hidden truths, perhaps through dreams or meditation, could bring clarity. The Tower's disruptive energy might have been foreshadowed by intuitive warnings that were ignored. The High Priestess urges you not to dismiss those whispers in the future. Justice demands fairness, and the High Priestess implies that understanding your own emotional needs and boundaries is crucial for achieving a balanced outcome. Okay, so, let's bring it back to the Aventurine angel, right? Because Aventurine is all about illuminating things, and the High Priestess is all about seeing what's hidden. So, this is a powerful combination. It's saying that you have the ability to see this person as they truly are. You have the ability to uncover their secrets and to understand their true feelings. But you have to be willing to put in the work. You have to be willing to trust your intuition. You have to be willing to explore the depths of your own subconscious. And you have to be willing to be honest with yourself. Because if you're not willing to do those things, you're never going to be able to see this person clearly. You're always going to be seeing them through a distorted lens. And that's what this whole reading is about, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because when you can see them as they truly are, you can make a conscious choice about whether or not you want to be with them. You can decide whether or not they're the right person for you. And you can create a relationship that is based on truth, honesty, and authenticity. Okay, so let's zoom out for a second, right? Because the High Priestess, she's not just about relationships. She's also about your own personal growth and development. She's about tapping into your own inner wisdom and understanding your own true potential. And that's why this card is so powerful, right? Because it's saying that you have everything you need inside of you. You have the intuition, the wisdom, and the strength to overcome any challenge that comes your way. You just have to learn how to access it. You have to learn how to trust yourself. And that's what the High Priestess is here to teach you. She's here to guide you on your journey of self-discovery. She's here to help you unlock your own inner power. And she's here to remind you that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. So, in this situation, right, the High Priestess is saying that you need to focus on yourself. You need to take care of your own needs. You need to listen to your own inner voice. And you need to trust that you know what's best for you. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be able to take care of anyone else. And if you're not listening to your inner voice, you're going to get lost along the way. Okay, so let's get practical here, right? What does all of this mean in terms of your daily life? Well, for starters, it means that you need to start paying attention to your dreams. Because your dreams are a direct line to your subconscious. They're a way for your inner self to communicate with you. So, keep a dream journal. Write down your dreams as soon as you wake up, and then try to interpret them. Look for patterns and symbols, and see what your dreams are trying to tell you. And it also means that you need to start meditating, because meditation is a way to quiet your mind and to connect with your inner self. It's a way to access that deep well of wisdom that we all have inside of us. So, find a quiet place where you can relax and focus on your breath, and then just let your thoughts come and go without judgment, and see what insights arise. And it also means that you need to start spending time in nature, because nature is a powerful source of healing and inspiration. It's a way to connect with the earth and to feel grounded and centered. So, go for a walk in the woods, sit by the ocean, or just spend some time in your garden and let the beauty of nature soothe your soul. Okay, so, let's talk about relationships, right? Because the High Priestess can have a big impact on your relationships. She can help you understand your own needs and desires. She can help you communicate more effectively, and she can help you create deeper, more meaningful connections. But she can also bring up some challenges. She can reveal hidden truths that are hard to face. She can force you to confront your own insecurities, and she can make you question everything you thought you knew. So, if you're in a relationship, the High Priestess is saying that you need to be honest with yourself and with your partner. You need to communicate your needs and desires clearly. And you need to be willing to listen to each other without judgment. And if you're not in a relationship, the High Priestess is saying that you need to focus on yourself. You need to take care of your own needs. You need to love yourself, and you need to trust that the right person will come along at the right time. Okay, so, let's talk about career, right? Because the High Priestess can also have a big impact on your career. She can help you tap into your own creativity and intuition. She can help you identify your true passions. And she can help you find a career that is aligned with your soul's purpose. But she can also bring up some challenges. She can make you question your career path. She can force you to confront your own fears. And she can make you realize that you're not living up to your full potential. So, if you're feeling unfulfilled in your current job, the High Priestess is saying that you need to listen to your inner voice. You need to ask yourself what you truly want. And you need to be willing to take a risk and pursue your dreams. And if you're not sure what your passions are, the High Priestess is saying that you need to experiment. You need to try new things. You need to explore different options. And you need to trust that you'll eventually find something that resonates with you. Okay, so, let's talk about money, right? Because the High Priestess can even have an impact on your finances. She can help you tap into your own abundance and prosperity. She can help you manifest your financial goals. And she can help you create a life of financial freedom. But she can also bring up some challenges. She can make you question your relationship with money. She can force you to confront your own fears about scarcity. And she can make you realize that you're not valuing yourself enough. So, if you're struggling financially, the High Priestess is saying that you need to change your mindset. You need to believe that you deserve to be abundant. You need to visualize your success. And you need to take action towards your financial goals. And if you're not sure how to create financial freedom, the High Priestess is saying that you need to educate yourself. You need to learn about investing. You need to learn about budgeting. And you need to learn about creating passive income. Okay, wow, okay, this is all so good, right? The High Priestess is such a powerful card. She's all about intuition, secrets, and the subconscious. And she can have a big impact on every area of your life. But here's the most important thing to remember, right? The High Priestess is saying that you have everything you need inside of you. You have the wisdom, the strength, and the power to create the life you want. You just have to learn how to tap into it. So, trust yourself. Listen to your inner voice. And don't be afraid to explore the depths of your own subconscious. Because that's where you'll find the answers you're looking for. And connecting this back to the reading theme, wishing you could see this person as they truly are, the High Priestess is almost like a reminder that you also need to see yourself as you truly are. That inner work is so important. Before you can even fully grasp someone else, there's that journey inward, And the Five of Swords, with all that deception, it's like the High Priestess is urging you to trust your intuition now, because maybe you didn't then, and you can see where that got you. And the Tower, that was a wake-up call, right? A major one. The High Priestess is like, okay, you've been shaken awake. Now, listen to the quiet voice within. Justice is about fairness, and the High Priestess is reminding you to be fair to yourself, too. To honor your own needs and intuition in the pursuit of justice. The Lovers, that's the big choice, right? The High Priestess is the guiding light, helping you choose the path that aligns with your soul's purpose. But yeah, this is so good, so good. Okay, so, what's next? I'm so excited to see what the final card is going to reveal. It's the culmination of everything we've been talking about. It's the answer to the question that's been on your mind all along. Will you finally be able to see this person as they truly are? Oh, I can't wait. Okay, wow, okay, after all that intense energy, after the lovers and the high priestess, we get the sun. Like, are you kidding me? This is like the best possible card we could have gotten right now. The sun, I mean, just look at it, right? It's pure joy, pure happiness, pure light. It's like, after all the darkness and confusion, the universe is finally shining down on you. You know. Like, this is such a relief after everything we've been through in this reading so far. The sun is like a big, warm hug. It's like, okay, you made it. You got through the tough stuff, and now it's time to celebrate. I'm so excited for you. So the sun, like at its core, is about joy, success, and vitality. It's about feeling good in your own skin, about being confident and optimistic, and about seeing the world as a bright and beautiful place. It's about recognizing all the good things in your life and appreciating them. And it's about knowing that you deserve to be happy. Which, like, after the Five of Swords and the Tower, you really do deserve this. Okay, so, like, let's connect this to the previous cards, right? Because that's where things get really interesting. So, we started with the Five of Swords, right? Which was all about conflict and manipulation. Someone was being dishonest, and you were feeling like betrayed and taken advantage of. The sun here is like the ultimate healing from that. It's like all that negativity, all that drama, it's finally behind you. The sun is shining a light on the truth, and you're able to see things clearly. You're no longer being clouded by deception or manipulation. You're free to move forward with confidence and joy. You know, it's like the universe is saying, okay, that person tried to bring you down, but they didn't succeed. You're stronger than that, you're brighter than that, and you deserve to be surrounded by people who love and support you. And then we had the Tower, right? Which brought sudden upheaval and destruction. Everything that was built on a shaky foundation came crashing down. The sun is like the new dawn after the Tower. It's like, yeah, things fell apart, and it was painful, but now you have the opportunity to build something new, something stronger, something more aligned with your true self. The sun is shining on the rubble, and you're able to see the potential for growth and renewal. It's like the universe is saying, okay, that was a tough experience, but it was necessary. It cleared away the old to make way for the new. And now you have the chance to create a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. You know what I mean? The tower had to fall in order for the sun to rise. And then justice stepped in, right, to restore balance and fairness. To make sure that everyone got what they deserved. The sun is like the happy outcome of that justice. It's like all the hard work you put in, all the sacrifices you made, they're finally paying off. The sun is shining down on your efforts and you're reaping the rewards. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you fought for what was right and you stood up for yourself. And now you're being rewarded for your courage and integrity. It's like a karmic reward, you get what you give, right? And then we had the lovers, that big choice. The sun is like confirmation that you made the right choice, whatever that choice was. It's like you followed your heart, you aligned yourself with what's true, and now you're experiencing the joy and fulfillment that comes with that alignment. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you chose wisely. You chose love, you chose truth, and you chose happiness. And now you're on the right path. Like, you're being illuminated, literally, by the right choice. And then we had the high priestess, all that intuition, all that mystery. The sun is like the clarity that comes after trusting your intuition. It's like you listened to your inner voice, you followed your gut, and now you're seeing everything clearly. The sun is shining a light on the secrets, and you're able to understand the truth. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you trusted yourself, and you were right to do so. Your intuition is a powerful tool, and it will always guide you in the right direction. So yeah, all these cards together, it's like they've created this beautiful story, this journey from darkness to light. And the sun is the perfect ending, well, almost ending to that story. It's the promise of happiness, success, and fulfillment. It's the reminder that even after the toughest times, there's always hope for a brighter future. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper here, right? Because the sun, it's not just about general happiness. It's about specific kinds of happiness. It's about feeling joyful in your relationships, in your career, and in your own skin. So, in terms of relationships, the sun is saying that you're entering a period of harmony and joy. If you're in a relationship, it's going to be a time of deep connection, of shared laughter, and of unconditional love. It's like you and your partner are finally on the same page, and you're able to enjoy each other's company without any drama or conflict. You know what I mean? It's like you're just basking in the sunshine of each other's love, which is so beautiful, right? And if you're not in a relationship, the sun is saying that you're going to attract someone who brings joy and light into your life. It's like you're radiating positivity, and you're drawing in people who are just as happy and optimistic as you are. And this person is going to be someone who truly appreciates you for who you are. They're going to see your inner beauty, and they're going to love you unconditionally, which is like the best kind of relationship, right? But here's the thing, right? The sun isn't just about romantic relationships. It's also about friendships and family relationships. It's about feeling connected to the people in your life who make you feel good. So, make sure you're spending time with your friends and family. Nurture those relationships, because they're a source of joy and support in your life. And you know what else? The sun can also indicate a marriage or a very significant commitment. It's that level of joy and optimism. Okay, so, what about career, right? Because the sun can also have a big impact on your career. It's saying that you're going to experience success and recognition in your work. It's like all your hard work is finally paying off, and you're getting the recognition you deserve. You might get a promotion, a raise, or a new job opportunity. Or you might just feel a greater sense of satisfaction in your current role. Whatever it is, the sun is saying that you're on the right path. You're doing what you're meant to be doing, and you're making a positive impact on the world. You know what I mean? It's like you're shining your light and you're inspiring others to do the same. And that's a really powerful thing. But here's the thing, right? The sun isn't just about external success. It's also about internal satisfaction. It's about feeling passionate about your work, about feeling challenged and engaged, and about feeling like you're making a difference. So, make sure you're choosing a career path that aligns with your values and your interests. Don't just do something for the money or the prestige. Do something that you truly love. Because when you're passionate about your work, you'll never work a day in your life. And you know what else? The sun can also indicate a time for creativity and innovation in your career. It's a time to think outside the box, to come up with new ideas, and to take risks. So, don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to try something new. Because you never know what amazing things you might discover. The sun is all about new beginnings and feeling great doing it. Okay, so, what about your own skin? Because the sun is also about feeling good about yourself. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It's about loving yourself unconditionally. And it's about feeling confident and radiant. So, if you've been struggling with self-doubt or insecurity, the sun is saying that it's time to let those feelings go. It's time to embrace your inner beauty and to recognize your own worth. You are amazing, you are talented, and you are worthy of love and happiness. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You know what I mean. The sun is shining down on you, and it's illuminating all your best qualities. And you know what else? The sun can also indicate a time for self-care and pampering. It's a time to treat yourself to something special, to do something that makes you feel good, and to prioritize your own well-being. So, take a bath, get a massage, go for a walk in nature, or just spend some time doing something you love, because you deserve it. The sun is all about feeling good inside and out. And it's about recognizing that you are worthy of love, happiness, and joy. Seriously, write that down. The sun is telling you that you are amazing. Okay, so, let's bring it back to the reading theme, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the sun, it's not just about seeing them as they are. It's about seeing them in the best possible light. It's about recognizing their good qualities, about appreciating their strengths, and about loving them unconditionally. Even with their flaws, you know what I mean. It's like you're choosing to focus on the positive aspects of their personality, and you're letting go of any negativity or resentment. And that can be a really powerful thing. Because when you see someone in the best possible light, you're more likely to bring out their best qualities. You're more likely to inspire them to be their best selves. And you're more likely to create a relationship that is based on love, trust, and mutual respect. But here's the thing, right? Seeing someone in the best possible light doesn't mean ignoring their flaws. It doesn't mean pretending that they're perfect. It just means accepting them for who they are, flaws and all. It means recognizing that everyone makes mistakes, that everyone has weaknesses, and that everyone is on their own journey of growth and development. And it means being willing to support them on that journey, even when it's challenging. The sun can bring clarity, so that means both good and bad become illuminated. Okay, so, let's get practical here, right? What can you do to harness the energy of the sun in your daily life? Well, for starters, you can start practicing gratitude. Take some time each day to reflect on all the things you're grateful for. Write them down in a journal or just think about them in your head. And really feel the gratitude in your heart, because gratitude is a powerful way to attract more good things into your life. And it's a great way to boost your mood and your overall sense of well-being. And you can also start practicing positive affirmations. Tell yourself every day that you are worthy of love, happiness, and success. Tell yourself that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. And tell yourself that you are beautiful inside and out, because your words have power. They can shape your reality. So choose your words wisely. And you can also start spending time in nature. Get outside, soak up the sunshine, and breathe in the fresh air. Because nature is a powerful source of healing and inspiration. It can help you feel grounded, centered, and connected to something bigger than yourself. And you can also start doing things that bring you joy. Make time for your hobbies, spend time with your loved ones, and do things that make you laugh. Because joy is contagious. It can spread to others and make the world a brighter place. Okay, so, let's talk about the Aventurine angel, right? Because that's what this whole reading is about. And Aventurine is all about illuminating things, and the sun is all about light. So, this is a perfect combination. It's saying that you have the power to illuminate your own life, to shine your light on the world, and to see things clearly. You have the power to attract joy, happiness, and success into your life. And you have the power to create a life that is aligned with your values and your dreams. You just have to believe in yourself. You have to trust your intuition, and you have to be willing to take action. So, go out there and shine your light. Let the world see your brilliance. And don't be afraid to be yourself, because you are amazing just the way you are. Okay, so, let's zoom out for a second, right? Because the sun isn't just about your own personal happiness. It's also about making the world a better place. It's about using your gifts and talents to help others. It's about spreading joy and positivity wherever you go. And it's about being a force for good in the world. So, think about how you can use your skills and passions to make a difference. Volunteer your time, donate to a charity, or just be kind to the people you meet. Because every little act of kindness can make a big impact. And you can also think about how you can inspire others to shine their light. Encourage them to pursue their dreams, support them in their goals, and let them know that you believe in them. Because everyone has the potential to be amazing. Everyone has the potential to make a difference. And everyone deserves to be happy. But here's the thing, right? The sun isn't always easy. Sometimes it can be hard to stay positive, especially when you're going through tough times. Sometimes it can be hard to believe in yourself, especially when you're facing challenges. And sometimes it can be hard to spread joy, especially when you're feeling down. But even when it's hard, it's always worth it. Because the world needs your light. The world needs your positivity. And the world needs your love. So don't give up. Keep shining your light even when it's difficult. Keep believing in yourself even when you're facing challenges. And keep spreading joy even when you're feeling down, because you are making a difference. You are changing the world one act of kindness at a time. And you are worthy of all the good things that are coming your way. Okay, wow. Okay, the sun is such an amazing card, right? It's all about joy, success, and vitality. And it's about seeing the world in the best possible light. And it's definitely a really beautiful card to see, especially after everything that's come before in the reading. It's such a welcome change, you know. We've had all this drama and upheaval, but now it's okay, things are finally looking up. And it's also really interesting how it connects back to the reading theme, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the sun, it's not just about seeing them as they are, it's about seeing them in the best possible light. It's about recognizing their good qualities and appreciating their strengths. Even if they have flaws, you can still choose to see the good in them. And that can be really powerful. With the Five of Swords, you are probably dealing with a lot of negativity and deception. The sun is shining a light on the truth and helping you to see things clearly. The Tower brought a lot of chaos and destruction, but the sun is showing you that there is hope for a new beginning. Justice ensured that everyone got what they deserved, and the sun is the reward for your integrity and courage. The Lovers presented you with a choice, and the sun is confirming that you made the right decision. The High Priestess guided you with her intuition, and the sun is the clarity that comes from trusting your inner voice. And now, with the sun, you're feeling joyful, confident, and optimistic about the future. It's like everything is finally falling into place. But here's the thing, right? This isn't the end of the story. There's still one more card to pull. I am so excited to see what that card is going to reveal. It's going to be like the final piece of the puzzle. It's going to be the answer to the question that's been on your mind all along. Will you finally be able to see this person as they truly are? I can feel it. It's going to be so good. What a journey, right? What an amazing, illuminating journey. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, here we go. Get ready. Okay, so after that glorious sun card, after all that talk about joy and clarity and just pure, unadulterated happiness, we get the Ace of Wands. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Okay, so the Ace of Wands, right? It's all about new beginnings, inspiration, and raw potential. It's pure creative energy just bursting forth. It's like the spark that ignites a fire, you know? After all that we've been through with those other cards, this feels like. Yes, this feels like confirmation that you're on the right track. This feels like a green light to move forward with passion and enthusiasm, you know? It's just like the universe is saying, go for it. Take a chance. You've got this. And it's especially powerful after the sun, right? Because the sun was all about joy and success and feeling good in your own skin. And now the Ace of Wands is saying, okay, you're feeling good. Now what are you going to do with that energy? It's taking that happiness and turning it into action, turning it into something tangible, something real. You know. I'm getting chills. Okay, so let's connect this back to the reading theme, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the Ace of Wands, it can represent a new beginning in your relationship with this person. It can represent a new spark of attraction, a new level of understanding, or a new opportunity to connect on a deeper level. It's you've been wishing you could see them clearly, and now, with the Ace of Wands, you're finally getting that chance. You're finally seeing them in a new light with fresh eyes. And what you're seeing is potential. You're seeing the possibility for something amazing to happen. You know, but here's the thing, right? The Ace of Wands isn't just about potential. It's about taking action. It's about seizing the opportunity and making something happen. It's not enough to just see the potential. You have to be willing to put in the work to make it a reality. You have to be willing to take a risk, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to pursue your dreams with passion and enthusiasm. And that can be scary, right? Especially after everything you've been through. But the Ace of Wands is saying that you're ready. You're strong enough, you're brave enough, and you're worthy of love and happiness. So go for it. Take a chance. What have you got to lose? You know? Okay, so let's think about those other cards for a second, right? Because they're all playing a part in this. The Five of Swords, with all that conflict and manipulation, that's the past. That's what you're leaving behind. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, you've learned your lesson, you've seen the truth. Now move on. Don't let that negativity hold you back. You know, it's you're finally free from all that drama. And the Tower, with all that sudden upheaval and destruction, that's the catalyst for change. That's what cleared the way for this new beginning. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, things fell apart, but that was necessary. It created space for something better to come into your life. So embrace the change, embrace the new opportunities, and don't be afraid to start over. You know. And justice, with all that balance and fairness, that's the foundation for this new relationship. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, things are finally fair. You're being treated with respect and you're being valued for who you are. So build on that. Create a relationship that is based on honesty, trust, and mutual respect. You know. And the Lovers, with all those choices and decisions, that's the path you've chosen. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, you made a decision and you chose wisely. Now commit to that decision. Put your heart and soul into it and watch it blossom. You know, it's like you're on the right track and the universe is supporting you. And the High Priestess, with all that intuition and mystery, that's like your inner guide. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, you've been listening to your intuition and it's been leading you in the right direction. So keep trusting yourself, keep following your gut, and keep exploring the depths of your own subconscious. You know. And the Sun, with all that joy and success, that's like the energy you're bringing to this new beginning. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident, and you're feeling optimistic. So use that energy to create something amazing. Share your joy with others and inspire them to shine their own light. You know. It's like all those cards are working together to create this perfect moment, this perfect opportunity. And the Ace of Wands is the final piece of the puzzle. It's the spark that ignites the fire. It's the energy that sets everything in motion. You know, okay, so, let's get a little more specific here, right? Because the Ace of Wands can represent different things depending on your situation. If you're single, it can represent a new romantic interest. Someone who is passionate, exciting, and full of life. Someone who makes you feel alive and inspired. Someone who challenges you to grow and to be your best self. You know. It's like you're finally meeting someone who gets you, who understands you, and who loves you for who you are. And that can be a really amazing feeling. But here's the thing, right? The Ace of Wands isn't just about finding someone new. It's about finding someone who is right for you. Someone who is aligned with your values, your goals, and your dreams. So don't just jump into a relationship with the first person who comes along. Take your time, get to know them, and make sure there's someone who is truly worthy of your love. You know, you deserve the best. And if you're already in a relationship, the Ace of Wands can represent a new spark of passion and excitement. It can represent a renewed commitment to each other, a new level of intimacy, or a new opportunity to grow together. It's like you're falling in love all over again. You're seeing each other in a new light, and you're appreciating each other more than ever before. And that can be a really beautiful thing. But here's the thing, right? The Ace of Wands isn't just about feeling the spark. It's about nurturing that spark. It's about putting in the work to keep the passion alive. So make sure you're spending quality time together. Communicate openly and honestly. And don't be afraid to try new things. You know, keep the fire burning. And if you're not looking for romance, the Ace of Wands can represent a new creative project, a new business venture, or a new personal goal. Something that you're passionate about, something that excites you, and something that you believe in. It's like you're finally finding your purpose, your calling, your reason for being. And that can be a really powerful thing. But here's the thing, right? The Ace of Wands isn't just about having a good idea. It's about taking action on that idea. It's about putting in the work to make it a reality. So don't just sit around and dream about it. Get started, take the first step, and don't be afraid to fail, because failure is just a learning opportunity. It's a chance to grow, to improve, and to come back stronger than ever before. You know? Okay, so let's talk about that, seeing them as they truly are thing again, right? Because the Ace of Wands in that context could mean you're finally seeing their potential. Not just who they are now, but who they could be. Maybe they've been stuck in a rut, or maybe they've been held back by their own fears and insecurities. But now, you're seeing something more. You're seeing their hidden talents, their untapped potential, their true worth. And that can be a really powerful thing. Because when you see someone's potential, you can inspire them to be their best selves. You can encourage them to pursue their dreams. And you can help them to create a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. But here's the thing, right? Seeing someone's potential doesn't mean ignoring their flaws. It doesn't mean pretending that they're perfect. It just means recognizing that they have the capacity to grow, to learn, and to improve. And it means being willing to support them on that journey, even when it's challenging. You know, be patient, be understanding, and be encouraging, and watch them blossom. Okay, so what if you're seeing their potential, but they're not seeing it themselves? What if they're still stuck in their old patterns, their old ways of thinking, their old fears and insecurities? Well, that can be frustrating, right? But the Ace of Wands is saying that you can't force them to change. You can't make them see their own potential. They have to come to that realization on their own. All you can do is be supportive, be encouraging, and be a good example. Show them what's possible, show them what they're capable of, and let them know that you believe in them. But ultimately, it's up to them to take the first step. It's up to them to choose to change, and it's up to them to put in the work to make it happen. You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So, don't waste your energy trying to force someone to change. Focus on yourself. Focus on your own goals. And focus on creating a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. And maybe, just maybe, your example will inspire them to do the same. Okay, so, let's get practical here, right? What can you do to harness the energy of the Ace of Wands in your daily life? Well, for starters, you can start by identifying your passions. What are you passionate about? What makes you feel alive? What excites you? What do you love to do? Make a list of all the things that you're passionate about. And then choose one thing to focus on. Choose one thing to pursue with all your heart and soul. You know, and you can also start by setting some goals. What do you want to achieve? What do you want to create? What do you want to experience? Set some specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. And then create a plan to achieve those goals. Break them down into smaller, more manageable steps. And take action every single day. You know, and you can also start by taking some risks. Step outside of your comfort zone. Try something new. Do something that scares you. Because that's where the magic happens. That's where you grow, that's where you learn, and that's where you discover your true potential. You know, and you can also start by surrounding yourself with positive people. People who support you, people who encourage you, and people who believe in you. Cut ties with the negative people in your life. The people who drain your energy, the people who bring you down, and the people who don't believe in you. You know, and you can also start by practicing self-care. Take care of your body, your mind, and your soul. Eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, meditate, and spend time in nature. Because when you take care of yourself, you're better able to take care of others. You know. Okay, so let's bring it all back to the Aventurine angel, right? Because Aventurine is all about illuminating things, and the Ace of Wands is all about new beginnings. So this is the universe is shining a light on a new path for you. A path that is filled with passion, excitement, and potential. A path that is aligned with your values, your goals, and your dreams. A path that is going to lead you to a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. You just have to be willing to take the first step. You just have to be willing to trust yourself. And you just have to be willing to go for it. You know? Okay, so, what does all of this mean for you, right now, in this moment? Well, it means that you're at a crossroads. You're at a point where you can choose to stay stuck in your old patterns, your old ways of thinking, your old fears and insecurities. Or you can choose to embrace this new beginning, to step into your power, and to create a life that is truly amazing. The choice is yours, and I believe in you. I know you can do it. You're strong, you're brave, and you're worthy of love and happiness. So go for it, take a chance, and watch the magic happen, you know? And with this Aventurine angel, it just feels like the universe is, specifically helping you to see this path, to see this opportunity. It's lighting the way, but here's the thing I'm also seeing. Right, this Ace of Wands, it could also be about their inspiration. This could be about what inspires them. And maybe you're seeing that now. Maybe you're just now realizing what truly motivates them, what truly makes them tick. And that knowledge, that's a wand, right? That's a tool. And now you can choose how to use that information. Does knowing what inspires them make you feel closer to them? Does it make you understand them better? Or does it make you realize that you're just fundamentally different people? That Ace of Wands, it's neutral. It's just raw energy. It's what you do with it that matters. You know, and tying that back to the High Priestess, it's like your intuition has been guiding you, and now you're finally seeing the results of that. You're finally understanding what your intuition was trying to tell you all along. And the Sun, that's the joy of finally understanding. That's the happiness that comes from clarity. And the Tower, that's what had to fall away in order for you to see this new beginning. The Tower was the illusion, the false belief, the thing that was holding you back from seeing the truth. And the Five of Swords. That's the negativity, the deception, and the manipulation that you had to overcome in order to get to this point. And Justice, That's the fairness, the balance, and the karmic reward that you're now experiencing. And the Lovers, that's the choice you made to align yourself with what's true, with what's right, and with what's best for you. So, yeah, this Ace of Wands, it's powerful. It's exciting, and it's full of potential. It's a chance to start fresh, to create something new, and to live a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. But it's also a responsibility. It's up to you to take action. It's up to you to make it happen. And it's up to you to use this energy wisely. So go for it, take a chance, and watch the magic happen, you know? Wow, okay. So, that's it. That's the reading. That's all the cards. And I have to say, this has been an amazing journey. From the conflict and deception of the Five of Swords, to the sudden upheaval of the Tower, to the balance and fairness of justice, to the choices of the Lovers, to the intuition of the High Priestess, to the joy of the Sun, and finally, to the new beginnings of the Ace of Wands. It's been a roller coaster, right? But it's been a journey that has led you to a place of greater clarity, greater understanding, and greater potential. And I'm so excited for you. I can't wait to see what you do with all of this. You know, and remember, this whole reading was about wishing you could see this person as they truly are. And I think, with these cards, you've finally gotten there. You've seen their flaws, you've seen their potential, and you've seen their true colors. And now, it's up to you to decide what you want to do with that information. It's up to you to decide whether you want to stay in this relationship or whether you want to move on. It's up to you to decide what kind of future you want to create. But whatever you choose, know that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you, your intuition is guiding you, and you have the power to create a life that is truly amazing. You know? So, yeah, go out there and shine your light, be yourself, and don't be afraid to take risks. Because you are amazing, you are talented, and you are worthy of love and happiness. And I can't wait to see what you do next. Seriously, I'm on the edge of my seat. But yeah, that's your reading. Thank you so much for letting me do this. It was so much fun, and yeah, I hope it helped. Okay, wow, so after all of that, after the Ace of Wands, after all that new beginning energy, we get the Two of Cups. Oh my gosh, this is like the perfect ending, or, well, almost ending to this reading. I mean, the Two of Cups, it's all about partnership, it's about connection, it's about harmony, it's about, finding your soulmate, you know. And it doesn't necessarily mean romantic soulmate, but it could be. It's like finding someone who just gets you, who understands you, who loves you for who you are, and who you can build something amazing with, you know. So, after all that we've been through, all that drama, all that upheaval, all that searching for clarity to end with the Two of Cups, it's like the universe is saying, okay, you've done it. You've found your person. Or you're about to find your person. Or you're about to create a deeper connection with the person you're already with. You know, it's like, yes, I love this so much. So the Two of Cups, right, at its core, it's about partnership. It's about two people coming together in a spirit of mutual respect, mutual understanding, and mutual love, you know? It's about creating a bond that is stronger than the sum of its parts. It's about supporting each other, encouraging each other, and helping each other to grow. And it's about sharing your life with someone who truly gets you, who sees you for who you are, and who loves you unconditionally. Which, is what we all want, right? And like the Two of Cups, it's not just about romantic partnerships. It can also be about friendships, about family relationships, about business partnerships, you know. It's about any kind of relationship where there's a deep connection, a mutual respect, and a shared sense of purpose. So, in this situation, it could be that you're finding a new friend who just gets you, who understands you on a soul level, and who you can just be yourself with, you know. Or it could be that you're deepening your connection with a family member, that you're finally understanding each other better, and that you're creating a stronger bond. Or it could be that you're finding a business partner who shares your vision, who complements your skills, and who you can build something amazing with, you know. It's all about finding that connection, that harmony, that sense of being on the same page. Okay? So, let's connect this back to the reading theme, right? Wishing you could see this person as they truly are. Because the Two of Cups, it's all about seeing each other clearly, about understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses, about accepting each other for who you are, flaws and all, you know. It's about seeing beyond the surface and connecting on a deeper level. So, like, in this situation, it's like you've finally gotten to a place where you can see this person clearly, where you understand their motivations, where you accept their imperfections, and where you can connect with them on a soul level, you know? And that's a really beautiful thing. It's like you've finally broken through all the barriers, all the misunderstandings, all the illusions, and you're seeing each other for who you truly are. And you're loving what you see. And you're choosing to build a relationship based on that truth. You know? But like, here's the thing, right? Seeing someone as they truly are, it's not always easy. It can be painful. It can be disappointing. It can be challenging, but it's also necessary. Because if you're not willing to see someone as they truly are, you can't truly connect with them. You can't truly love them. You can't truly build a relationship based on honesty and authenticity. You know? So, like, the Two of Cups is saying that you're ready to see this person as they truly are. You're ready to accept them, flaws and all. You're ready to connect with them on a deeper level. And you're ready to build a relationship based on truth and authenticity. And that's a really brave thing. It's a sign that you're willing to be vulnerable, that you're willing to be honest, and that you're willing to put in the work to create a lasting connection. Okay, so, like, let's think about those other cards for a second, right? Because they're all playing a part in this. The Five of Swords, with all that conflict and manipulation, that's like the past. That's what you're leaving behind. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, you've learned your lesson, you've seen the truth. Now move on. Create a relationship based on honesty and respect, not on manipulation and deceit. You know. It's like you're finally free from all that drama. And the Tower, with all that sudden upheaval and destruction, that's like the catalyst for change. That's what cleared the way for this new partnership. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, things fell apart, but that was necessary. It created space for something better to come into your life. A partnership based on honesty, authenticity, and mutual respect. You know, it's like you're building something new and strong on the ruins of the old. And justice, with all that balance and fairness, that's like the foundation for this new relationship. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, things are finally fair. You're being treated with respect, and you're valuing each other equally. Now build on that. Create a partnership that is balanced, harmonious, and just. You know, it's like you're creating a relationship where everyone is treated fairly and where everyone's needs are met. And the lovers, with all those choices and decisions, that's like the path you've chosen. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, you made a conscious choice to be with this person. Now commit to that choice. Nurture that connection. And create a relationship that is aligned with your values and your desires. You know, it's like you're choosing to be with someone who truly gets you, who supports you, and who loves you for who you are. And the High Priestess, with all that intuition and mystery, that's like your inner guide. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, you've been listening to your intuition, and it's been leading you to the right person. Now, trust that connection, trust your gut, and trust that you're on the right path. You know, it's like you're following your heart, and it's leading you to a place of deep connection and fulfillment. And the Sun, with all that joy and success, that's like the energy you're bringing to this new partnership. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, you're feeling joyful, you're feeling optimistic, and you're feeling confident. Now, share that joy with this person. Create a relationship that is filled with laughter, with happiness, and with light. You know. It's like you're shining your light together, and you're making the world a brighter place. And the Ace of Wands, with all that new beginning energy, that's like the spark that's igniting this connection. The Two of Cups is saying, okay, you've got this amazing new energy, this new passion, this new excitement. Now, channel that into building a strong, lasting, and fulfilling partnership. You know, it's like you're taking that initial spark and turning it into a roaring flame. So yeah, all those cards, they're all working together to create this moment, this opportunity for deep connection and lasting partnership. It's like the universe has been conspiring to bring you and this person together, and now it's up to you to make the most of it. You know. So, like, let's get a little more specific here, right? Because the Two of Cups can represent different things depending on your situation. If you're single, it can mean that you're about to meet someone who is truly your soulmate. Someone who just gets you, who understands you on a deep level, and who you can build a lasting relationship with. Someone who shares your values, your dreams, and your sense of humor. Someone who makes you feel loved, supported, and appreciated. You know, it's like you've been waiting for this person your whole life and now they're finally here. Get ready. But here's the thing, right? The Two of Cups isn't just about finding someone new. It's about being ready for that person. It's about being open to love, about being willing to be vulnerable, and about being willing to put in the work to create a lasting connection. So, make sure you're taking care of yourself, that you're loving yourself, and that you're being the best version of yourself. Because that's how you attract the right person into your life. Okay. And if you're already in a relationship, the Two of Cups can mean that you're about to experience a new level of connection with your partner. A deeper understanding, a greater sense of intimacy, and a stronger bond. It's like you're falling in love all over again. You're seeing each other in a new light, and you're appreciating each other more than ever before. You know. It's like you're rediscovering the magic that brought you together in the first place. But here's the thing, right? The Two of Cups isn't just about feeling the love. It's about expressing the love. It's about showing your partner how much you care, about being there for them, and about supporting their dreams. So, make sure you're communicating openly, that you're listening actively, and that you're showing your love in both words and actions. Okay? And if you're not looking for romance, the Two of Cups can mean that you're about to form a deep and meaningful connection with someone in your life. A friend, a family member, a colleague, someone who just gets you, who supports you, and who inspires you to be your best self. Someone who you can share your life with, who you can laugh with, and who you can count on no matter what. You know, it's like you're finding your tribe, your people, the ones who truly understand you and who love you for who you are. But here's the thing, right? The Two of Cups isn't just about finding your tribe. It's about being a good member of that tribe. It's about supporting your friends, about being there for your family, and about contributing to your community. So, make sure you're giving back, that you're being kind, and that you're making a positive impact on the world. Okay? You know, it's all about connection. Okay, so, let's talk more about that, seeing them as they truly are thing, right? Because the Two of Cups is all about acceptance. It's about accepting this person, whoever they are, for who they truly are. It's about seeing their flaws, their imperfections, their quirks, and loving them anyway. It's about understanding that nobody is perfect, that everyone makes mistakes, and that everyone is on their own journey. And it's about choosing to love them, not in spite of their imperfections, but because of them. Because those imperfections are what make them unique, what make them real, and what make them who they are. You know, but here's the thing, right? Accepting someone for who they truly are doesn't mean condoning bad behavior. It doesn't mean ignoring red flags. It doesn't mean staying in a relationship that is unhealthy or abusive. It just means seeing them with compassion, with understanding, and with a willingness to work through the challenges together. It means setting boundaries, communicating clearly, and holding each other accountable. And it means knowing when to walk away if the relationship is no longer serving you. Okay? It's about balance. So, what if you're having trouble accepting this person for who they truly are? What if you're focusing on their flaws, their mistakes, their imperfections, and you're having a hard time seeing the good in them? Well, the Two of Cups is saying that you need to shift your perspective. You need to try to see them with compassion, with understanding, and with a willingness to forgive. You need to remember that they're human, that they're doing the best they can, and that they deserve to be loved just like you do. You know. And you can also try focusing on their strengths, their talents, their good qualities. What do you admire about them? What do you appreciate about them? What makes you laugh? What makes you feel good? Make a list of all the things you love about them and focus on those things. Because what you focus on expands. The more you focus on the good, the more good you'll see. Okay? Remember the sun. And if you're still having trouble accepting them, the Two of Cups is saying that you might need to look inward. What are you projecting onto them? What are you judging in them that you're also judging in yourself? What are you afraid of? What are you avoiding? Sometimes, the things that bother us most about other people are actually reflections of our own insecurities and fears. So, try to identify what's going on inside of you and work on healing those wounds. Because when you heal yourself, you heal your relationships. Okay? You gotta love yourself first, right? So, let's get practical here, right? What can you do to harness the energy of the Two of Cups in your daily life? Well, for starters, you can practice active listening. When someone is talking to you, really listen to what they're saying. Pay attention to their words, their tone, their body language. Try to understand their perspective, their feelings, their needs. And resist the urge to interrupt, to judge, or to offer advice. Just listen. And let them know that you're hearing them, that you're understanding them, and that you care. Okay. And you can also practice empathy. Try to put yourself in this person's shoes. Try to imagine what it's like to be them, to experience their life, to feel their feelings. What are their challenges? What are their struggles? What are their dreams? And how can you support them? How can you help them? How can you make their life a little bit easier? Okay? And you can also practice gratitude. Express your appreciation for the people in your life. Tell them how much they mean to you. Thank them for their support, their love, and their friendship. And show them how grateful you are to have them in your life, because gratitude is contagious. It spreads joy, it strengthens bonds, and it creates a positive energy that everyone can feel. Okay? It's all about spreading the sunshine. And you can also practice forgiveness. Let go of any resentment, any anger, any bitterness that you're holding onto. Forgive this person for their mistakes, their imperfections, their flaws. And forgive yourself for your own mistakes, your own imperfections, your own flaws. Because holding on to those negative emotions only hurts you. Forgiveness sets you free. It allows you to move on, to heal, and to create a better future. Okay? And you can also practice kindness. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and be kind to the world. Offer a smile, a compliment, a helping hand. Do something nice for someone, even if it's just a small thing. Because every act of kindness makes a difference. It brightens someone's day, it lifts someone's spirits, and it makes the world a better place. Okay, so let's bring it all back to the Aventurine angel, right? Because Aventurine is all about illuminating things, and the Two of Cups is all about seeing each other clearly. So this is like the universe is shining a light on your relationships. It's helping you to see the people in your life with greater clarity, with greater understanding, and with greater compassion. And it's helping you to create relationships that are based on honesty, authenticity, and mutual respect. You know, this Two of Cups, it's not just about seeing them as they are, but also about seeing yourself in relation to them. How do you show up in this partnership? Are you being your authentic self? Are you communicating your needs clearly? Are you respecting their boundaries? Are you contributing equally to the relationship? These are all important questions to ask yourself as you navigate this new connection. The Five of Swords, with all that deception, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to see through the lies, to understand the truth, and to create relationships based on honesty. The Tower, with all that upheaval, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to rebuild, to create stronger foundations, and to build relationships that can withstand the storms of life. Justice, with all that balance, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to create fairness, to ensure that everyone is treated equally, and to build relationships based on mutual respect. The Lovers, with all those choices, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to make the right decisions, to choose the path that is aligned with your heart, and to build relationships that are filled with love and joy. The High Priestess, with all that intuition, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to trust your gut, to listen to your inner voice, and to build relationships based on your own intuition. The Sun, with all that joy, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to shine your light, to attract positive energy, and to build relationships that are filled with happiness and laughter. And the Ace of Wands, with all that new beginning energy, it's like the Aventurine angel is helping you to take action, to pursue your passions, and to build relationships that are filled with excitement and potential. So yeah, this Aventurine angel, it's like your personal guide, your personal cheerleader, your personal source of light. It's there to help you see the best in yourself, to see the best in others, and to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and connection. You know, okay, so what does all of this mean for you right now in this moment? Well, it means that you're ready for love. You're ready for connection. You're ready for partnership. You've done the work, you've learned the lessons, and you're now ready to experience the joy of a truly fulfilling relationship. Whether it's a romantic relationship, a friendship, a family relationship, or a business partnership, you're ready to connect with someone on a deep level, to share your life with them, and to build something amazing together. So open your heart. Open your mind, and open your arms, because love is waiting for you. Connection is waiting for you, and partnership is waiting for you. You just have to be willing to receive it, and you have to be willing to give it, because that's what the Two of Cups is all about. It's about giving and receiving, about sharing and caring, and about building a world where everyone feels loved, supported, and connected. And remember, this whole reading was about wishing you could see this person as they truly are. And I think, with this final card, the Two of Cups, you've finally gotten there. You've seen their flaws, you've seen their strengths, and you've seen their potential. And you've chosen to love them, not in spite of their imperfections, but because of them. And that's a really beautiful thing. It's a sign that you're ready for a truly authentic and fulfilling relationship. So yeah, go out there and shine your light, be yourself, and don't be afraid to love. Because you are worthy of love, you are capable of love, and you are ready for love. So go for it, take a chance, and watch the magic happen. This Two of Cups feels like a reward almost for doing the hard work of seeing things as they really are. I'm so excited for you. This is such a beautiful ending to this reading. All that upheaval, all that confusion, all that searching, it's all led to this moment of connection, of partnership, of love. I just know that amazing things are in store for you. I can feel it. But here's the thing, right? This isn't really the end. It's just the beginning. The Two of Cups is a starting point, not a destination. It's the foundation upon which you can build a lifetime of love, of joy, and of connection. So, keep nurturing your relationships, keep communicating openly, and keep shining your light. And never stop believing in the power of love. And remember the Aventurine angel. Remember that you have the power to illuminate your own life, to attract positive energy, and to create a world that is filled with love, joy, and connection. So, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust the journey. Because you are on the right path. You are exactly where you need to be. And you are capable of anything you set your mind to. I believe in you, so yeah, that's it. That's the end of the reading. I hope it resonated with you. I hope it gave you some clarity, some guidance, and some inspiration. And I hope it reminded you of how amazing you are, because you are truly amazing. And you deserve all the good things that are coming your way. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And I wish you all the best on your journey. Go out there and shine your light, be yourself. And don't be afraid to love, because you are worthy of it. And the world needs it, okay? So yeah, that's all. I'm sending you so much love, so much light, and so much positive energy. And I can't wait to see what amazing things you do next. Take care, and bye for now.